Good morning, everyone. Hello, hello. I am running like the tiniest bit behind. It's not too bad, but I'm running behind a tiny bit today. Prismarine, good morning. Also, hi Dad, how are you? We're gonna get this button. Boop. There we go. Hello. I've had a very tired morning. If you see, Dad with the 8 months. Woot. Thank you very much for supporting me for 8 months. One more and I'm officially your child, right? That's how that works. But hi, thank you. I'm really tired today. I'm very, very, very tired today. I slept for like 4 hours, 4.5 hours, something like that. It was not enough. Not enough. For some reason, I literally could not get tired. I could not get tired. I have been playing Warframe like constantly. Also, this music. I was gonna say the music feels loud, but it might just be me. According to my levels, my music's like mid. But I've been playing Warframe like constantly. Absolutely constantly. I went to bed probably what, 3 o'clock last night? Getting up at like 9. It's louder than usual. That's what I thought. There we go. I need to save my settings, I guess is the word I'm looking for. I need to like write down where the levels sit usually. But yeah. Hi Dad, how are you? How's your day? What did you do this weekend? What game did you play? Have you played more BitCraft? Have you played more Guild Wars 2? What was the other one? Are you playing Hightail? My eyes burn this morning. It's been so dry. And I'm freezing cold. Like, I'm dry and I'm cold. And so if you see like me messing with my eyes today. I don't have eye drops anywhere. And I tried something really weird. I tried to put like a drop of water in my eye and it did not work. So I'm going to be like fiddling with my eyes all day. I did make myself a pot of tea. Like a legit, like, I have to be careful picking this up because it's like completely full. It's literally a teapot of tea. So, you can see the reflection of the green screen. That's funny. But yeah, so I have a pot of tea. It is, I got this set actually, and so it comes up with like a little cup as well. But I got this tea set for Christmas actually from my grandmother-in-law. So it was really nice. I'm using it. It's actually cherry blossom tea. What was this? Ah, okay. So it's actually cherry blossom tea, which I originally did not taste when I did it the first time, because it tells you do 1 teaspoon per cup or like per 8 ounces. Well, per cup. And then I looked it up online. It's a cup is 8 ounces. So originally I put like a teaspoon and a half, but it ended up being close to like 30 ounces. And so I'm like, no wonder I didn't taste it. It just tasted like flavored warm water. So this time I actually try to measure it out a little bit. So hopefully we'll actually get like a tea flavor going. But we've been constantly playing Warframe. So at some point I'm going to revive the Discord section. Oh, hey, there was an update today. So at some point I'm going to revive the Discord section for Warframe. Actually, like stuff that we get into. I want to make like a little bit longer of a section so that way we can actually like talk about things. I was doing a lot of more research. Prismarine. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm still watching videos. It's a good thing that I did though, because I'm actually starting up BitCraft right now. So it was a good thing I did actually, because I was trying to find credit farms. And I was like, okay, well, I need a low level credit farm. I need something that I can do with what I have unlocked. Oh, I don't know if our friends have been around or not. I was not on at all this weekend and I feel kind of bad because we had new people, but yeah. Audio. Oh, we are on. Okay. So we do have, it's going to take me a bit to get used to the controls again, but I found a credit farm that I have unlocked that is actually really good. It's giving me like 20,000 per run, and each run is probably about 5 minutes. So I got like 300k last night. I managed to go to one of the relays, and I sat there, I got a buff, and then I did I got a credit buff at one point, and then I got a resource up buff at one point. And so, or booster, however they, and so, yeah, I hit like 300k credits last night by just running the same thing over and over again. And it helped level my stuff. And if I hadn't watched this video, I wouldn't have thought about the idea to do it. Because it wasn't actually like a specific, hey, go do this. One of them was, but one of them wasn't. And the one that wasn't actually turned out to be better. So, yeah. Hightail, Rust, and Enshrouded, my BitCraft days are done. Too grindy for me to catch up. Did the tutorial level 20 and wandered aimlessly around to see settlements. Oh, hey. I mean, you could always come help. Come help in other locations. A lot of people are getting back into Enshrouded. Did Enshrouded get like a update or something? Because I've seen a lot of people playing Enshrouded. Truthfully, just playing and grinding your weapons and frames will get you the credits you need in early levels. A very good update. Yeah, I watched, Shock has been raiding into someone, I forget it's something dragon. It's like a dragon of some kind. But he raided him and he's playing Enshrouded. Roadmap and wipe announcements on Wednesday. Ooh. Oh yeah, there's the dev stream going on right now. I forgot about that. So wipe announcements. I don't know what that's gonna mean. Yeah, I forgot. I should have listened in this morning, but I completely spaced and ended up watching a update video on Ashes of Creation. Wiping BitCraft. I don't know. This is the first time I've actually like heard anything official about. I would say, you mean the pre-funeral preparations? Yeah. Yeah. Do I need... Oh, shoot. I should check what we need in seeds. Watch, I like open up all my stuff and everything's gone. Oh, okay. That's one of the things where I'm like, I am way too trusting, but I 100% I'd rather trust than, you know. How do I want to word this? I'd rather trust someone and give them the benefit of the doubt than like be a dick. I guess that's like the way to say it, but like I don't know. People who are jerks in video games, to me, I'm like, there's nothing. It's not harming your life to be nice. It's just more resources. Go grind again. Yeah. So the Ashes of Creation situation, I ended up actually watching Pirate Software's video on it. I figured he is probably a good person, weirdly enough, to watch about this topic because of how close he was. But after like watching that video, I was like, you know, I'm pretty sure I saw that coming for miles away. But New World, I did not expect. New World, I did not expect going down because they had just launched their good update. But Ashes, after so long of being like, okay, this is Star Citizen all over again, but then now they're like, nope, we're done. I'm like, I didn't trust it to begin with because of the price tag it had and the way that they were going about stuff felt really sketchy. But it is what it is. I've been waiting for New World to die since launch. New World, we had a pretty good stint in it. We played for a bit. I can't remember for exactly how long, but wait. Oh, they're like actively talking about wipe stuff right now? Sorry, I got distracted reading. Interesting. I guess we'll wait until Wednesday. New World had more potential than Ashes of Creation, I agree. But we played for a good amount. Yeah, that was like the first game that my husband and my dad met in. Was New World, and they barely interacted, which was great. But yeah, so you have 1,500 hours in New World. I forget how much we had at that point. I'm actually going to start, if something is on Steam, I'm going to prioritize playing it on Steam because I can see my like hours played and keep it like in a time capsule essentially. But Warframe, I had hours and I'm like, oh, I have no idea how long I played. And so, what do you mean Enshrouded? I was saying New World. It was the first time all three of us played together. I haven't touched Enshrouded yet. I probably won't. I like my MMOs too much, and playing Warframe right now is, I'm like very much into it. I also have to find a clan in Warframe. So we're doing 2 days of BitCraft, 2 days of Warframe. I still need to figure out when I want to what's the word I'm looking for? Like when I want to position each thing. Right now it's a BitCraft is sandwiched with Warframe, but we'll have to see, because I was thinking of maybe doing like BitCraft on Tuesday instead of like Thursday. That way, like, but if like the problem is if I want to collab with Tony for anything BitCraft related, that's like Thursdays. And so trying to figure out like when to play what is like complicated. You ever download Where Winds Meet? I have not. I was actually talking, I thought it was very pay to win, but it was either, I think it was Lutra who's saying that it's not, and that I should actually try it. And I was like, because the first time I watched a review about it, they were talking about like how much they spent money wise into the game, and I was like, oh well, that's not cool. But then I learned that it's only cosmetics, and it's like gacha cosmetics, so kind of like Infinity Nikki, I think is what it was called. And so it's not actually pay to win, it's just kind of like pay to be pretty. And then there was someone who ended up spending like a lot of money on getting a ship, like $40,000 on a ship, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. I don't know if I want to go that route or not, but yeah, I was curious. I don't necessarily like the style. I've never really been a huge like hyper Asian fantasy. The only one I played that was like that was Blade and Soul. Blade and Soul was the only one that I was like, okay, this is sure. But this one's pretty over the top with like their outfits and stuff, and I'm like, I'm not a huge fan of that aesthetic. I didn't play, oh, shoot, there was like a martial arts MMO that was out that was the same aesthetic. There was also something else at one point that was trying to like branch out, and I don't remember what it was either, but it had the same aesthetic. I just, for some reason, not a huge fan, but to each their own. A lot of boring traveling around the world with no action. Interesting. Why is this uncommon? Interesting. Very interesting. Alright, do I need this recipe? Savory Deluxe Bulb Roll. Oh no. Savory Deluxe. I think I do need it. Savory Raw Bob Roll. What am I making? I know we had extra stuff. Oh, I guess we do need the Savory Deluxe Bulb Roll. How much is this going to give me? 22 to 44, and this gives me 45. You know what? Sure. Did you watch the BitCraft stream? I have not watched the BitCraft stream. I forgot it was this morning, to be honest. I ended up getting up and watching the Ashes of Creation drama, and I made myself a pot of tea. I almost put the title as I'm a Little Teapot because of how much like drama I was watching this morning, but I have not. It's still ongoing, yeah? I was gonna say, I think it's still ongoing. Hopefully we get the recipe. Come on, fingers crossed. Hopefully we get recipe. Come on, recipe, because it's one that I still need, and it's one that I use. Flame, no recipe. Oh well. Well, that's... Can I get it from here? Savory deluxe ball rolls. I can get it from here as well. Oh, that's only 2? Okay, craftable. There we go. I need all of these, apparently. These are the only 2 that I care about. Those are the only 2 I care about. So hopefully we can get one of them. But I did hear from Region Chat that they were talking about potential wipe and roadmap coming up on Wednesday. So there's that. I need to actually get back into Warframe and grind the battle pass. I did. Okay, so I was grinding credits. I got shoot, I can't Volbong, VUALBAN, Volbon. I ended up getting all of his stuff, and so today that should be done. Ember should be done today, actually, too. I really wanted to play today, and I was like, no, I promised I'd play BitCraft. Because Ember Prime is done today. Volbon is done today. Well, no, actually, I'm getting all of his, like, components together, and then I have his blueprint. I bought his blueprint for credits, and so then once that's done, I can actually, like, ooh, what is this? What is this? Oh, yeah. Yep. These are really cool. These are the rarities. Oh no, this is... I was gonna say, I think I've seen this. I think I saw it in Region 9. Okay, common to mythic. That's what it is. Yeah. It's the common to mythic. Wait. Huh? Common, uncommon. Oh, yeah. Yep. I was gonna say, this doesn't look right to me because I'm like reading it weirdly. Okay. But yes. Savory deluxe, no. Mushroom, no. Dirty night vegetables, no. How dare it. Ow. I forgot that was a clip that I wanted to post, and I have to find it. And I don't think I'm gonna have the ability to find it, but I cracked my elbow by pointing at one point. I don't know if you heard that one, but that one was really loud. I seemed to crack my elbow a lot. Shoot. But yeah, I've been doing I did a lot of grinding last night, and I'm just kind of setting up for like progressing my account forward. And then we got to see about getting into a clan. I did work on the battle pass a little bit. I think I have weekly stuff left. I did all of my daily stuff. I worked on a little bit of syndicate stuff. Most of what I'm doing now is just like trying to make sure that I have stuff set up for grinding, so I messed this up. Okay, so ovens actually need to be elsewhere. And I completely spaced on this. Because that's a production, or that's a producer. But I have to find a place to put more of them. So I completely spaced on that because I could be crafting a bunch more of those. So ovens, I need to find a place for ovens. So this is going to be tanning. Why is it this direction? It's like this way, and it shouldn't be this way. It should be this way. Why? Why did I do it that way? Well, we have to finish this anyhow, and then I can move it. Why did I do it that way? I don't know. I really don't know. Huh. So I need to pull up gaming BitCraft to-do list. We need to organize the warehouse, finish tanning tub. What else was there? Finish tanning tub. Ah! I'm running away. Swim. Ooh, do I have those? 4 and 5. I don't know that I do have those. Traveler's tasks. I have 4. I do not have 5. Welp. These are really good money. I should pay more attention to those. This, wow. Jackalfur? 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 That's a lot of Jackalfur. Okay then. Oh, there's so much in BitCraft. I need to... I think I'm going to consolidate. Oh, we did lose our towers. By the way. So... it is now... Ithaca's. That was the agreement. That they could have these towers down here for us getting the towers up there. So we are no longer at all pretty much in region 3 minus having our island. But the thing with that is I'm wondering at this point, I guess depending on when this whole wipe thing is happening, what I'm going to be doing with that, because we have like 8 days left of Alcatraz and we need to go put supplies in this, but I'm not sure, so we might let it expire depending. This has 14 days and then I can't see, unfortunately, the other one. Ooh, why are these not updating to reflect? This is weird. So these should have more time on them, but I guess it doesn't really matter. Yeah. I guess it doesn't really matter. Okay. So we have organized warehouse, finished tanning bed. What else did we have on the docket? We need to finish the tiling. That's one we also have to do. Anything new in the last 24 hours about Ashes? Other than it's like dead? I watched a video this morning from Pirate Software who was explaining it. And so as far as I know, nothing new has come out. As far as I know. But I really doubt that there is going to be any sort of like refund that happens. I have not spent a dime on Ashes. I'm kind of glad, but at the same time I feel bad for people who spent so much. So yeah. Now, if it's like the normal like $200-300 to get into betas and stuff like that, it's more so the people that spent like the 10,000s, the like between 2 to like 10,000 at that point. Anything over like $500, and I'm like, you should probably get a refund. But as he stated in that video, technically launched. That is true. But yeah, I figured Ashes had been a cash grab for quite some time now. Based on the fact of they had so much money to start with from all these people buying into the betas, and there was very little like update stuff. Like if you are going to create a game nowadays, if something takes longer than like 3 years, then you're kind of like screwed. Even that was saying like BitCraft was like I think 8 years in the making, but we haven't seen anything like public until like the demo, which was like a year ago. So they're still on track. But if something's public and it's not out within like 3 years, then it's that to me feels like a scam. So have a finished product before you start. Not even a finished product, but have like a product in general. And Ashes was not a product in any means. Yay, tea. It already looks much better. Early access is terrible, yeah. It actually looks like tea. The only downside is I think I got a lot of leaves. This is a loose leaf tea. One sec. Oops. There was a lot of leaves. Oh well. Early access is very detrimental. People can just post anything that they want and call it early access at this point. And companies don't have to pay testers anymore. They can just be like, oh, we're going to make money for you to test our game. Okay. Yeah, the quality control of games is non-existent anymore. It's funny because also like talking about New World going away, Ashes of Creation going away. I'm kind of like a little bit like what's gonna happen in general with like the MMO industry. There's been like no new MMOs that have managed to like survive. Okay, so I watched like a tiny bit of Tell playing Project Gorgon, I think it was called. And it's supposed to be like EverQuest, I think. Is that what? They're boasting Project Gorgon. Yeah, it's supposed to be like EverQuest-y. Like original EverQuest. I just I can't. I did try and play EverQuest with Cow at one point, and I just couldn't get into it the same way like I could other MMOs. Like I didn't want to continue to play it. I'd only play it I would pretty much only play it if he was like playing it and it's handheld. But yeah. It's especially with like Pantheon, now Project Gorgon. People are like, "Oh, I'm going to make these like super old school MMOs." Hello, raid incoming. What? Get ready for a surprise. Raid. I need my shield wall emote. Gosh darn it. It's fine. I have like 2 weeks until I get my shield wall. So I have a little emberKat that has like a shield.
Who broke it?
I did. Yep. Totally me.
I'm not mad. I just want to know.
Definitely me.
I did.
Definitely me. And there it is. Hello. Welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. How was the dev stream? Bench, thank you very much for that raid. Welcome in, BitCraft Online. Hello, everyone. Shield wall. Tiny little shield. Tiny little shield. Hello. Hi. I'm seeing so many familiar faces. Arch, Sarada. We have Hero. Lonnie, hello. How are you? And Remy. Good to see you. Was the unofficial podcast this past weekend? It is not. The unofficial vodcast actually is going to be... Hi, Tony. Thank you very much for the 4 months. That is going to be... We had the date the 13th. Friday the 13th is going to be Bitcast. Gravy, hello. Guild Wars 2 Norn hairstyle. My dreadlocks. Yep. I always feel like, what's her face from Horizon? Aloy? Is that what her name is? So hi, welcome in. Most people probably know who I am by now, but, Nova, hi Nova. I like to dance, and I dance. So thank you for being awesome. If you're in Region 3, thank you very much. And if you're not in Region 3, well, you're still awesome. Considering I'm now in Region 9, I need to update that. But welcome to my humble abode in Region 9. It's still a huge work in progress. We are 9-9. Hi, Jeezer. Hello. Look at this blasphemy. What blasphemy? At least I'm not making buckets. Do you see this? It's tier 5. Tier 5. I'm actually doing this, but it should be this. But I joined the best region. It's true. I did move to Region 9. It is going very well. We were actually discussing the future of video games right before Raid showed up. We were talking about Ashes of Creation going down. We were talking about New World going down. Now with like Project Gorgon coming out. Apparently, what was going on with the dev stream? Fill me in. I was unable to see today. I was sipping my tea as I have my teapot. New World wipe on Wednesday. He spoiled the patch notes for Thursday. I swear people bought it like 2 weeks ago. It's true. Ashes, I think just recently went on Steam. It's a hype train. Thank you very much. Also, what is this? Dragon? Or Dragon? Thank you very much for that follow and welcome in. Hopefully my tea is okay. Still no giant statues? I still can't taste the cherry blossom. I have cherry blossom tea apparently. Is it actually tea? Yeah, it's actually tea. It is actual tea. See, you can see tea in my teapot. Yeah, I don't really taste any of the cherry blossom unless it's just like a very, very, very subtle thing. Big three, BitCraft, old school RuneScape, and RuneScape. As far as new MMs go, they're all going to be fighting for the small piece because there's nothing that'll take down the big three. Yeah, as much as I want RuneScape 3 to be part of that, it's more like Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, 14, World of Warcraft, Guild Wars 2. Yeah. Yep. But a lot more indie companies are coming out of the woodwork to make stuff and are doing a good job at it. So all it takes is people giving stuff a try. And speaking of giving stuff a try, if you haven't tried BitCraft Online, you should definitely do that. 14 is my fave MMO all times. I like 14. 14 I like a lot. The only problem is I did not like the end game. It was very repetitive, but yes, something about Wednesday and wipe and roadmap, and I'm very interested. I am very, very interested, considering that it's on Wednesday. It is on Wednesday. So is there going to be another dev stream on Wednesday, or is it just going to be patch notes? Artwork shown off for the tool models. Hi, Voxel. Welcome in. And yes, I saw that. That was really awesome. It was for the rarities. I'm kind of upset with Ashes. I bought it when it became early access on Steam and got it for like 40, but man, yeah. He said he might stream it. Ooh. That would be nice. That would be really nice. 'Tis a stream. More BitCraft streams. One of us. One of us. One of us. That's how that works, right? We were actually just, hopefully you can get your money back. So one of the things, if you did get into Ashes of Creation and with the recent announcements, submit a ticket into Steam and explain what's happening. And if enough people do it, then they tend to give money back. I saw it with Star Citizen as well, and or not Star Citizen, No Man's Sky, and a couple other ones. So try and just be like, here's evidence. So is this awesome? We are now completely confirmed. Bitcast, February 13th. Friday the 13th. Such an auspicious day. But we were talking actually earlier about if there is a wipe, and depending on the time frame, what we might end up doing. Because I have 4 towns at this point, and I only want to work on one, which is this one, which is my new one. And so we have, depending on what the information is, will depend on what I do moving forward. So yeah, we might just end up trying to get as much done as we possibly can with like organizing stuff. That way we know how we want it laid out later. But I guess we'll have to see. We're going to be in limbo for a bit. Tattoo day? Are you getting a tattoo on that day? If so, what kind and where? If you don't mind if you don't mind me asking or saying, you don't obviously have to say if you do not want to. Yep, still just tastes like warm water. I like tea if it actually has flavor. This doesn't really have that much of a flavor. Unless cherry blossom literally has no flavor. But why Region 9? Anyone else good in Region 9? Oh, well, there is this fellow that runs like amazing events weekly pretty much. I forget his name though. Shoot. What was his name again? Joni, that's what it is. Joni. Yeah, yeah. It was in Taco Tuesday. Yeah, there you go. Friday the 13th, many tattoo shops have cheap tattoo deals. Oh, really? Yeah, see? Yep. Praise Jampa. Yep, praise Jampa. So, yeah, no, if you aren't already following Tony, I highly suggest going and checking out Tony. They do weekly fishing things, fishing fleets, fishing things. It's things. Slayer Sundays. They're doing events more often now too. For like, they just did the Pine Maze, which was a lot of fun. I still have like all these videos I need to like actually edit, but yeah, if you haven't already, go check out Tony. Amazing. Another BitCraft partner as well. We have some really familiar faces in chat. Really awesome. So yeah, no, Region 9 is by far, I would say, the friendliest region I have stepped foot into in BitCraft, and highly suggest that if you are interested in playing BitCraft or moving or just kind of like hanging out with people, come up to Region 9 every once in a while and see what's going on. I don't think our population is all that big. A lot of people are saying that Region 8 now was a little bit bigger, or Region like 4. I don't remember, but someone was taken off like more than Region 5. Region 5 is still popular. I think Region 5 in general has, there are regions outside of 9. Yeah, no, it's just all of 9. But Region 5 has its own things going on with it. It's very crowded. So if you like economy and you like seeing people, Region 5 is great. Region 5 finished all their goals, so it's quiet now. Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. But still, there is definitely, if you want to move, if you want to branch out. But if we hear about this wipe, on launch, so far, tentative plan is that all of your favorite streamers, myself, Tony, Shock, possibly a couple others, probably from the partner program, are all going to go into one region. It won't be the streamer region. It will not be Region 5, but it will be more of like, hey, we can do events together. And so hopefully we can do that. I moved up to Tony's region. Shock is still in Region 1. I pretty much gave up completely on Region 3. Completely. So, yeah. What we're currently working on right now is getting timber right now. I think do we has the nails? I think we might. We do. I think that's the correct one at least. So we're working on timber to get the tanning bed up and running. The tanning bed. I guess it's technically, I think tanning bed, I think is sunbathing, but, or sun tanning. There you go. You haven't moved out of the starter region yet. Hey, stay there is, I mean, it's a good place to be. The starter region. The only thing I have to say is once you get past level 20, you're going to want to branch. You are going to want to branch out because the benches in the starting areas only go up to level 20. So, oh, I need 4. Oof. Okay. So we're going to be sitting here gathering this for quite some time. That's fine. Hopefully we have enough. So something that is funny about where I'm at right now, what I'm doing right now, is that in Region 9, there is no swamp. And so, because there is no swamp, there is no tier 5 wood. Unless we travel all the way down here, which actually isn't that bad. I think it took me maybe like an hour. You drained the swamp? No. Are there like no trees there anymore? I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. I would not be surprised if that's the case. Maybe in a couple days I'll put a formal request to Immigration Office of Region 9 to migrate to the so-called awesome region. Yeah, let's get you on the fast track on that and like see if we can get your like stamped papers please scenario. Stand there and be like, "Are you actually Nova?" Okay, I think so. You have to learn the history of Region 9. You have to watch Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Let's see, what is required to move to Region 9? You have to praise Jamba. What else? What are the other requirements? You have to like fishing at least a little bit. They asked us and we're like, nah, we don't need you and your swamps. We don't need a swamp. Actually, Voxel has threatened us multiple times, saying that no matter where we moved to, there would be no swamp. And I for one, accept this challenge. I'd take desert 10 times above a swamp. Why? What's is it? Yep, I say bring it on. We can do it. It adds a little of excitement into our lives, right? That's what happens. But yeah, I have yet to be to a desert. I also don't have my heart upgrade. I should probably do my heart upgrade. Desert resources. I'm in a desert right now, actually. Yeah, I've never been to one. I need to either stock up on tea. That's funny. I need to stock up on tea or I have to do my heart upgrade. Still. I'm very disappointed. So much for artisan tea. It is not very artsy. It's just warm water. Sorry. Well, I won't be buying that again. Even though I didn't actually buy it. I got this for Christmas, which was really nice. So, at some point, I will have to find, like, tea that I like. I like fruit teas a lot. So, chat, tell me. If you are a tea drinker, what is your favorite tea? And what tea has the most flavor? Because I like flavor. I like powerful flavors. And so like fruit teas, like a peach tea, stuff like that. I guess if it's like a green tea or a black tea, like it's a very distinct taste as well. Black teas. What type is probably like I need to go probably online and look and see if I can buy like tea. Because the teapot I have does have like a mesh thing so that I can seep tea like loose leaf. So I hate tea with a passion, but I love mountain tea, especially when I can bring it fresh from Macedonia when we go to see family, and mullein tea, but I only drink it with lemon and honey. Mountain tea. I have not heard of said mountain tea. I love tea, but I like more cold. Oh, like iced tea. I used to make iced tea, and I forget how at this point. I can't remember how I made iced tea. You're a huge coffee person? Oh, I wish I could have coffee. I can have 80 milligrams of caffeine a day-ish. And this actually, so after I'm done with this tea, I have to be like no more caffeine for like the day. Because I think this pot is, actually no, I can have like maybe like a can of soda or two. But this tea is like 30 milligrams, I think, of caffeine. So it's a lot of caffeine in a tea. Lapsang Suchong. Ooh, what is this? Why won't it let me copy? Please copy. I have to look this one up. Black tea consisting of chamomile leaves that are smoke dried over pine. Ooh. Ooh. This sounds delicious. Yeah, that sounds really good. I'm gonna have to save this. Hi, Mom. How are you? What is the tea you're drinking that you don't like? It's not that I don't like it. It's just, it's supposedly a cherry blossom tea. Cherry blossom green tea. But I don't taste anything but warm water. I usually drink it black with 2 sugars. Sometimes I will have a double espresso with some. So when I drink coffee, I went from like one end of the spectrum to the other. Originally, it was I liked like really sweet coffee. And then as I got older, I just wanted like pure black coffee. No sugar, no cream. Just like bitter, just pure black coffee. Sometimes I'll do like a sugar or two, but like for the most part, I like the bitterness, which is probably why I also like black teas and like green teas, because there's a little bit of a bitterness there. No sugar part, but I'm also progressing. I like a little coffee with my milk. Get one of those like fancy iced coffees. Fancy iced coffee. But yeah. No, I'm very interested to see what the new update has for BitCraft. Because if there is going to be like a wipe very soon, I'm like, the possibilities. The possibilities. I still want to do the Adventurers Guild. And so if I can actually do the Adventurers Guild from like rock bottom, I think that would be really good. Because one of the things I want to do with the Adventurers Guild is kind of set up job postings to be like, hey, we need like 10,000, like making it a place where people can actually like reliably make money. Murray, hello, how are you? Or Maori, dope stream. Why, thank you. How are you? Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Oh no, we have ads. Oh no, I'm sorry. But yeah, I'm very interested to make like, I think there is like a program out there that I've seen people use to like set up towns, and it has the hex diagram. And I think I might try and do that ahead of time and like actually set up, because one of the things I want it to be like, is it BitPlanner? I've never used it before, so I'm like not sure. Is it BitPlanner? Because if it is, like, I want to set up an entire like town. BitCraft Planner, is that what it is? No. Maybe? Settlement inventory? No. Do you have a... link for it, perhaps. Or is this something that I have to download? Yes! Yes. Perfect. Yeah, this is exactly what I'm looking for. Thank you. But yeah, I want to set up like hex layout thing. Yeah. Hi Floof. How are you? So it is bitcraftsync.app /planner /index.html. So bitcraftsync.app. But I want to make it like kind of anime town-esque. So like have I'm really obsessed with having like the cache here and then having all the tables around here. But if I could make a legit like town, that would be great. Cherry blossom forest biome. What? Yes. Yes, I want. I do want cherry blossoms. I still want to get into a autumn forest with a wisteria tree and like make everything around that. But doing like an anime medievally type isekai themed town, I think would be really cool. And then we could have like the NPCs like actually be like in different places. But we'll have to see. I'll have to do that as like a starter thing because I already have, like I said, I have 4 settlements. And so I would want one settlement that I focused on and then not move. Or if I did move, I would scrap everything from that settlement. Which once we hit tier 6 for this place, I can bring all the stuff from Ember Isle up. I think there's actually a couple things that we might be able to bring up already. I like the idea of putting the colors of what stuff is underneath. That way it's at a glance. You can see, oh, this is tier 2. This is tier 4, tier 5. So I might continue with this in the future. I need to actually... I just don't know what color I want. I like the idea of having the grass, but I don't at the same time. So many options. Indecisive cat is indecisive. Color coding is very organized. Hello. Is Heretic Zero. Nice. I love the name. Elder Scrolls Online. Ooh. I like seeing people's icons. I still have mine as TwitchCon 17. And I'm like, I don't know if I ever want to get rid of it because it's kind of like a staple at this point. I do have a lot of different ones. I have the new what was it called? Like the recap ones. I have those. I have some of the ones from different games. I have the ugly sweater one. I just don't know, like, or I could just have none. I also have turbo, and I think I might rock that for a little bit. I usually just lurk. Well, enjoy your lurking, and thank you very much for well, I was gonna say not lurking. I was trying to find lack of a better term. Thank you for not lurking. Yeah, no, I'm thinking about doing this in the future, is having it with the different tile colors. So over here, each one of these each one of the smelters has the color base. And so I think moving forward, I'm going to definitely have some sort of color indicator, because I have you on right now, and it'll show you like what you have complete or what you have inactive, but it doesn't show you the name of the buildings anymore unless I go in here and I click here and hit apply, and then I can see. But even then, sometimes I forget like what is exquisite, what is peerless, what is simple. And so I'm very visual oriented, and so having it by color I think is going to be the best way to do it. So if people want to take that idea, feel free to take that idea. I like as organized as possible. I love one YouTube video that I watched where the person went to an island far from everyone else in BitCraft and made a path through the cliff. It was just fun watching them struggle to get their resources out there as a low level. Yes! Shoot, what was the name of the person? It was a really, really, really good video too. It's... is it region 8? Is it up here? Or is it region 7? It was close to Salt. Yeah, I forget. It might have been like... Yeah, I watched the video too. It was really cool. They had like carved into the mountain, and their whole project was based on construction. I have done that in my settlement, especially after adding so many passives. Makes it easier for me. Oh yeah, the color code. The other thing I also want to play around with at some point is actually, speaking of terraforming, is seeing about doing elevations, playing with elevation stuff. Because for the most part, everything is flat. And if you go to Dark Tide has different elevation levels. And it makes it... I don't want to say it makes it cluttered, but it makes it different. It's not just flat all the way around. It's actually like... It gives it life, yeah. It doesn't feel as like cookie cutter to me. But I like very open stuff. Like I want to be able to run from one side of my town to the other side without obstructions. So it's kind of difficult for me that way. Split stack. There we go. So that's what I'm looking for. Aesthetically, it looks amazing. So at some point, they do it with large platforms. I have not been there yet. I've not been to Cal. So you got space, but also big pillar-shaped walls. Yeah, because I'd be interested to do like a tier system. So like having my smelters, but maybe having everything like in like a bowl type, like a valley where you have like the crafting, but I don't know. And then having, if we have like housing, I don't know. I'm so torn because I'm function over form. I like form, but if I'm running around, I want stuff to be very accessible. And so like the fact that I use my house as like a warehouse, I need it to be very close to where everything is. So this is very condensed, very condensed. My region 3 play is a lot more expanded. So I need to find like a mix between the two. Warehouses soon. Ooh. The other thing I kind of hope for Also, not just warehouses, but bank upgrades so that I don't have to put all of my stuff in my house. So if I do want to keep stuff, like personal stuff, then I actually have like bank space to do it. But then you can also, if you have a warehouse, then you can use that for the settlement, and then your house is still your own personal storage. But I think one of the things that Knife, hello. I am having a good day. Thank you for asking. Or saying, or hoping. Words are hard. One of the things, I'm actually going to jump over here for a sec. One thing I would like with the town bank is having tabs that is like tier 1, tier 2. Ah! Nose. One sec. Oh, explodey faces, explodey. Sorry about that. Okay, we're good. We are not a mess. What I was gonna say is having tabs here that would be like tier 1, and your tier 1 material would go to tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and like have the tabs to like tier 10. And then you could have like a miscellaneous tab, or if people wanted to filter it themselves, so you'd have like 10 tabs, and if someone wanted to do it tier 1 through tier 10, they could. Or if they wanted to do like their own miscellaneous ones, where it could be like food objects, slayer objects, like just stuff that they could actually like put in there and have it organized versus like sort and it's all here. Plus the fact that the town bank is smaller than a personal cache, when I think town banks should be the opposite. But I can understand like these you can pull from the tables. So it's very interesting the way that they've done their inventory management, where there is ways to get around it, like the housing and going to different locations to do bank stuff. So there is a management game that you have to do, and then there isn't at the exact same time. So there is and there isn't. For group members for carts, mounts, boats was mentioned. More perms in the works. Yes, that is. I think that has to come with. They're talking the party system, so possibly a party system with that implemented, because like the carts, people have been asking to be able to put stuff in their friends' deployables for a long time now. Elle, hi Ella, how are you? The tentacle. I can do the thing. I can do the thing. I forgot that I can do the thing. Twitch. Where is Remy? Where's Remy? Yes, but I have to find you on... Actually, can I do it this way? No. Shoot. I can't, I have to, meh. Boop. Yay! Okay. I got my emotes back. I really wanted my emotes. And I forgot it was after the 30th. Yay! I got my emotes back. Okay. Sorry. Snow this weekend. Oh, geez. Yes. I think the devs there's quite a few possible changes when they were currently brainstorming about storage. Yeah, there's been a lot of brainstorms. It is kind of hard to keep up with everything all at once. To remember what was being said. And it's even harder when you're like a BitCraft partner because some of the stuff is like NDA and I'm like, but was this said in the Discord? Was this said on the live stream? Was this said this way? And so like having to try and like remember because there's so much, like it's everywhere. There's so much information from all sorts of people in so many different directions that I'm like, yeah. Yep. We were supposed to have rain. We were supposed to have rain and we didn't have rain. And I was very sad. Oh, I am very sad we didn't have rain. It was supposed to rain for like a few days actually. And then it was cloudy. It was nice and cloudy. And then it got cold, but no rain. But yeah. Excited. Things are happening. Things, I say. Things are happening. So. For those that know more than I do at this point. What is your favorite thing that you're looking forward to? From stuff that you might have heard or things that were kind of hinted at the dev streams, like for condensed, feel free to check out Saltspire in Region 6. The tool skins? Tool skins? What about tool skins? That sounds really cool. For the rarity? Oh, I was gonna say I'm interested to see if they ever actually do like the costume stuff, but like yeah. Tool skins. Oh, bows. I didn't see these. That's snazzy. That's a new one. Yes, I will have to check out Saltspire. Region 6 is actually a pretty... was it the ones with the axes, the pickaxes? Or not pickaxes, the forestry axes? But yeah, feel free. You can send links here as well. For the dog, and he's not happy about it. The tool skins for the rarities. They kept any news about Bluetooth jackals on lockdown? I hear Bluetooth jackals and I'm like, I think of like jackals wearing like the little Bluetooth earbuds. And like business jackals. And like business suits running around talking to each other with their own little like Bluetooth headsets on. It's weird, really weird. The coconut hat. Yeah, I saw someone say about coconut hat. Oh, all good. Yeah, if you want to send them, you can. That works. Asked everyone if we would like Empire Systems to be part of the core gameplay instead of using Hexite shards, and everyone said yes. Ooh, okay. I saw a box of toolkits for sale at the pharmacy. Welp. They're all posted in the screenshots of Region 9 too. Yeah. I saw that was originally where I saw it. Not everyone, but the majority did. Oh, for the Empire system? I just want a clan system. Nova! Hi, Nova. Thank you very, very, very much for the tier 1. With the biscuits. You can make biscuits now. The bongos. Bop, 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 bop. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's been pretty crazy with getting emotes done. I need to get a few more going. 2 weeks. I have 2 weeks until my artist gets back. And so I will get some more emotes going. There's a few that I want to get rid of. So we don't really use blush that often. The confused one, sort of. I think we can keep with the animated one and get rid of the non-animated one. I'm trying to think what else. Ooh, I overfilled. I overfilled my tea. Mad we don't usually use that often, and happy don't use that often. So I think what I might do... Yes. Perfect. Thank you. Oh, wow. Oh, that's a lot. That is a lot. The quills look so cool. And the fishing rods. So it's common, uncommon. What is it? Rare is tier 4? So rare, what is 3? What is the green? Are they designed the rarity, and then they got... Rare is tier 3? Oh, yeah. Rare is tier 3. But I'm looking at it, like, at the color scheme, and I'm like... I thought rare is blue. But it says green, and then purple, and then yellow? I'm a little confused. Because so epic, I figured would be... It was like 1,000 art assets, so every tier rarity combo gets a design. Oh, I see. Okay. I see. With the rarity and parents. That makes more sense now. My brain is not as confused as it once was. Which is still confused. I like the alien dance. It only shows up on my multi-chat, but not my Twitch chat, because I don't have 7TV implemented on my Twitch chat. Kind of bummed on Machete. Why? Oh, yeah, I guess so. Legendary Mythic. So the design itself is what it is. And then it changed, like the color changes based on the tier. Now I got it. So if it was black and white and showed the designs, then I wouldn't be as confused. I got it now. Hello, Zipper. Thank you very much for that follow and welcome in. Welcome, welcome. So this stuff like this is what we'll probably be showcasing for BitCast coming up. And then, of course, with Wednesday happening, then we will be going through and talking about that. Yeah, we have a lot of stuff, actually, for BitCast that we will discuss. Normally, we have it as 2 hours, but we might end up having to do a normal, like, 2.5 hour. Because we like talking about stuff. And especially if we're only doing it once a month, having the 2 hours, we'll have to see. We don't really do settlement showcases much anymore, especially with how much content we have to go over. The housing wallpapers, yes, I saw those with the tier or the floor too. A lot of good stuff. A lot of really, really, really good stuff. Now, can we sit in chairs? Are we going to be able to sit in chairs? I think is the big question. And floor. Yeah, the flooring. So I'm curious to see like what direction like the housing stuff goes in. If they're starting to try and make it more more hyper aesthetic, or if they're going to start kind of because we have the furniture sets, but I guess like what I'm saying is like, will we be able to dye things? Will we be able to change the color of things? Will we be able to actually organize stuff in a way that like maybe we can clip things to make it look different? An extensive housing decoration or design, I think will be interested. It will be very interesting. I hope we don't have a housing crisis in game like we do here in Canada. You mean everywhere? You mean everywhere, right? The fact that everyone can have their own house, I think, is a big deal. More so like when you look at stuff like Final Fantasy 14, where that is a housing scarcity. People want houses, but can't get them. Yeah. It was funny. We were talking about that the other day. Because Cal and I used to play 14. And he was like, you know, if I would have actually won a big house, I probably would have stayed. And I was like, yeah. It would have given us actually something to do. I did run venues in 14. I ran with a friend of mine a cafe. And it was really fun. It was really awesome. We actually made a good amount of money doing that. And it wasn't just for the money. It was actually for the roleplay. And so I'm like looking forward to bringing that into BitCraft. I think housing will not be an issue. No. Even if it's only like per settlement or something like that. I don't think housing is a problem. I did bring up, I brought my alt's house up so that I can actually start transferring the warehouse. I want to get a tent or something because having both characters in the same house is a little frustrating. It'll make apartment buildings for everyone. I'm gonna monopolize off of it. I mean, you can make the giant houses and be like, come live in my my complex. Come live in my complex. My 14 apartment was my personal tailor shop. I had a changing room and everything set up. Oh. I like people that have the like green screen walls and like photo shoot booths. So like that's a huge thing with 14 is like taking photos. And there was a house that I saw that actually had like themed rooms that you could have your character in and take photos. And I was like, okay, they know what they're doing. I want to start an association of taverns all over the region map when we get some tools to do so. Could as well add coffee house, I guess. The taverns. Yeah, my goal ultimately is going to be making the Adventurers Guild system. So, yeah, if you're interested in doing taverns, we can work out something. Because I'm definitely gonna need help like running. One sec. Sorry, cracking my neck. And I know a lot of people don't necessarily want to hear that. But I'm definitely gonna need a lot of help like running it in different places if people are interested in that, because I want to be able to have like a central location that is like the main Adventurers Guild, and that's going to be what I like end up running. Get Tony's task force to build roads between dungeons. I mean, there's that. I think there's a lot of opportunities. I want to make actual like IDs for people as well. I just have this entire system in my head and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna have to manually do it at this point. At this point. Because if I tried to like actually find people to code stuff, which would be great, but that's like, I'd have to actually find people to code stuff. So yeah, I think at this point, doing it manually might not actually be a problem, because with BitJita being a thing and like you can see experience for everyone, as long as that still stays a thing, then like we're good. And then as people like, hey, I ranked up, they can come to me and be like, hey, I ranked up, and I can just be like, okay, cool. I'd be an E-rank adventurer for a while, please. So I would be doing it based on every 300. I have it written down somewhere. I think it might be in the Discord. Rankings. No. Rank info. Yeah, it was every 300. And so tier 1, tier 2 is 300, tier 3, tier 4 is 600. Hello. Aw, Nova. Thank you very much for gifting the sub to Vane. Hello. Vane, enjoy your emotes and your ad-free. Phil, hello, how are you? I don't play this game, so no ranking for me. I mean, you could still get ranks. And indeed, someone did say potions. Faye, how are you? Can't wait to become a quest giver. See? Exactly. I want to, like, that's the thing. I, like, now I can't wait for a wipe to happen. Can it happen tomorrow, please? Can the wipe happen already? Doing very well. Doing very well. It is, I was extremely tired earlier. It was like a Monday. But I also didn't like sleep very well, and then now I have tea and a great conversation with community, and no, it's been very good. How are you? I like long time no heard from, technically. What you up to? What game are you playing? Seeing that you said you're not playing BitCraft. What have you been up to? But yeah, I'm gonna actually like do a breakdown. So the other thing I was thinking of, it's been busy. Yeah. The other thing I was thinking of is because we have Dice and Dangers, is I could do like Dice and Dangers as like quests for people, and then they can get actual like rewards in the game. So if I turn Dice and Dangers into something BitCraft related, then yeah, I think that would be like really cool. I think that would be really cool. I can price everything and no one can afford it yet. There is that. There is definitely that. You've been doing some Division 2. Oh, did you hear? Was it? There's like a new Division coming out too. It's not about the money, but the adventure and social aspect. Yep. Well, so I'm gonna ask people for their firstborn child or seeds. Oh, shoot. I need to work on that. That's something that we can work on today. Actually. I was going to give Faye tier 6 seeds. And I needed to get more tier 5 fertilizer. So, tier 5 fertilizer. We has not that much bait. We have a lot of ocean, tier 5 ocean bait. Wait, I technically need tier 6. Cause it's, how do I want to do this? No, I guess it would be tier 5. You're gonna be out for the next few days. That works out perfectly for me. Okay. What if we do it this way? One thing I do hope that comes into the game at some point, when we look at the compendium here, and it says like obtain and stuff like that, or like where, I hope it tells you what biome it's in, instead of having to go to another website to find what biome it's in. Okay. So it says it's supposed to be up in the Stone Gardens. That was also another thing I wanted to do in this area, was clean up this path so it's not so like back and forth, and it's just like a straight shot. Adds more to the compendium or map so I don't have to toggle in and out as much. Yeah, having a lot of like the online resources inside the game, I think is going to be very, very helpful. Also, my train line finally got swapped over to the new one with new stations. Are you talking like IRL train? Because that's pretty cool. Do you have to learn all new stuff? I thought there was... Interesting. We has leather on? Leather's not terrible. Leather is not... Okay, that is IRL. You get to go on adventures. Learn new, new train routes. Okay. It is a thing now. Woohoo! So that was one of the things that was fixed. Was that you can actually headshot things now. One of the stops is closer to my work, so I'll probably get to work quicker. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Boo boo. So I did see that it is a good thing. Nice. The the preview branch is now on live. So at some point I'm gonna have to go look at those patch notes. And see what was implemented. I don't need to catch a train and then a tram. Ah, there you go. Save you some time and hassle. We don't need the jackal fur. We do need the chitin though. And then wait until there is a pet for every single node in this game. It's gonna happen. The only downside with drinking strong tea, it doesn't flavor-wise taste strong, but I can tell that it is a little bit stronger. Is my stomach is like, because it's like empty, and so it's hitting my stomach pretty hard. I'll have to get something to eat super quick in a little bit. We made, oh my gosh. Well, actually, Cow made salmon, spinach, sun-dried tomatoes, like Alfredo pasta. And I swear it tasted exactly like you would get at like a restaurant. It took like an hour and a half to make, he said, though. But it was like really fancy. It tasted amazing. Also, speaking of, I don't know if he's actually home. Nope, not yet. He was supposed to go grocery shopping. And so once he gets home with groceries, I usually put them away so that he can go back to work. Oh, speaking of, I don't know if... Did I don't think I sent my grocery list. Nope. Well then... Go eat. I will grab it as soon as I do this fish node. Because I think this is... I'll be right back. My blankets got stuck. I'm very particular with how my blanket sits, and it got stuck. And I was like, well, that is not how I like it. Are we gonna have the drone all up in our business? I don't think so. But I did get my food. I got a plastic fork. Come on. So yeah. Look how delicious that looks. Spinach, sun-dried tomatoes, salmon, pasta. Yes. There's something amusing about eating fish while fishing. It's kind of nice. Well, it definitely smells like fish. So it's, I guess it's immersive in like that sense. From pond to plate doesn't get any fresher. No, I get that. I guess that's true. Unless you're a bear, then it's just pond to mouth. Or Gollum from Lord of the Rings. We got company. Hi, buddy. Okie dokie. I think I just put my food away. So, I figured I was like, okay, if I'm done eating, I should just put it away because if not, I'm just gonna let it sit on my desk for 4 hours because that's usually what happens. So, oh, I have to boop. Boop. There we go. So, I was like, you know, if there's any other food, maybe I would let it sit on my desk and see if I could pick at it. But it's fish. I'm like, I don't think I want to have fish just sitting on my desk. So, it's kind of like working in an office and then having that person who has like the fish or tuna sandwich and you're like, ugh, I smell it. So, I didn't want to be that person, even though it's just me. But Come on, tea. I'm trying to pour myself some more tea. And it's not cooperating. I have to, like, use this because the spigot on the top just runs down the side of the teapot. Which sucks. Like, aren't teapots supposed to, like, literally have a spout that you don't have to worry about? Yes. I know, like, and then it leaks. Must be some American thing. My teapot isn't up to snuff. Incontinent. Yeah, I have a lot of leaves. Now that definitely sounds like cow. So that means I will have to go do groceries. Groceries shouldn't take very long. It usually takes like 10 minutes at most. We try and do it pretty quickly. I also have ads starting. So what I will do is I should be able to finish this node. I had the stream paused this whole time. I thought you were AFK. Oh no. Uh-oh. I'm sorry, Voxel. Well, I will be AFK very shortly. Because I do have to go put groceries away. But as soon as I'm done with groceries. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm gonna finish this node, go put groceries away, and then we will be back, and hopefully we can get a catfish. Hopefully we can get a catfish. It'd be the first one ever. It'd be my first catfish. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Okay. And done. Okay. As much as I want to go after that next one, it's right there. It's so close. I don't want to get eaten by stuff. Because night is falling. Okay. Is that actually a shipment? Wow. Alright. That's really close. We are super close to ocean, apparently. So, I'm going to be right back. We can sit and stare at the ocean together. And I'm gonna go very quickly put away groceries, and I'll be right back. Okay, how long was that? About 10 minutes. So, it takes about 10 minutes to unload groceries. It's not terrible. Not terrible. Okay. How was everyone's ocean adventure? Did people get to enjoy seeing the sunset? Hi, Wonder. How are you? Wonder a fabulant. But yeah, unpacked groceries. I eat like a tiny bit more of stuff. If I'm unpacking groceries and there's like loose stuff, so like we get sometimes grapes, I'll like pick at the grapes while I'm putting stuff away in the fridge. Does anyone else do that? Do you eat while you unload groceries? Or do you like unload groceries then eat? That was a very weird sound. One sec. Oh, okay. Never mind. There was two sounds that happened at the same time, and I was like, oh no, did something happen in the parking lot? But it's construction happening, and then Cow was leaving at the exact same time that the construction was happening, so it sounded like something happened, but it didn't. It was just two sounds correlating. Because I don't know what it is, but as soon as we have like groceries in the house, I suddenly want to eat a lot more. And I don't want to say I didn't ever grow up hungry. In fact, it was actually quite the opposite. My parents had to like force me to eat. So I think it was like later in life when I was like on my own for like the first time. I don't want to say food was scarce, but it was not something that I could like make a luxury. So a lot of times what I ate was like TV dinners, or I would eat like, because I used to work at Denny's as a waitress for several years. And so I'd like eat food at work and then like not eat dinner, essentially. And so I think because I never really had like a full fridge unless I was at my parents' house or at my family's house, I would always be like, oh, now I can like binge eat. And so like Cal takes very, very, very good care of me. He's like the one person in my like adult life who actually like knows how to adult. So he has like a full fridge for me every single week. Takes very good care. If I start crying that I see the bottom of my food bowl, he'll go get me more food. Like, he cleans my litter box. He brings me home like toys to play with constantly. So like, I domesticated house cat, doing pretty well. Literally anything and everything, I get very well taken care of. My needs are fed. It is kind of funny though. There are some times where he'll just clean the house and then I will accidentally make a mess. And I'm like, and he'll just shake his head and be like, typical cat. And I'm like, yes, you cleaned my litter box. Now I gotta go shit in it. Like, anyone who's a cat owner knows that's exactly when the cat literally has to use the bathroom. Right after you cleaned anything. And so, just, it's so funny that that's the case. Like, so much of my natural behavior is very feline. Very feline. It's like, I want attention, but only when I want attention. But it's very funny. So I don't know if anyone else is like that, if it's a similar situation, but anytime there's like food in the house, I'm like, oh, I can just eat everything. And then I'm like, man, I should have rationed this. Because then like the week goes by and I'm like, oh, well, I was out. Also, I have a question. Do you save the best for last or do you eat the best first? Because I'm always very torn about eating certain foods that we get first because I'm like, I'm not going to have that like in a couple of days. Like it's one of those things where I'm like, I don't want to necessarily save the best for last, but at the same time, I'm like, when should I eat this? So what I tend to do, like especially with like ice cream and stuff like that, I eat like a tiny bit of it and then like it spreads out the entire time. I will leave a thing of ice cream in the fridge for like a month and not like remember. So yeah. I'm always curious about that. If people are the same way where it's like you save the best for last or you eat the best thing first or like are you sad when said thing runs out? Yeah. There are times where like I like Madeleines and I don't know if people know what a Madeleine is, but it's like a butter cake type thing. They look like little boats or like petals and they're like big. I think they're French. A lot of times people eat them like dip them in coffee or tea and stuff like that. And so I usually eat those for breakfast. And for a while I would eat it every single day. I'd have like 2 for breakfast every single day. And then for some reason I was like, I guess I like ate too much of it. And I was like, I don't want to touch them. And then now they're the obsession again. And I'm like, I want Madeleines. Oh, I don't want Madeleines. I want Madeleines. I don't want to like, it's, I don't know if it's like, I think it's pretty normal. Like if you eat or you intake something so long that you just get like fed up with it, I guess is the way to say that. Mad Dog, hello. Congrats on the first. But yeah. Wee. That happens to me a lot. And it sucks because I'm like not the one who does the grocery shopping. Like Cal has to like pick and choose some things and be like, are you still eating that? I noticed you didn't touch that. Are you still eating it? And I'm like, not really. So then he'll like change like what he ends up getting me like the next week. And then it just flops back and forth. Like I just eat the same things over and over again. I just switch in what order I eat them. ADHD. Yeah, that's pretty much it. But I'm always curious if that's the same thing for other people, whether they like eat the same thing every single day or if they go through those cycles where they're like, oh, okay, I don't want to eat this. And I really liked oatmeal for like the longest time. And then I didn't want to eat it anymore. And then I ate it constantly. Didn't want to eat it anymore. Ate it constantly. Didn't want to eat it anymore. So it's just very confusing. It's not something I actually ask other people very often. So I'm like, curiosity. Is this the thing? Because there are people out there that do like weekly like menus and it's the same thing each week. And I'm like, I guess if I really like something, like I like pesto salmon. So you just cook up salmon fillet and then you put pesto over top of it. And it's delicious, but I'll eat pesto with anything. So I don't think I've killed pesto yet. Pesto pasta, I would just sit there with like freshly like buttered noodles, take a fork, take pasta, dip it in a pesto jar. Like, I like pesto. I think my cycles usually last multiple years. Mine are not that long. I think mine usually last like a couple months if I'm lucky. Like I really wanted to eat salads and then I didn't want to eat salads anymore. And then I wanted to eat salads and then I didn't want to eat salads anymore. Cal's making these new salads which are actually like gourmet salads. It has like hard-boiled eggs, chicken, cheese, tomato, avocado. I wanted to see about getting some like red onion to like dice up into it like really fine. And then we add like buffalo ranch dressing, and it's so good. It's a buffalo salad, buffalo chicken salad. So delicious. But it's spinach, not iceberg. Ooh, that's a question for people. What's your favorite lettuce? I do actually like spinach. Some days I only eat 3 meals a day. Some days I eat so much I'm like, why am I hungry all the time? I usually only eat 1.5 meals. Now, if I only had an emote that said what you're talking about, what my favorite, your favorite lettuce? Spinach. But yeah, like for a while there I would only eat iceberg. And then I'm lucky if I remember to eat. There are some days where especially if I'm streaming, I will sometimes forget to eat entirely. What you want to eat and not, yeah. It depends. Like, I try to eat breakfast if I'm streaming because I know I'm not gonna take a break and eat during stream. Like, me sitting down and eating the pasta was like a mandatory thing because my stomach was like hyper upset from drinking tea. But I usually have like a small thing for breakfast and then dinner. But my dinner, I will eat over the course of like 3 hours. I like how you have different, the bounce, the jam, static. You have different, movements for the same thing. But yeah, because like for me to eat, I like, it's small bites. I take my time. I get very, I don't want to say I get very full very fast, but I think on average, like, so for breakfast today, I could only have one of these. Like, this was my breakfast. I have 2 in a package. So this one's sitting on my desk. And that was like enough. And then I was like, oh, okay, I'm hungry. So I eat small amounts, like I graze over the course of like a time. But you ask me to sit down and have a meal, especially if you go to like out to eat. I swear every waitress, waiter, staff person thinks that I absolutely hate their food. Every single time, because I eat like maybe a quarter of it, sometimes even less, and then I'm like, okay, I want a box. And then like, how is it? And then they ask it multiple times in such a way that it's like, obviously you didn't like our food. And I'm like, no, I really liked it. I'll eat it again in 30 minutes, and then I'll eat it again in another 30 minutes, and I'll eat it again in another 30 minutes. Like, if I could sit and eat somewhere for like 2 hours, okay, fine. Breakfast every single day, and then I have to eat lunch because breakfast and lunch is usually 7 hours apart for me, since I eat lunch around 1:30 and then I eat dinner. Fair. Yeah, mine are pretty far apart, I would say, most of the time. I remember to eat when my tummy hurts. I don't eat with the kids. My tummy doesn't really tell me when it's upset very often. But I think that's also the ADHD side of things, is my body doesn't give me the right cues at the right times. So if I feel hungry, that means I'm starved and it's already too late. Because if I don't eat and I feel starved, then I can't eat. Like, it's so weird. But like, I'm also in that sense where if I have to use the restroom, like the moment I feel like I have to use the restroom, I have to do it immediately. It's not like, it baffles me when people are like, oh, I think I have to use the restroom, but I'll be fine for like an hour. And I'm like, how? Like, how is your body telling you that like this is a thing? Like mine literally is like all or nothing, red flag or not. Like it literally like sends off like sirens to be like, this is what we need right now, instead of like, oh, okay, maybe in a couple hours I'll be hungry. And it's like, no, you're either now or not. Like no in between. No in between. You found a new ADHD song for me? There was a song actually recently that I saw and I stumbled across. I forget what it was, but I think I sent it to a couple people. So I have to go back through my Discord and see. Or I posted it in my Discord channel. It's one of the two. But I thought it was pretty funny. I don't remember anything about it. I just remember seeing a new song that I enjoyed. Oh, hey, okay. I will listen to it after stream because I won't be able to actually like focus or pay attention to it right now with the way my audio is set up. I had to move stuff around in my audio. It really sucks. I have to like redo my entire OBS audio. I might actually have to... One sec. I think we're good. I had almost sneeze. But I think I might actually have to get like a mixer. I don't want a mixer. I have this like small like compact mixer. So this is the one I have right now. It's tiny, it's small, it does what I want. So I can unmute and mute and unmute. This was supposed to turn off my webcam, doesn't do anything because my webcam's not through here. But yeah, nothing else works. I literally only use this to power my microphone and to mute my microphone. But I'm getting to the point where I need to figure out more audio solution stuff. Because I had everything for some reason last night got quiet. And I was like, okay, that's fine. Like I turned stuff down. Yeah, I've tried looking into doing a virtual one, but I want something that isn't also running on my computer at the same time. So I'd want like an actual, yeah, I think I downloaded that at one point because I wanted to do 2 audio setups if I did like a podcast or something. So I did download this because you can get different, different lines for audio. But I'm gonna have to look into it and see if there's any like, I don't want to say cheap mixers, but like I guess cheap mixers. I like the Rode. Like most of my stuff at this point like is Rode. So I have the microphone arm. I have the Rode X mixer, stuff like that. So we'll see. Something to look at, but yeah, my setup, my computer audio just got like hyper quiet. And I was like, oh, okay, well, I don't mind things being quiet. But when I was trying to record part of a video for Warframe and I played it back, the audio levels on OBS were like my normal audio levels, but it was like whisper echo quiet. Like it seemed like I had to like re-download my audio drivers, which I did look up and it was up to date and fine. So I'm like, something happened somewhere in my system that OBS just did not, like, I guess, register any of the audio coming through, and everything was just quiet. And I was like, well, I think I need to start actually paying attention to my audio setup more. So getting a mixer, that way I can also like allocate sound. So like if I have Discord and have game audio and have other stuff, then I can actually like have it set up. But we'll see. We'll see how much they are. We were actually doing my taxes. And I spent more money on my stream setup than I made streaming. And I was like, that's pretty average. So yeah, pretty average. Because I think, I was gonna say, my microphone, I didn't realize how expensive it was. It was almost $500 for this particular microphone. And I was like, I thought it was only like 300, but he was like, no. Look at the receipts. And I was like, well, shit. Okay. So. There is dust. But I love this thing. I love this microphone so much. It sounds so good. It was worth the investment. Especially if you're going to be, if you know you're going to be streaming for a long time. Investing in a good audio is like, I think for me personally, the biggest thing. Like, I was watching someone stream the other day. I was watching Warframe, and their video was very meh. It was hyperpixelated. It was like their camera quality wasn't that great. Like everything just had this like blur to it, and I like tried to up the quality, and it was at 1080, and I was like, okay, this person I think is streaming in 480 or 420 or something like that. Whatever the 460, whatever the 400 range was. And that's what it looked like. And I was like, but they had really clean, crisp audio. And I was like, this actually makes it watchable, having the crisp audio. I didn't mind that it was actually kind of blurry. I just ended up just sitting there listening to it anyhow. So I use Voicemeter to send a channel to the gaming PC to the streaming PC over the network. Yeah, I only have one PC though, so I thought about doing a dual PC setup, but so far everything's worked fine on one PC. Wasn't too worried about it. The day that changes is the day that I will worry about it. Podcast? Oh, having like a streaming PC and a gaming PC for podcast stuff. Speaking of podcasts, BitCast. Friday the 13th. Not this Friday, next Friday. We can discuss the new updates and everything. And then apparently on Wednesday is a update. One sec. I had a tea leaf. Tea leaves. The bad video stream, but good. Oh, it was a podcast. Yeah, technically it was a podcast. So Wednesday, I guess roadmap and wipe information. So we'll see about that. We will see what happens. Now I'm like, I want to put my plan into action. If you're going to wipe, do it now. Oh no, not the wipe. Actually, they were talking about it. So I can't say it's no longer not confirmed because it is officially confirmed. Yeah, there's a lot of loose tea. I don't know if the camera's picking it up or not, but there's like a lot of loose tea leaves. Particularly in like there that's stuck on them. But it's not gonna kill you. Wipe then war. Do I have tea left? Did I use a tea bag? No, it is oh, I don't. Why can't you see it? It's loose leaf. So, yeah, it's loose leaf tea. I think the mesh is just not fine enough. It's a little porous. So I think I need to get a different mesh. But I want to start drinking tea more often. I could use tea bags, but I need to get through they sell tea bags, actually. I was gonna say they sell like the stuff. Is it a paper or is it a cloth? But you can take loose leaf tea and put them in like a tiny little like mesh tea bag type thing. They do sell stuff like that. Or I could just take apart a tea bag and put the loose leaf into it and staple it again. Because that's what it is they like fold it over and then like staple it for like Lipton and stuff like that. Yeah, you can also Amazon tea bags. But it's not too bad. It's not too much of a problem. It just leaves the like tea leaf residue everywhere. I'm trying to decide if I want to get more tea or if I want to I don't know. We'll see once I'm done with this cup if I get more tea or not. It's cold at this point. It's very cold. They used to, oh my gosh, I thought about getting one. They're called Ember cups. And they are little cups that you can charge and it keeps your stuff warm. And I thought about buying one. Not only because it's Ember, but because then I could actually have like warm tea. Panda says, Jamba is with us today. Third catfish has been obtained. No. Yeah, I've seen these. Yep. I have seen those. For 100 pack, $5. That's pretty freaking good. It's the size of a credit card, apparently. I'll save that. Save that to the list. They're pretty expensive. It's better to get a Mr. Coffee stand or a nicer thermos. Self-heating smart mug. It's only 14 ounces. Yeah, they're 6 ounces. A cold tumbler. The charging stand. They have all sorts of different colors. Ember mug. It's $100 right now. It's usually like 150 it says, but it's 30% off. You save $45. Built-in battery for 1.5 hours at a 10 ounce and 80 minutes at a 14 ounce. Wow. Okay. Select your temperature with the app. You control your mug with an app. Okay then. I need to get a bottle brush. I really need to get a bottle brush. Actually, Amazon.com bottle brush. Need to get the kids off the bus. Okie dokie. Why am I not finding like a decent bottle brush? Huh? These are like... What? I guess I'll have to look for it later. I figured they'd have like... long-handled... best-selling. They have like a 12-pack of brushes. But they're blue. Gotta have black for the kitchen. Gotta have all black brushes. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look that up. Find what a good bottle brush is. Because every one of those that I looked at are like hyper like cheap looking. They're like $5 and I'm like, I don't want something that's gonna break. And or something that is going to not be dishwashable. So I'll have to find one. I need to get one for this bottle, actually. Because the problem that I have is it's just small enough that I can't get my hand in it to clean it. And this lip that's like around here of the bottle, I can't like reach in to like clean it. So, sad face. Sad face. I put a sponge in and I just shook the sponge and I was like, no. It didn't work. It didn't work the same way I thought it was going to. Tier 5 lakefish. Can I get that? I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. Wait, what is this? How many lakefish? Well, overall today, I'd say roughly 3,500, maybe more, give or take a couple hundred. Wow. That person got really lucky with their catfish. So let's see. It's our turn. Let's see if we get any catfish. So I don't know if it's, again, I don't know like exactly if this is something, but there was rumor that I might be able to stream longer today. But we'll see. So what I'll probably end up doing is, if that is the case, I will do my normal stream time for BitCraft, and then later I will do, like for the extra time, I'll do Warframe. So we will do BitCraft until at least 5. BitCraft until at least 5. Good morning, Hrothgar. How are you? Also, thank you very much for the 7 months. Wow. We're getting up there in the months. We're getting up there. Pretty soon you'll have a Twitch baby. How are you doing today? How's the weather? Or is it still sweltering? Huh. Very interesting. It's a bit cooler today. Oh, nice. That's good. That is good. You can go spend some outdoor time. Oh, excuse me. Only 80 today. Well, yeah, no, that's pretty good. So what? That's 20 something? $27. I'm getting better at it. Look at me. I'm getting better at it. Ah. My eyes are so dry. Oh my gosh, I had a little bit of like a scare earlier because I rubbed my eyes and I went and I looked in the bathroom and they were just red. And I was like, oh no. But thankfully it's just that they're dry and that they're itchy. And so, yeah. Ooh. Snap, crackle, and pop. But yeah. Hello, Dan. How are you? Hi, peeps. What you up to? But yeah. I'm trying to think if there was anything. I did do an impromptu over the weekend stream, which was fun. At some point, I really do want to do another Dyson Dangers Day. I don't know. I think I might actually do it as like its own standalone day at some point, because I did do it with BitCraft, and it's good to do it with BitCraft because I mean sometimes like I can be doing like long crafts or be doing like fishing or something like that and do Dyson Dangers. But I felt bad that it was like slightly interrupted. And I could actually make like a layout for it and have like the character sheets and have like the database. But I also want to do Dyson Dangers in a BitCraft theme so that as you complete stuff, like you actually get rewards for it through BitCraft. which I think would be really cool. But we'll have to see. We will have to see. But I saw that the Hermitcraft gigs, so Gem, Impulse, Scar, and Grian are playing D&D with Pixel Rift being the DM. I watched most of the last episode, so there was 2 episodes so far. Episode 0, which was them creating their characters, which happened last week. And then this past Sunday, so yesterday, they had episode 1. So they had session 0, and then yesterday it was session 1. I watched like 75% of it, so it's like 4.5 hours, and I watched like, I think I have an hour left ish. But it was so fun. It was so fun to watch. I don't know how much of it I will actually like really get into. But we'll see. We'll see if they do it like every week or not. Oh no. I have like this piece that should be in my ponytail. Oh well. So yeah, it was really fun. It kind of made me really want to like actually have a table. But I was like, I don't want to DM if I'm doing Dice and Dangers. Like, that's me DMing. I don't want to put on like a full-on production when I already have like BitCast that I put on, which is once a month now. So I'll have BitCast, I'll have like the Adventurers Guild, I'll have Dice and Dangers. And so I was like, I would have to find someone to DM. Which I'm trying to convince Cal to DM. I'm trying my best. But I just don't know. He's also extremely busy. But it would probably be like a once a month thing as well. I started doing more schedule stuff. So there's that. I edited 2 new videos, which will go out this weekend. I meant to put out a video on Sunday, but I didn't get around to editing it in time. So I had 1 that went out. It didn't do very well. So if you are interested, please go check it out. Go check out my YouTube. I'm going to be doing a lot more shorts. At some point I'll do a long form video for stuff. We'll see. I wanted to do a 1,000 hours for BitCraft, but I guess we'll have to see what happens with the update. But yeah, please go subscribe, go like, go comment. I'm still trying to hit the 1,000 subscribers. So I'm still a long ways off. I think I'm at like 130 something right now. So I want to do a lot more for YouTube because I'm already posting content pretty regularly, and all the VODs are there, and they're in better quality than they are on Twitch. So they just don't have the chats, which I know a lot of people watch the Twitch VODs for the chats. One of the things I wanted to do in long form was the Dice and Dangers sessions. So I want to go back and see about trying to record those. I recorded one. I recorded the one with Pat and my mom. I wanted to record DMKs and Faye's, but I don't know if the chat has already rolled off. And then I think what I might have to do in the future when I set up a Dice and Dangers screen so that I don't have to like worry about it is actually have like a chat section. So that way you can see the chat on the screen. But we'll have to check that out. And I want to make a database for everyone's character sheets. Which right now is just a Google Doc. And so I need to update that and work on that. a lot of stuff, a lot of projects. I have a lot of projects and like not, I don't want to say not enough time because I have the time. It's just a lot of times I don't have the motivation to like work on stuff. And I noticed that last week, actually, I was having a lot of complications with motivation. Where, oh no, it wasn't last week. It was the week before. It was when I wasn't feeling well. But I had like a little bit of an epiphany with myself where I was like, I have no motivation, and it's because like to a degree, I'm like very other influential. So if people are like wanting something, then I tend to be more of like a people pleaser versus doing something for myself. So if I do something for myself, then I never happens. But if I do something for other people, it tends to happen more often. And so I like looking at stuff like that was like, oh, I have all these ideas and things that I want to get done. And like, I wanted to do a book club at one point. Like I have all these like ideas, but it feels like I don't have like, I don't want to say support because I have obviously have support and like you guys are absolutely amazing and very supportive. But I want to say like the people who are like, yes, I'm interested in this, but then don't actually show anything more than just raising their hands. And like for me, that's still great because then there's an interest in it. But I'm like not motivated at that point if it's like, oh, okay, well, I brought it up and people are excited, but not really. And so it's very hard for me to do things for myself, which is what it should be ultimately. Everything should be like for oneself to have enjoyment. But I'm so like externally like motivated. So, yeah. So why honestly getting into Warframe was so fun to me as well is because I'm like, people have been asking for me to play this forever. And then I'm like, I'm finally playing it, and it gave me that little bit more of that oomph to like want to continue to play it. So, I'm a very strange creature. Very strange creature. But that's one thing I did notice, like, so on my to-do list of like things that I would like to do for like community stuff is like have a book club going. Do like a book once a month, then we actually have a stream and talk about it. So have a book club, do Dice and Dangers, do more. I still need to do the Scream stream. I still can't find anything that works with it. So what I wanted to find a way to like have everything the channel accumulates like points wise. So subs, follows, redeems, all into one like point system, and then have it like a little bar at the bottom that says like Scream stream, and then like this is how many points. But I can't find everything separate. Like you can either do follower goals, stream goal, or subscriber goals, monetary goals, bit goals. It's all separate, and it's not, I can't just put it as one thing. And so I'm trying to find something. I might end up having to spend like money on buying like a widget or something and see if it works, or like be able to take apart the code for it or something. Ad break. So we'll see. That's one of the things that I really want to get done. I really, 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 really want to get done. And then we can actually do more event stuff with that too. And it wouldn't be just like, oh, you subscribed. Like, it would be like redeems. It would be follows. It would be like every single thing that can be quantified on the channel as support, like would count towards it. And that's the problem, is I can't find a bot that does it. Or I can't find like a widget or something that does that. So, who knows? We'll see. A lot of ideas and a lot of plans. We got ideas out the wazoo, and it's just a matter of getting it done. Gotta get it done.
Sorry, I can't.
Sorry, I was checking in on something that was linked to me, and then it came through with my audio. Sorry if it was loud. Okay. Oh, I quit fishing. I did not realize I quit fishing. There we go. There's a new player called Nevi the Red Panda. How cute. Okay. Still no catfish. Come on. You can do it. I believe in you. So let's see. Store all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there's 1,000. No, there's 100. Yes. That's 100. I was gonna say 1,000 would be if these were 100s. Math. Okay. Math is hard. Math is definitely hard. Okay, so I actually so organize the warehouse, finish the tanning tub. What else did we need to do? Oh, tier 6 seeds for Faye. Was there anything else on the list for it to do? I don't think so. I do not think so. Streaming to-do list. I don't know if that counts. Okay. What was, oh, there was something that was called the, I think it was unified goal widget. Let's swap this. Okay, so this is the widget. I don't think this is even what I want because it looks like it's just mini goals. And I don't want mini goals. I want everything in one. Maybe it's just not possible. Because it says all goal types. Set and manage 10 goals at once with automatic scrolling when list gets long. Do I attempt it? Because I don't think this is what I'm looking for, even. Because it looks like it's only one type. I want all types in one. Yeah. I don't think this is what I'm looking for. Shoot. Okay. Also not what I'm looking for. I want to be in the ocean. Ocean. If we can go out from the shore more, maybe it'll... It's kind of crazy, but I guess that's true. There is the wall, so it's pretty close to ocean, because there was float sim like right outside my door. It's just funny. See, there's float sim right there. I can go get float sim. That is another thing I do want to do at some point, is spend like an hour getting float sim and then see how much we can get in that time frame. Stopped. There we go. This is not... How to set up one goal bar for Twitch subs. Complicated setup, but worth it. What? I don't know if this is what I'm looking for either. Bar. Wait, what? Stream elements. Stream elements. Dashboard. Maybe not. Elements gallery. No. Interesting. Not what I'm looking for either. Gosh darn it. So it looks like the closest thing is something called Mix It Up. According to 10 months ago. That's not what I want either. Gosh, darn it. Nope. Dropped 164 tier 2 frames in Ember Isle. Oh wow. What was it at? I know, I think Alcatraz 17 days is at like 9 days. It's at 42 now. Hey, that's good. But on Wednesday, I don't know if you heard or not, is going to be an update with the roadmap and as well as a update on a possible wipe. So supply daddy. Yeah. It's a floof. Floof has been here most of the day, actually. Floof, flying under the radar, hanging out. But I don't know, like, what the game plan is for that, so I need to figure out what we're doing with Alcatraz. If we're gonna get rid of it, if we're keeping it. I think at this point, we should probably just get rid of it. North Ember Isle. We might just get rid of it at this point and just keep the 2. That way we don't have to worry about continuing to feed frames. But I mean, it's only like one tiny one, so maybe if I had spent like 20k and do like the 7,000 supply thing, it might be fine. Stubbornly sticking to my solo tier 6 goals. Just a couple more benches to upgrade. Hey, there you go. I've never heard of Mix It Up. Is this something I'm gonna have to do manually? I'm sure not. Oh, jeez. Yep, this isn't what I want. Wipe doesn't sound terrible. Where would you build after wipe? In a single area? Yeah. No. I think we will definitely stick to one thing next time, and only one thing. Yeah. I don't know. I'm hoping at some point I can figure this out, but it's not looking hopeful. It is not looking hopeful. The update is on Wednesday, so we have to wait a couple of days, and then they will put the information out for us. I guess I guess that's when they're planning on talking about it, something like that. But yeah, soon. TM. I guess that's what was said from the podcast, or the dev stream today, rather. So yeah. People were saying that they were talking about the wipe. Crown 2. The day you get tier 6, yep. Is there really going to be a wipe soon? We don't know. We do not know. I at this point assume so. At this point I assume so. Or they're at least going to tell people like, hey, you have a month or something. I don't know if it'd be worth it to even tell people that it's going to happen in a month, because then they're just going to stop playing for that month, because why? If they do a wipe, they might as well just say like, hey, it's going to be like the next week or like the next day or something. That way people don't feel like they're going to be wasting their time. Because it's kind of like if they announce that they're launching the game, which I don't think they are. I'm just saying. If they are planning on launching the game and being like, yeah, we're going to do a full wipe at launch, and they say that, like, oh, it's going to be 2 weeks, or sorry, it's going to be in like 2 months, and you're like, well, what's the point in me playing for 2 months? Like, wouldn't that be even worse? What would be? Having no notice at all? Well, that's what I'm saying, like a week notice to be like, okay, hey, you want to give people enough time to get kind of their final things, like final thoughts together. But then also at the same time, you kind of want to be like, don't want to waste people's time. So like, I think a week is fine where you can like talk with people and be like, okay, wipe is happening. What are we planning on doing at the end of this wipe? I think a week is enough time. But like any more than that, maybe 2 weeks is pushing it. But if it's like a month or 2 months, then people are probably just going to give up for that month or 2 months. And be like, what's the point in playing when there's a wipe going to happen so soon? So, I don't know. It's very... That conversation's very interesting to think about. Is what would you guys prefer? Let's look at it that way. What would you prefer? Would you prefer to have like a month notice, or would you prefer to have like a week notice? At what point would it be detrimental to be like, hey, it's not worth my time to continue to play this for like a month? Or would you want that time to 4 month? You want 4 months? You want a 4-month notice? Wipe every day. Today is Groundhog's Day, isn't it? I thought so. I thought I saw something. Wipe directly after the announcement. Like, give people enough time to get together. Like, so maybe 2 weeks. At that point, give a 2 weeks notice, kind of like work. That way, if people want to take the time off for the wipe, they can. They have the chance to take the time off for wipe. I think for launch. I think for launch would have to have a bigger time. But I think for like an early access wipe. Actually give it about a month so it's cooler. Ah, that's funny. Base it on weather. But yeah, because like I can imagine people being like, oh, I want to take the time off to play. I know that's the thing that happened with like Arcade. When they were like, hey, we're going to do a wipe and do a restart. People took like a week off of work to do the jump start. So I guess they also didn't specify if just world wipe or character wipe. Having done every profession already, I'm not sure I would want to do it again when there is at least one more wipe before release. I think if they do a full wipe, then people might focus just on what they want to focus on. Or, like you said, they might not want to continue. I plan on going back through and leveling everything. But I'm at level 60 for most stuff. So it's not like I'm in the 80s. I don't feel like I will feel it as hard. But I would definitely level everything the same. I would get everything to level 20, get everything to level 30, get everything to level 40. And I would do it a little differently. Hi, Strawberry. How are you? I would do it a little differently because I focused a lot on tier 1 materials. Like, I focused a lot on tier 1 materials. And it's not good experience. And so I think I could get leveled faster if I started focusing on, like, what the highest tier that I can do. I'd put a lot more prioritization into making sure I have gear, making sure I have tools, because I wasted a lot of time not having good tools, or good gear. So I think prioritizing, like the way that I prioritize things will be completely different. That's actually like a video that I might actually like want to make, is once they talk about the launch and then like set up a video that says, hey, here is my thoughts on this launch and here's what I plan to do. Make BitCraft wipe video. Tools are priority 1, then cloth slash leather armor. Yeah. I'd probably like also focusing on tasks and knowing which tasks to like set up for. Like, do I rush settlement stuff? Do I not rush settlement stuff? I think getting to tier 4 settlement stuff pretty quickly. Yeah, like stuff like that. Assuming they don't change heaps during the wipe. Yeah, that's also true. We don't know whether the wipe is going to change like I'm looking at it as everything stays the same currently. And because that's the only information we have to go off of. So if that's the case, like, Wow. Does anyone know how to read tea leaves? I should learn how to do that, I guess. Learn how to read tea leaves. That's what I was saying. Maybe have a wipe a bit further in the future. That hasn't really been that much mechanical change since early access yet. Well, I think that might be the reason why there's a wipe coming, is there is going to be, like, the next step would probably end up being that change. Because that's the only time, like, you're really gonna know. Because it's kind of like the chicken and the egg kind of situation. It's a catch-22. To make the mechanical change that drastic, you would need a wipe to happen. But for a wipe to happen, you would need something that completely changes to justify a wipe. Read tea leaves, as in read Kat's emails that are under NDA. Maybe eventually. Right now, there's like that inbox is empty. I usually tell people if I have stuff that I'm sitting on or not. At the current moment, I know just as much as you do. Hobbs. Hi, Hobbs. How are you? Good to see you. Indeed, we're having an awesome stream. We're talking about early asses. Yes, we're talking about early asses. Early access games, and usually when they do wipes and stuff like that. Because the game that we're currently playing, BitCraft Online, it's a resource heavy game, kind of like RuneScape in a way. Albion Online, RuneScape, stuff like that. So I'm currently trying to find fish. And yeah, we're talking about a wipe that has been talked about and how wipes kind of work in the terms of like the timing for early access games. So did Warframe ever have any wipes, I wonder? I don't remember if they did or not. There's a graphical error. But yes. Hi, thank you for stopping in. It's good to see you. I was playing a lot of Warframe this past weekend. A lot of Warframe. Ash, enjoy your 6 hours. Yeah, I ended up getting there's a chance I might be able to do a bonus stream later tonight. And if I do, then I'm going to be playing Warframe. But I ended up getting how do I want to word this? I'm currently crafting Volbun's stuff. So his chassis, his system, and stuff like that. And then once that's done, which should be done already, I'm going to then... I bought the blueprint from the market. Do that. I mastered Oberon last night. I'm working on Rhino right now. And that's the only one that I have left that I need to master. Currently, out of the ones that I have, I only have like 6 frames. And then also Ember Prime should be done today. So we get to play with Ember Prime, which I'm so excited about. And then at some point I need to figure out what next frame that I'm going to work on. So I was doing a lot of credit farming last night. So I'm a returning player. I haven't played for like 5+ years. And a lot has I don't want to say a lot has changed, but a lot has changed. Like there's a lot more content at this point. And because that's the case, I don't know a lot of stuff. Like I'm relearning the game all over again. And I don't have a lot of the star chart unlocked. Like I don't have like a lot of the good farm spots unlocked. Except for I found a place, I guess it's Ceres. It's like the tiny little planet that's all the way in the top, like left-hand corner of the star chart. It has a mission there that gives like 2 or 20,000 credit. And so and it took me like 5 minutes. So I was just doing 20,000 credit like runs like every like 5-10 minutes, depending on if I was being like efficient or lazy. And so I ended up getting like 300,000 credits last night. And I spent like 3 hours doing it. So it's been nice. I'm like finding like low level farms. I do have index unlocked, but I'm afraid to do index by myself. And I also am afraid to do any of the relic stuff by myself. So I'm going to need like someone to like walk me through how to do that stuff, because I don't want to screw it up. I know you can't necessarily screw up your Warframe account, but I don't want to screw up my Warframe account. Yeah, no, that would be great. I don't, I was gonna say, if you don't mind adding me on Discord, that would be great. My Discord username is just emberKat, but it's a capital K. So Ember lowercase and then capital K for it's my screen name. So you can find me on Discord if you wouldn't mind so I can... I don't want to like ask for yours in case you don't want other people to know what your Discord is. I don't know if you have a Discord. I'm just trying to be polite. But please friend me. But yeah, because right now I'm just lost on how and what to do. Yay! Perfect. Thank you. And so I know Tony, who primarily plays BitCraft, is also getting into Warframe again. I'm like dragging him into Warframe. So I did like I did like a survival mission with him. So, and then I have Prismarine, who's one of my moderators that has been playing Warframe. And then Inferno, who's another streamer who plays Warframe, but I don't think he streams very often. So like I'm trying to find people that I can like get mentored under. And people who understand, like, I don't want to be carried through stuff because I love the Warframe community. It's been very helpful, but they get very overzealous of like, let me do this for you. And it's like, the first time I played Warframe, I got carried. Like the whole time I got carried. And then I'm like, I don't remember any of the stuff, or like, I don't remember how to, like, it was just like, I lacked the information because it's someone essentially showing you how to do it versus teaching you how to do it. And coming back to the game, I'm actually taking my time. I'm taking a crap ton of notes. I have probably like 3 pages of notes at this point. Like I'm watching all the videos. I'm like trying to pay attention to streams. I'm like, but there's like nitty gritty detail stuff that I'm like, again, there's so much information and that people quickly go over it knowing, like they know what they're talking about. But I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. And so, yeah. That's why I was happy that story content needs to be solo. Yeah. So it's been really nice. That's why I say I'm like semi-solo. If it's story content, if it's unlocking things, like stuff like that, I want to do solo, but like relics, I want to do with a party. Like index, I want to do with a party. Like certain like survival missions, I'd like to do with a party. Stuff that it doesn't really matter. There's no way that you can get carried through it. Hrothgar, enjoy your 6 hours. So yeah. And like Tony and I had a great time doing the survival. Like I want to do a lot more with that. Do you have a regular stream schedule? I was gonna say, I kind of like just popped in whenever. Bloof, thank you for the 1 hour. Thank you for the 2 hour. I guess I should probably pop one of those too. Boop. There you go. Enjoy your 1 hours. Oh, we're almost full on fish. And it knows. It knows it's the last one. Every game does this. Every game does this. It's like, oh, you want one more? 5 hours later. There we go. Do you want one more of something? 7 hours later. Exactly. It knows. What time zone, if you don't mind me asking? Tuesday through Saturday, 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. I'm Pacific. Hi. I am West Coast. Okay, so 5 p.m. Oh, hey. Okay, that works out perfectly. Because I'm usually Monday through Thursday. And then I end at 5 p.m. Lanny! Hello, how are you? Welcome in Raiders. How was stream? How are you feeling today? Yeah, because I end at 5 p.m. my time, which is 8 p.m. your time. So I end, you start. First stream post almost dying. Oh, nice. Good. Welcome back. Welcome back from your first stream. I'm sorry that you were almost dying, though. That's not good. But yes, welcome back. Felt nice. I'm sure. I'm sure that felt nice. What were you up to? Yay! Sorry. I'm trying to finish this tea, and it's very complicated because it has tea leaves. Well, I just stir up my tea leaves, so my drink is done. You're working on your tier 9 push. Oh wow. That's quite a push. Quite a push. For those that don't know, is it Lanny or is it Lonnie? I keep meaning to ask that, and I can't. I want to say it's Lonnie. It's Lonadai or Lonidai. You're gonna have to teach me how to pronounce that properly. So many resources. Oh, I can imagine. Hundreds of thousands. Lonnie. Okay, that's what it is. Lonnie. That works. But Lonnie is also a BitCraft partner. So part of the same program where we get to know things sometimes. Lonnie knows a lot more than I do, also being a moderator. So there is that. A lot of the behind the scenes NDA information. But yeah, great person. Go check them out. Highly supportive in the community. Always around. Unless they are unfortunately dying, which please stop dying. But yeah. Good to see you. I'm glad you're back. Glad you are back. I haven't been keeping up with any of like the political stuff. Like at all. I pretty much gave up. I was like, here's my tea. Here's what I'm drinking. In theory, I should not be dying anymore. It's good. Hub says, you can always ask for help in Discord, Warframe messages. It doesn't have to be on stream. Perfect. That is awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out one, a clan to join. 2, how stuff works. And then like go from there. I have one minor surgery to get it fixed permanently, but the major issues are done now. Good. At least the major stuff is done. But at least there is a permanent solution. So something to be very hopeful for. That there is a permanent solution. Okay. My tea is done. Lonnie, do you know how to read tea leaves? I was asking this earlier because I have loose leaf tea and I have a lot of like grains at the bottom of my cup. You can't quite see it, but I'm like, how do I read tea leaves? Which will kill my soul, but oh, I didn't mind liquid diets. I weirdly enough am the type of person who I only eat to live. I don't live to eat. And so if I could live on like a purely supplement like diet, like I would. I totally would. Very efficient. They're tea leaves, that's about it. Okay, that's fair. That is definitely fair. My water bottle. This is my microphone. It came with a giant sticker and all my Razer products. I have this. This was like something that I got from like TwitchCon like years and years ago, and I found it in my drawer. And then these were my LARP stickers. They're paper stickers, so they're like dead. I have another sticker that I need to put on actually. Because I need to put this sticker on. If you know, you know. But I got a new pair of boots, and I need to find a place to put it. So at some point, I think I might maybe put it there. I think that's the only place it will fit right now. So I think I'm gonna attach it. A liquid diet sounds better than my chicken breast and broccoli. So over it all at the moment. I love that too. I want those diets. I love those too. Do I has? It's a great question. Do I has? Oh, I do. So we need this for fertilizer, I think. Oh, I have a lot. Wow. Okay. Oh, that's gonna be a long craft. Well, damn. Okay. Let's swap gear. Woven. Okay. That is correct. Yes. Okay. I'm gonna put the sticker on my water bottle while we're doing this. It doesn't... Okay. Stickers that don't have that like peel apart to make them easy to put on are just heathens. Because I'm like, I feel like I'm gonna ruin the sticker by like trying to like dig into it. Come on, let go. Aha. Don't break it. Don't break it. Look at how shiny. Shiny sticker. All right. There we go. Damn. That did not take. Hello, welcome. Give me one sec. I am dealing with a sticker. And I'm trying to line it up appropriately. So, sorry, I see that you followed. Thank you very much for the follow, and I will check who it is in just a sec. Nefera. Or... Nalifra? Nilifera? No. Thank you very, very much for that follow and welcome in. Have a good one, Lanny. Thank you so much for stopping in. I hope you feel better soon. Good to see you. Aha. There we go. Now it's on my bottle. Yay! Now I need to find, like, a rectangle one to put here. Or things are gonna start overlapping. But yes. Yay! I'm like a walking advertisement. Nelly, my original name. Oh, okay. Well, Nelly, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the follow. Also got to run. Have a good one. Have a good rest of your day. And hopefully I will see you later. And then also, everyone enjoy your lurk. Thank you again. Now that I got my sticker on. Sticker. Yay! More stickers. At some point, I need to actually get like some small stickers to put on. I have another Razer sticker because I just bought the keyboard. So I don't think I want to double up on that, but in case I need it, because they do tend to fall off. Or like these ones get all ruined because they're paper. Paper stickers. I need to actually go online and find like waterproof stickers. There we go. Okay. Resume fishcraft. That was also something earlier. I guess not earlier this stream, but like last week. When we were talking about getting rare items. So like fish oil and stuff like that. I was doing it in like hyper small batches. Where I do like 5 to 10 at a time thinking it mattered. And apparently it doesn't matter at all. Apparently, it does not matter at all. I was very, oh, that's a new old thing. So it used to be that you could open your storage from like anywhere that was like close in your vicinity. And then it ended up changing that you had to come touch it for it to actually open. And it was kind of frustrating, but I understood that it aesthetically worked. Because it was like more immersive, like you walk up to something to touch it. And then now they fixed it that it's no longer like you have to walk up. You can just like hover over stuff, which is really nice. It is much better. It is very, 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 very good. I need to do this to replant it because they take forever. Hi Pro, how are you? How's the getting stuff in order going? Mostly going. I was trying to work on more tables or more processors, but we will see. Did you hear about the dev stream? Are you still melting? Melting. Because now I'm like, what do I do? What do I do? How do I live without you? Birds, are you on fire? You're just getting toasty. But yeah, if a wipe is coming, I'm like, I don't know what I want to do, how I want to prepare. What do I want to get together? Is it going to be a world wipe? Is it going to be a character wipe? Like, what does it entail? And how do I want to prep for it? So I guess we'll see. Also, it's February, and I completely forgot that it's February. January felt like it went so slow, but fast at the same time. But I do feel like January went like really slow for me, which I think to me is a good thing because time usually is like out the window, gone. Time is an illusion. And then today is also Groundhog's Day, so there's that. Do we know if he saw a shadow or not? A wiping has me a bit more excited to log in, weirdly enough. I know. It has me excited too. Because I actually want to, like... He did see a shadow. What does that mean? Is it more winter or more spring? 6 more weeks of winter. Ah, I see. Mermaid? Hello, welcome in. Welcome, Raiders. Top of 32C today here. Might be a bit melty. Oh my gosh, that is very melty. Welcome in. Hello, how are you? What were you up to? How was stream? I understand if you need to raid and run, please do not feel bad. You were playing Elden Ring. How was it? Hello. Diana. Hello, Diana. Half Titan, 1/4 mermaid, and I can't see what the rest of it says at the moment. No. Half Titan, 1/4 mermaid, 1/4 human. May needs merful fuel. I love it. ADHD fish brain. Welcome. Thank you. Diana, thank you so much for the 7 months. And Twitch baby almost here. I know. You and Hrothgar. So close. 2 more months. 2 more months. May, thank you very, 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 very much for that follow and welcome in. I'm doing fishies. My first time ever playing. Oh, I died 16, 17 times in 6 hours. I don't think I did much. Okay, that's actually impressive. As someone who played Dark Souls at one point and died like 30 times within an hour, I think you're doing great. I think you're doing great, but that's just my own personal opinion. Yeah, Hrothgar is not a kitty. Not a kitty. Hrothgar has had the name before Final Fantasy 14. I probably just avoided all the bosses. There you go. But what the bigger question is, was it at least fun? Elden Ring has such a good story and like lore to it. Love Final Fantasy, but mainly 7 and 10. I couldn't even tell you what my favorite Final Fantasy is anymore. It used to be that I really enjoyed 10 and like 10 too, but I haven't played like a Final Fantasy game in a long time. And then like, of course, Tactics. You gotta go with Tactics. I haven't played the new remake. Well, reboot. It's a remake. They updated it. But yeah, Tactics is what really got me into playing into the world of Final Fantasy to begin with. And then, yeah, I loved 14. I played several hundred hours of 14. 10-2, Tactics is best non-mainline in my opinion. Yeah. Go get some food. Go do the self-care. Thank you very much for stopping in. Welcome. I will take good care of your raiders, your viewers, your peeps. We do have an ad break apparently. Perfect timing. I remember when Final Fantasy VII was new. I was in high school. Yeah. There's the ads. Yeah, sorry. At least they're 3 minutes every hour now instead of like every half hour. So I finished Taxi like 2 months ago. It was good, but oh my god, I didn't remember the final fight being so hard. Or put it on the hardest setting, so maybe that was it. It was good though. Having it voiced is way easier on your voice, you know? Ah, yeah. I didn't realize I guess the new one is voice acted. Yeah, I talk for 7 hours straight most of the time. So if I'm reading a game that it doesn't, yeah. Come Friday, I definitely have a sore throat. I'm talking constantly during stream. If I'm quiet, it's usually because I'm like focusing on something that like requires brain power. Or I've forgotten what I said and I'm just sitting there like blankly staring into the void of nothingness that is ADHD. One of the two. Math. Yeah, math. Exactly. Me and math do not get along. No, thank you. But yes, feel free to head out and go do self-care, go get food. I had food earlier. I had some pasta. So hopefully that'll tide me over for a while. I wouldn't be that wouldn't surprise me if you like things like Elden Ring. That game looks scary to me. Why does it look so scary? Time to drop the kids to school. Okie dokie. Have a good one. I will see you in a bit. Yeah, I like Elden Ring and Bloodborne's like theme. The dark, the macabre, the like gothic-y type environments. The setting is dark and the gameplay looks harder than Enshrouded. I haven't played Enshrouded, but I'm only going to say probably. The thing with those games is pattern recognition. If you can recognize patterns, it's the best way to play like a Souls game. And so all the boss fights, all of the enemies, they all have just tells. They have things to look out for. And so once you learn what those are, it tends to be easier. There are things that are literally just fast paced and you have to keep up with it. And then there's other things where it's like, okay, you can just dodge this like really slow attack, but you don't recognize that that attack's happening unless like you know that this like sphere of like lightning above the person's head is the attack. Stuff like that. I recognize patterns, but my reflexes don't cooperate. That's fair. That's the same thing for me, is I might be like, oh shoot, I didn't like do that in time. But it depends on the game. I did play Dark Souls for a little bit. There's a clip of me playing Dark Souls where I end up falling down like this stairwell and I found Herod? H-E-R-O-D, Herod. He's like his armor is like the most recognizable, I think, Dark Souls armor. And I found him at the bottom of the staircase and I died immediately. So like learning what to do and what to avoid, I think, is like the core of playing those games. So this happens like every year. I have this thought of like playing Kingdom Hearts. And I'm like, I really want to play Kingdom Hearts again. But every single time I like really sit down and I look at it, I'm like, do I really, really, really want to play that again? Because I love it. I love the story. But there's some times where I'm like, I already played the first one over and over, I think, at this point. So it's kind of like going back and playing Assassin's Creed 1. Assassin's Creed 1 is so difficult mechanically. I get so frustrated with trying to play Assassin's Creed 1. I know how to not stand in fire thanks to WoW. Yeah. At some point, I need to look at doing like a... I don't want to say single player game, but a single player game. Because 90% of what I play is multiplayer, and I prefer multiplayer. But sometimes you just want to chill and play something like for a story. So we'll have to see. Right now I'm enjoying Warframe and like trying to learn the lore and like watching the cutscenes and stuff like that. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to use the restroom really quick. I'm also going to take care of the cups so they don't get stained and dirty. So I'm going to be right back. Hopefully in enough time that my thingy isn't just sitting here empty. So I will be right back. Space Marine too. Space Marines. Roar. Daka 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 daka. Okay. I'll be back. I made an absolute mess that I had to clean up. And it was really hard to actually clean up because it blended in with the floor. So, I'm back. And that took way longer than I expected. So, the lid on the teapot, to get the filter thing out, you almost have to like take the lid off like entirely. So I thought if I like pushed it up enough, I could just slip the strainer mesh thing out of the teapot. Well, it's slick because it's tea leaves and it was wet and tea. So as I'm pulling it out, it catches and I end up flinging it across the counter and onto the floor. And it's loose leaf tea. So it was everywhere. Everywhere. So I had to clean up. I had to clean up tea. But I'm back. But have a good one, Nelly. Thank you for hanging out. So many people that I've played with are just waiting for that to happen. So this is going to be like a mid wipe. So there's still probably going to be another wipe after this. Okay. Ooh, there we go. Okay. I had a notification, but it was nothing super important. I had, wait, what is this? Okay, I already addressed that. There was someone who was like, hey, I wanted to let you know that your towers were under siege. And I was like, yeah, I know, and it's okay. So they like were checking in, and I wanted to make sure that I had actually replied and not just thought that I replied. So yeah. Hi, Lutra. Hello. How are you? But yeah, so we ended up, I don't want to say losing our towers because we gave them up a while ago, but we finally, they finally took them over. And so we now, the only ones we have are the ones that are up here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 towers. We have these 4. So yeah, we used to have this tiny little patch right here. So this used to be the Hearth, and we traded 2 towers. So there was 1 here and like 1 here. We traded these 2 towers to get the 3 that were up in region 9. And so they finally took them. So yay. I'm doing well. I was really tired this morning. I was like really difficult to wake up. My eyes still burn a little bit, but for the most part, doing better now. I had a cup of tea. Now I'm drinking my soda, and then I can't really have too much caffeine because the tea had a lot of caffeine in it. A lot of caffeine. But supposedly I might be able to stream like longer today. So we're going to do our normal till 5 o'clock. So we have like 2.5 hours of BitCraft, and then we might switch over to Warframe later. because I have a lot of stuff that is unlocking today, like Ember Prime. Ember Prime is unlocking today, so I'm excited. I wanna play. I wanna play so bad. What tea did I drink? Besides all of the gamer tea that happened earlier today with Ashes of Creation. No, Belthars, thank you very much for that follow and welcome in. It was supposedly a green, it was green tea cherry blossom or cherry blossom green tea, and it did not taste like it should. Unless like cherry blossom as a flavor is just very mute. I put like 3 teaspoons inside the little pot and I still didn't like it. Just tasted like warm water. So at some point I need to actually like see, maybe it's just the brand of tea. Cherry blossom has no taste. If anything, it's more salty. I didn't notice that, but I also like salt, so I think it might have been the brand of tea as well. It might not be like very good quality. So at some point I'm gonna have to actually like look. But yeah, I had like this little cute little teapot that has cherry blossoms on it. It was a gift that I got for Christmas from my grandmother-in-law. Yeah, I was trying to figure out how the in-law stuff like sometimes I am confused with, but yeah. So my grandmother-in-law, so she got me like a cup, a ceramic cup that actually has its own mesh in it, so you could brew your own tea in the cup. But I end up just using the cup for like a regular cup, and then I have the teapot that has like the strainer in it as well. But yeah, it came with like the whole thing's cherry blossom themed, and it came with a cherry blossom green tea, and so yeah. I've been trying to get more into tea. I'll stick with rose teas and sweets. I don't know the last time I had rose tea. I think the last time I had a rose tea, it tasted chemically. And someone was like, that's not a good rose tea. It's like a fake rose tea. And I was like, okay. I need to find a good brand of tea. They did have like Teavana, I think it was. Supposedly it was like really good tea. What turds? Selling coffee and tea products. Oh. Apparently it's considered a luxury brand. Oh, interesting. So apparently, in November, they launched a US pop-up in Macy's in New York. Well, that looks promising. Yeah, we can, it's on Amazon, it looks like. What are tea English rose? 50 traditional tea bags for 21 bucks. So, okay, this is the tea that they gave me, which is called Tea Forte. Which I'm like, I don't know if it's a good brand or not. If I should trust it. The little tins. Oh, the little tins that this comes in is so cute. A sealable tin. Oh, they even have hot chocolate. I don't like hot chocolate, but Cal likes hot chocolate. I want like a fruit tea. Orange flavored hot chocolate. Ugh. Ugh. Gross. You have them? The little tins? Okay. If I have to try one, if I have, like, you're like, this is the one that you have to have, what would it be? And it can be loose leaf. Either one's fine. Irish breakfast tea. Does it come with the Kahlua and Jameson? What is it? Irish coffee is Bailey's. That's what it is. Bailey's and Jameson. Robos? Robos, 1 pound, 100 certified organic. Is this what it is? Welcome back, Faye. We're talking about tea. Tea is kind of like potions, right? Oh, tea, rainforest, Robos, loose leaf. I was gonna say, because there's like a specific brand, I guess, that's also called... Oh, no. I don't know what type of tea that is. Interesting. Ethically sourced. I had to use tea the other day. It was up in the peak getting tier 6 berries. Rainforest. Ooh. Okay. Enter. There's apparently a lot of different types. It's a green or a red tea. Huh. There's so many different types. Ah, too many choices. Oh, apparently Celestial has... It's called Madagascar Vanilla. Interesting. I think I've gone down a rabbit hole. 1 sec, I have to lower this. Okay. Hopefully I'm no longer dying. My nose has been very messed up the last couple of days. Alright, I need to find... It took me, like, off in its own thing. I haven't had a white tea in a long time. I have white and black Arizona iced tea, but that doesn't... I don't think that counts. I don't think that counts. Okay, so we're sticking... Which brand are we sticking with? Welcome back, Hrothgar. How was, dropping off the crotch goblins? I'm like looking this stuff up and it's taking me to like 8 different things. Okay, so we're sticking with that. It's just different types of teas. Okay. Because every single time I like type it in, it's like, do you mean this tea? This one's sponsored. This one you can get 20% off. This one is, and I'm like, no. No. Oh, apparently I can't buy it on Amazon. Interesting. That is not a flavor they offer on Amazon, which is probably why I was being taken all over the place. Oh, I see, I see. So it's third party. Okay. Tea, hot chocolate, coffee. So we have English rose. I guess there's only... Yeah, there's only a few. What is this? Earl Grey, English, jasmine. Yeah, none of that is. Alright, so we have Earl Grey, English breakfast, English rose, mango, and bergamot. It's those four primarily. Tea products, yeah. I think the main website ships to US. I don't know how much shipping is though. When you say tea, do you mean like hot black/green teas or that sugary stuff? Okay, that answers it. Yeah, we're talking about the actual like tea. Which is funny because how to brew tea. How to be brew tea. Prep time 3 to 5 minutes. Difficulty super easy. Serves 1. Oh. Remember to spoon. Loose leaf can seem fiddly, but the truth is it's as easy as tea bags. Just remember, use 1 teaspoon around 2 grams per cup of tea, or 2 per cup if you're brewing white tea, yellow tea, or fruit and herbal infusion. We're getting into the intricacies of tea. How long should I brew? More robust teas reach the best strength between 3 to 5 minutes, infusing, while delicate teas like Darjeelings? Am I saying that properly? White and green tea should only be infused for 2 to 3 minutes. Boiling temperature 100 degrees, 80 degrees, 80 degrees, 100 degrees, 3 to 5, 2 to 3, 2 to 3, 3 to 5. So, I let mine sit forever, and I guess that's not something I'm supposed to do. But I don't want to like... It's in 2-3 minutes. It's still gonna be like burning hot. How do I take the thing out if it's burning hot? I just leave it sit until like the tea is done. I didn't realize though, but apparently you can actually burn like tea leaves. I like my tea strong as well. So I just leave it sit. And then like the last cup of tea that I have is like, ooh, it's like potent. Like that to me seems good. What are you using, tea bags? No, I have, I had loose leaf. I did have loose leaf tea. That was what I had today, was loose leaf tea. And it was, it like the teapot has like a little like strainer thingy that you put in and out of it, and then you put your tea in it, and then it seeps at like the top of the teapot. So you have to like fill it up like really high to like cover all of the tea leaves. It's not like, I think it's like a slightly janky teapot, because when I like pour it, it goes down the side. I think I might actually have to buy like a teapot because I think I don't know. I haven't actually looked it up. Because it's Tea Forte. And I don't know if Tea Forte is actually like a bougie brand or not. But I don't like their teapot. Apparently, like, it's 60 bucks for a cup. Oh, there's the tea set I have. It was 50 bucks. That cup that I have is 50 bucks? What? That's kind of... Oh, this comes with tea. Never mind. I can chat with you about teas after the stream if you want. I might have to talk about tea. We might have to talk about tea. Because I'm like, I want a good tea. And I want like a good teapot. Lucha's like, let me give you a lesson. Uh-huh. Okay? You American swine. Oh, man. I didn't realize that... Okay, so I guess Tea Forte is actually like a decent... Okay, so the cup that I have is actually like 26 bucks. I like the cup. The cup is nice. Ooh, they have a black one? Ooh. I like how the cherry blossom one that I have does not match the teapot that I have. Oh, he's so cute. There's a little tiny black cat. I want a black cat teapot. Oh my god, I want a little black cat teapot. Oh, there's also... We have a unicorn teapot, but that's cows. All the unicorn stuff in the house is cows. So, Sparkle. Hi, Sparkle. How are you? I also really like these like all glass teapots. I'd be so terrified to actually use it though. I'd be so terrified because I worry about oh my god, this thing's so freaking cute. Oh my god, I have to link this. I want this tea. I want it so much. Can it be microwaved? Are you machine washable? I don't. Hey, it is dishwasher. Dude, this is such a cute cup. It's so tiny. I know. It is so tiny. Oh, apparently it's 13 ounces. 13.5 ounces. So, I mean, it's like a little bit more than a normal cup of tea. Oh, see, okay. Is there a wait, is there a concern about having boiling glass? Like, boiling hot water with glass? Because for me, I'm always, like, terrified that it's gonna, like, shatter. Also, what is the coils? Oh, that's the tea thingy. So, okay. Do you boil the water and then use it in the cup with the thing? Or do you put the tea in the kettle? Or in the pot? You're gonna have to... I need to learn how to be a fancy tea person. May thy mug chip and shatter? No! No. That's the filter to hold back. Okay, that's what I thought. That is what I thought. Also, Lucha, do you read tea leaves? I kind of want this black cat mug now. Okay, let's... Teapot. No, I don't want kettles. I want cute little teapots. There's a one-touch tea maker. It's a kettle and tea maker. No, not that bad. I was curious because I'm like, that'd be interesting. Teapot cat. Aww. I have to sneeze, and I'm trying not to sneeze because I'm going through these. Okay, the tea infuser is really cute. Oh my gosh. I'm finding so many cute little tea things. Oh god, I'm sorry that the message is so big. I just spammed chat. Not to burn yourself at the... I'm using a literal water boiler that is mostly a glass. Yeah, I have a kettle thing that is mostly glass as well. And I have burnt myself on it so many times. This thing is so cute. Oh my gosh. You can get like a little Loch Ness monster and a bat. A little crab that holds on to the edge. These things are so freaking cute. There's a mushroom. Oh man. These are so freaking cute. Wait, what is this? Is it a carrying case for your cup? Oh my gosh, there's a carrying case for your cup. Oh. I think I found my new ADHD obsession is tea stuff. This thing is so freaking cute. That looks like a hazard though, waiting to happen. How big is the teapot? It doesn't tell you how big the teapot is. Well, that I don't like. Mushroom! I want something that's like at least like 20 ounces. There's a kitty cat cup warmer. Oh my gosh, these are so freaking cute. Oh. I'm going down a rabbit hole. I'm going down a huge rabbit hole. Ooh, there's a YouTube video. I'm going to watch that later. Maybe I can just buy their tea set. I have hiccups. A perfect brew. It's white though. I don't want a white teacup. Even though I already have a white teacup. I know. Thank you. Thank you for the tutorial. I will definitely watch that. Yeah, I'm wondering maybe if I can just get a black teapot. Black. Ooh, they have some really fancy like Japanese ones. I do like the cast iron Japanese teapots. They look very, very sleek. A half moon teapot with removable infuser makes 40 ounces. Dishwash safe. This thing looks sleek. Well, really expensive ones too. This thing's like 13 bucks. What? Some of these are really, really cool looking. Cast iron. Yeah, cast iron teapots. That's so pretty. I bought my wife a Japanese tea set. It was so expensive. She won't use it. Yeah, you have to balance it. You definitely have to balance, like, is it too expensive that you don't want to use it? Oh man, ceramic dragon teapot. That thing's 100 bucks. It looks too gaudy though. The only downside with doing a Japanese tea set is the cups are like 4 ounces, if that. I guess getting a glass one. They look... I used to have one that was from ThinkGeek. And it had like science measurement, looked like a beaker type thing, and it was really, really, really cool. But that did not survive my many moves. Yeah, I'm starting to see the same things over and over again. Okay. I did favorite this tea though. So, that way we have it. Your regular teapot is 1.5. Wait, what? That seems like a lot. 1.5 liters? That seems like a lot of space. That almost feels like too much. What? Why? Why did that do that? Excuse you? Why did you do that? Oh, I see why you did that. The formatting was trying to save a link, and I was like, I don't want to save the link. I want to save the recommendation. But apparently it saved the link instead, so it works. Yeah, I was gonna say, it sounds like a kettle. Teapots are supposed to be short and stout. Here is my handle, here is my spout. It is short and stout. So yeah, at some point, I really want to get into like doing more teas. Because I think actually, like, there's just something nice about sitting down and just having, like, pouring a cup of tea. Like, the act of just having the tea, pouring a cup of tea, like, for some reason, it's just super, like, calming. And I can understand why, like, tea time is, like, a thing. Oh, that reminds me. The new Star Trek series came out. Starfleet Academy. It's actually, like, decent. We watched, I think, like, the first couple of episodes. Or maybe, like, first 3 episodes or something like that. There's a character in there that is obsessed with drinking tea as well. And he, like, teaches you how to, like, properly stir tea. And I'm like, oh, the world is just yelling tea at me. I usually drink tea at work, and usually I'm also just preparing 1.5 liters at the start of the day, so I don't need to redo it later. I need to find... Tea. I was gonna say, I either need to find a kettle that will keep it warm or a big teapot. One of the two. Because that was one of the biggest reasons why I didn't drink tea more often, was the idea of having to boil water for, like, a single cup of tea. And I'm like, ugh. Then every single time I want tea, I have to go boil water. Every single time I want another cup of tea, I have to boil more water. And it, like, it seemed like such a hassle when I'm like, I want to be able to have, like, 4 cups of tea. Yeah, after an urn. Teapot cozy. Hi, Shed. How are you? Oh, is it, like, something that goes around to keep it warm? Because I also thought about getting, like, one of those little cup warmer things. But yeah. It's very interesting for me. Oh, I didn't realize I wasn't crafting. No, how long was I not crafting for? Wasting time. For me specifically, I guess for tea, I just drink very fast. I don't ever usually, like, sip tea, which I probably should. Is a jumper for your teapot? Knit your teapot a jumper? Love it. I saw one when I was looking up the cat teapots, and it had, it was like a thing that went over the top of your teapot, and it had little cat ears on it. I was like, that's not a teapot, but now it makes more sense. I already has my cat hat. My cat hat. Cherkun. He has seen a lot of stuff. If only you could speak, buddy. What would you tell the world? I fell asleep in my chair last night. And the Bong Olympics? What? Nimbin is a town in rural Australia famous for smoking weed and the Bong Olympics. Okay then. My 1 liter thermos usually keeps it hot for hours even while open. So I do have these, which I don't think you're supposed to use hot water. I don't know. I'll have to check. This is the Simple Modern Summit. I bought... Also, it says dishwasher safe. But I have stickers on it. So it's no longer dishwasher safe. Because stickers. I have another one of these, which apparently this particular bottle, for some weird reason, is the new fad. So I bought another one before I can't find them anymore. So it has like the metal lining, so I guess I could also use it for heat as well. I would just have to buy a like a bottle brush or something. But this is 32 ounces. Sorry for the squeaky. Yeah, 32 ounces. So quite a bit. Quite a bit. And I think my teapot was almost like 32. I guess it depends on if it's single or dual wall. Yeah, I'm not sure. I know it keeps stuff cold. Because if I put water in it at night, if I put water in it at night, in the morning, like 12 hours later, it's still cold. Which I love. It takes a while for it to actually like warm. What bottle brand is that? I have an Owala. This is Simple Modern. This is the Target brand. And so Simple Modern Summit, or 32 Summit, dishwasher safe. So for some reason, I guess this brand, the Target brand, is now becoming like the new Stanley of like water bottles, because I guess it's just durable and nice, and I like the twist top, and then it stays. The first one I got, this broke off, and so I had to buy another one just for the lid. So I have one that the lid, it still closes, but it's just not attached. So it's like my backup one. Well, Stanley was originally just like a workman's thermos. Like it wasn't bougie, but people made it bougie. And then now, like, I guess Simple Modern is like the new bougie brand, even though it's Target. I heard the Owala ones are actually pretty nice. They're just, I think the ones that I saw were small. Yeah, they're sippies. Sip sips. Does it have a, yeah. Oh, it has a straw? See, I can't do ones with straws. Yeah, it has a straw. Because I don't wash my water bottle enough. PSA announcement, make sure you wash your water bottles. They get gross. And I don't wash mine enough. At one point, I thought I was getting like hyper sick, and then I actually like realized that there's just so much grime that was inside my water bottle because I hadn't washed it for like 3 months. Yeah. So wash your water bottles. I should wash it like every week, and I just don't. I just never put anything in it that isn't water. So, but even then, your own... Friends don't let friends drink moldy water bottles. Yeah. It's exactly that. I'm just like, oh, well, it's clean. It's just water. Nope. Nope. That's not how that works. That is definitely not how that works. which is funny. It's vegan. Wow. Okay. One of my favorite water bottles went rusty on the inside. Huh. I guess that is possible, right? It's a metal. And I guess it depends on also what type of metal, and then if you're using it for long enough, then it might wear and tear, and then like oxidize, thus rust. There was also, so I know Cal swears by it, and I need to start adopting it, which is if I find something that I like, make sure to buy multiple of it. Or were you drinking some seriously acidic stuff? I mean, it depends. If you're like scrubbing even stainless steel, like some stainless steel you can like rub off. Or not necessarily rubbed off. Yeah. But yeah, there's still ways to get around them. Ad breaks start in 5 seconds. Ah! Oh, my nose. One sec. Okay. Gosh darn it. My nose. Sad face. Train of thought. Trains, thoughts. Trains and thoughts and trains and thoughts and thoughts and trains and trains and thoughts and thoughts and trains and trains and thoughts. Yep, nope, it's gone. Okay. And then in my head, I'm like, boots and cats and boots and cats and cats and boots and boots and cats and cats, 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 boots, 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 boots and cats and boots and cats. And... yeah. Unz, 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 unz. Welcome to my mind. Welcome to the inside of my mind. Lucha, did you watch the dev stream today, this morning? I still need to catch up on the last ones, and I just haven't. Lucha is the imposter? No. I still need to catch up on them. So, okay. What was your takeaway? What was your takeaway from the stream? Because there was a dev stream. I think they're gonna try and do them Mondays. It's just Minch doing them. This is the third one. So there was 2 other ones previously. And or was it only one other one? I think there was 2 others. What was it? I think there was 2. I'm pretty sure I think there was 2. News on Wednesday is my takeaway. Yeah, that's what we heard too. They were talking about roadmap and wipe, which was, I guess, the big news that people were circulating on Wednesday. Trading cards. So yeah, I don't know. Good time to wipe, entice some former Ashes of Creator players. I know. I'm very interested to see how. I can't say much, but yeah, keep it out. Yeah, no, I wasn't. Yeah, you're good. I'm interested to see what happens with Ashes of Creation and how many, there was thousands of people that were playing Ashes apparently that are going to be dispersed back out into the gaming sphere. So I'm kind of interested to see where they go or what happens. So yeah, very, very, very interesting. Because I know a lot of people are going back and playing old school RuneScape now. So. But yeah, based on the last dev streams, I still need to watch them. People were hyped. I know about like seeing some of the concept art stuff for the tools. That was a big thing that went out as well. And then also we did get confirmation. So the date that we're going to be doing BitCast is going to be Friday the 13th. So very auspicious. So it'll be after this like Wednesday update. I've been tempted to give old school RuneScape another try, but it will kill my other gaming. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What? What? The tool art looks really cool. Faye, if you're talking about the tool art, it is in Region 9 Discord as well. It got posted there. Yeah, I don't know if I'd ever really try old school RuneScape. They're going to announce a fancy black cat pet on Friday the 13th. 2 really nice patch reads. Yeah, I know. It's going to be exciting. Also, thank you again. Hey, what's going on? Are you okay? One day we'll do a friendly for us Aussies and not at 3 a.m. Are you talking for BitCast? I'm sorry. Yeah, it's like 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. Yeah. The only problem with that is like switching time frames is like nigh impossible because I have to like schedule them out, like because they're outside of my normal stream time, so I have to like schedule them like in advance. And then also having to make sure that like Tony and Shock are up or able to stream at that time. It is 1 to 2 a.m. I'm so sorry. At least we have the VODs. Yay. Well, I mean, I was gonna say, we don't really say anything that people don't already know. We just have it as like in the same location, like recap wise. And then we just talk about our experience, like interacting with said thing. That way, if people are like looking for, oh, hey, what's the new thing that happened, then it's kind of all in one package. Oh, BitCast is good for you. I was meaning the official BitCraft ones. Oh, I see, I see. Pro, thank you very much for that 1 hour. Yeah. I still want to do I want to do a little bit more with doing like a BitCast thing. I might look in doing something like maybe a supplementary type thing another time during the month. because I want to start doing a little bit more of like community stuff. So like interviews, talking with people. Kind of like pick up where the BitCraft bulletin kind of left off. But I'd have to see how, well, like I would have to see like where and why and how, because it might not make sense to do it if we already have Bitcast. But I do want to start looking and doing like more, like reaching out to people. Hunting fix. Fix hunting, swap it for husbandry. Let me raise little animals and eat them. Nom, nom, nom. Also, I don't know if people saw the interview that Tony actually was on with Lo. I forget, how do you pronounce his full name? Laurius? Laurelus? Lowrilus? Lowril? I don't know how to pronounce the name properly. But Tony did an interview on Lowe's YouTube channel, and it was like 2 hours long or something like that. And it was really cool. I think there's definitely growing pains with it, but I do think they're on like a good track. It felt a little comedic for what it was. There was a lot of sponsorship stuff that was happening during it, which I thought was pretty cool. They did a giveaway based on how many hats he was wearing. Stuff like very random stuff like that, where I was like, that's actually clever. The only problem is it seemed very disjointed with like the topics and like the interview part of it. But I think that's just me being how I am with like, I want things very concise, and I always do an outline like crazy for Bitcast. So we tend to follow the outline pretty closely. And it, like, if people go off track, that's fine. But usually I'm like, okay, and we're talking about this, and we're talking about that. So like, and that's something that comes with practice. That comes with like doing interviews, hosting things, being able to tell that flow, making sure what you're saying isn't just filling the air, but actually like meaningful. And so, long story short, they reached out to me, and I will be doing one with them in February, the end of February, I think. So I will also be doing one of their interviews. So I'm interested to see how it goes. I might end up accidentally. I hope not. I hope I can turn off the host side of my brain. So I don't accidentally take over. But we'll see how it goes. I'm glad that stuff like that's happening more often. I think it's one of the few things that BitCraft has. Please interview Lo. It was the interview that Tony did with Lo on their YouTube channel. I agreed to do one as well this year. Or this month, rather. Just got in. Welcome in. Hi, Grim. How are you? How's your day? Or night? Or evening? How's your time zone? But yeah. BitCraft definitely allows for more community things than I think a lot of other MMOs really do. I think a lot of the players have more of a journey than some linear MMOs, like theme park MMOs, because what you do with it being a sandbox is like from your own inspiration. And I think that lends to being able to tell people's stories a lot better. Where I think, like, you could interview someone and being like, how was your WoW career? And what happened? But, like, usually I think it's going to be very mostly generic. Like, everyone's going to have the same story for the most part. It's very cookie cutter. That's what I'm looking for. But with BitCraft, there's so many different ways that people can tell their story. And, like, how many people can say that they've full-on transferred regions? How many people can say that they are level 80 Slayer? How many people can say that they are running fishing fleets? Like, the amount of difference that is player agency lends to intricacies of different details. Like the video we were talking about earlier where someone like carved into a mountainside. It lends for a better narrative than most other MMOs do. And I think it's underutilized. I know a lot of people are doing these settlement showcases and stuff like that, which I think are great because people put in a lot of work. People are putting in thousands of hours. People are putting in so much of their time to make these locations a reality, not just for themselves, but for a larger audience, for a larger community. And there's plenty of places that are absolutely phenomenal that have never been talked about. Like walking around and being like, oh man, this looks really cool. I've never heard of this place. Stuff like that. But it's a little hard when people don't know that stuff's out there without actually exploring. And I think Metronome being like one of the only people who've explored the entire map would really know that that's out there. Like at the current moment, I don't think there's a lot to incentivize traveling and going to see things unless you're bored and that's what you're trying to do. Because most of the time, like even for this entire stream, I haven't really left home. I've gone into my little corner for the ocean and for fishing and stuff like that, but there's no real reason for me to go somewhere else. Shit. Yep. It's pooping. Yep. Stream is definitely lagging out. We have a bunch of drop frames. It'll even out eventually, but there's construction in the plaza, and today we actually are supposed to have maintenance on the internet. So yeah, we'll see how that works. Hi Jazz, if you can hear me respectfully, hello. Seems better now. Yeah, I think it had a little bit of a hiccup for a bit there. If you yeah, things look stable on my end. Things definitely look stable on my end. It wasn't for a second there, but please make sure to refresh the stream if it is still jittery or if it is frozen. I didn't leave town for almost 2 months, and when I did was to sit in a cave to hit tier 1 ore for 6 hours. Yeah. I think in general, I don't even want to say it is not because of gondolas. It is not because of not being able to do it, because you can do it. Metronome proved you could do it. Even now, people still go out and forage and gather and stuff like that. You can do it. Yes, it is a tiny bit of a headache if you're trying to do it with a cart or a wagon, because sometimes you'll not be able to catch the area appropriately and suddenly you'll have like one little square that you can't cross, and it's annoying. But you can still, like, if you just do it yourself and you go out, or you like do like the deployment hopping, you can still do it. The problem is, at the current moment, there is nothing to incentivize other than going and getting resources. There's nothing to incentivize travel. And so I think having, and I know this was talked about like multiple times in different aspects, but having outbreaks being a thing that forces people, like maybe there's a red circle on the map and there's an outbreak in that specific area, and people have to go defend it. And the problem with that, though, is if there's no one online to defend from the outbreak, you pretty much lose that entire area to go farm in. So it's like a fine balance. You have to figure out a way to make people go somewhere, but also that if no one goes somewhere, it's not going to be detrimental. So yeah. But I think a lot of people are talking about like world bosses, having outbreaks, having town sieges, having like the ancient cities being like overrun, just having something that makes traveling like worth it to go see things. I personally would love to see something that involves like Arcade and having like run cargo and then trade it in. Like, I would do that constantly. That would be like so amazing. That I'm still, knock on wood, fingers crossed, hope up and down one day it happens. Do I think it's going to be hard in the current world because of the river system and like not having a way to cross things? Sure. Can you still do it? Yes. It's just a little bit more tedious. Find routes via the ocean. Find routes via waterways. Find routes where you drop it off in one location and then you take a cart. Like, the struggles that people have at the current moment are just convenient struggles. It's not game-breaking struggles. It's, oh no, I lost 10 minutes because I have to go up and around. There is a way to get to every point of the map with cargo. It's just a matter of, do you want to do it? And then also it like gives people like ways to do roads. So like if we know that there's a place that this cargo, this caravan of stuff needs to go, and then it's like in the middle of this biome. I mean, I made this giant road from here to here to here, like the whole way. I made this whole road in this biome. This is a crap biome for traversing. So if I can make roads to get to watchtowers, people can make roads for caravans. You just have to like make sure that you find ways that like, hey, this is a good boat route. This is a good like cart route. Hey, you do have to transfer things here to here. And with being able to do multiple deployables, you can have your boat, your ox, and your wagon out. So yeah, it's going to take you a little bit of time to transfer things, but it's still not that bad. So that's my biggest thing that I want to see in BitCraft. And then it gives people reasons to farm certain things as well, like more than just tearing up. Oh, I need to go deliver tier 4 planks, or I need to go deliver tier 4 bricks. Something that is, you get paid for traveling, essentially. I think the main core issue is the game. It doesn't feel very respectful of your time in its current loop. I can see why people say that. I can definitely see why people think that in the current loop, their time isn't respected. I think it takes a lot. I think it takes a lot to get anywhere or get anything done. And that's going to change hopefully over time, where they add more things. You add more crafting potions, you add speed ups, you have random stuff. Because sitting here for an hour to do a single craft, people don't have an hour in their lifetime to sit and game sometimes. Like, you, as a person playing BitCraft, you have to have endless amount of time to play the game. Because if you have very limited time, you're not really going to do anything or do much. There are things that you can do within that time, like gathering, but you wouldn't be able to really craft anything. Make a pathway of dirt trails for my cart to go between settlements. Yeah, exactly. Do stuff like that. It's fine if you work from home running it in the background 10 hours a day, but you can't really play the game for 3-4 hours a week. No. It's at the current moment, it is not set up to... I don't want to say it's not set up to be efficient that way, but like it's not set up to be conducive to that type of gameplay. Yeah, you don't, yeah. I mean, you can, but you need to have other expectations. Yeah, it's exactly. If you were like, oh, I'm going to gather and you enjoy gathering, okay, 3-4 hours, you can gather a bunch of stuff. I think looking at it, if you compare other sandbox MMOs, look at what time is spent doing what and how. Usually for MMOs, the biggest time sink is running around. Biggest time sink is usually travel time. Going between quest to quest, finding mobs, going from mob to mob. Like, usually that tends to be the biggest thing. In BitCraft, it's crafting. I think the running around is way less time than it is with the crafting. So it's very interesting to think, like, and yeah, I know that they've talked about changing it constantly, updating the minute by minute gameplay and stuff like that. I would prefer to have my playtime as exploration and gathering and have them automate the refining part so you can do it AFK. I think that would be really cool, or hear me out, tie it in with a companion app. A lot of MMOs started doing that as companion apps. Hell, even Warframe I think has a companion app at this point. Make the crafting part of a companion app where you can still interact with that part of it as some sort of like mobile game. It lends very well to being sort of like mobile game-esque. So all crafting is like how crops grow in farming. Not a bad idea. You can put it in a bench and let it cook for X amount of hours whilst you're sleeping / working, etc. Yeah. I think that is definitely a good way to do it. I mean, Warframe, that's my newest obsession right now, is playing Warframe. That's what happens in Warframe. Yeah, it takes 3 days to craft something, but you're playing another part of the game while waiting for that craft. So if you get BitCraft Plus, you can buy gems to finish crafting jobs instantly. Man, that's pay to win. Even having ability of the resource structures at middle to high tiers that passively take up progress on crafts over time. Nothing crazy, but adds up over time. I mean, at this point, potions. Potions are the same way. It's small, but over time. I personally, when I look at potions, I'm like, oh, it's going to save me a minute. It's going to take me longer to make that potion than it is for me to save the time. So, yeah. Hitting yourself if you go sleep for 8 hours and you at least have some progress when you hop back on. Well, I mean, there's also that whole... people can help craft, but that still requires someone's use of their time. Wouldn't people just mass produce crafting tables then? Yeah. Yeah, it would. I think what it would be is if you'd have one crafting table of each type per settlement, and then you would level that up and you would add more to that table specifically. That could be a way to do it. It takes so long to prospect the mushrooms. Yeah. I think that is part of the gameplay that needs to be looked at is the time efficiency of stuff. Like, yeah, you can make a berserker potion, but if you're crafting that berserker potion, how long does it take? And how much time are you saving? Would it just be easier to not worry about it and just continue to craft? Stuff like that. People will find ways to abuse everything. Yes, that's 100%. But not adding stuff and trying things in early access because people will break it is kind of an L mentality, in my opinion. That's happened constantly, to be honest. There's plenty of times where, and I'm not even just talking BitCraft Online, I'm talking like every game out there in early access to some degree or another, even for it being early access, don't want to take the risk of like trying something out that fails. You could have it work similar to Brighter Shores where you have to be present at the table and AFK at it. Yeah. I mean, if this was purely AFK where the stamina didn't go down, and then you could queue up the next item, okay. Like your character is still physically standing at this table. Yeah, people are talking getting rid of the stamina bar. Or while you're crafting, there's no stamina. You still have stamina while you're gathering or etc. But crafting, there's no stamina. I just always try to think of ways people take advantage of it. Oh yeah, yeah. You gotta think about the TTP. Always think about the TTP. And if people don't know what TTP stands for, it's time till penis. Hello. Farming stations slowly tick up progress over crafts over time, like 1 progress a minute or something. Balancing numbers before implementation is a waste of energy, in my opinion. Just get the idea out there for people to limit test. Okay, so there are 2 different sides of that boat. There are people who want it to be already tested and not be guinea pigs, and the people who don't care. So that's the hard line of things. Is you might be someone who doesn't care and you don't mind being the guinea pig, but there are other people out there that are like, I'm not your guinea pig. I didn't sign up to be quality control. I did not sign up to do that. And so if you have, say, a public test realm, which is that, and people knowingly sign up for it, awesome, great. It's when you get into early accesses or open betas and stuff like that, where people don't understand. Yes, you're trying to be the bug report person, But early access at this point, a lot of people don't understand what early access, game companies, early access is beta. Early access for players is full launch. Like, there is a huge disconnect with what early access means nowadays. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, look at Warframe. Warframe's still, what, beta? Warframe is still in beta. If they wiped and said, hey, they're going to wipe at full launch, that game is released. They just say they are in beta, but that game is full launched. I would say BitCraft at this point has launched. And you look at Ash's creation, the drama that happened. They launched on Steam. That's technically a launch. So yeah, there's just a bunch of stuff there that you have to, as a company, explicitly say, hey, this will change. Hey, like, you have to put everyone's an idiot. Every single person. I am an idiot. You're an idiot. My mom's an idiot. My dad's an idiot. My dog's an idiot. I don't have a dog, but if I have a dog, future kid's an idiot. Every single person on this planet is an idiot in some capacity. With that, my future dog is such an idiot. Yep. And I'm not saying that detrimentally. I'm just saying that that's the case. Like, for everything, like, not everyone's perfect. So a lot of times with gamers, though, you gotta spell it out. You gotta actually, like, spell out everything and be like, because if not, it bites you in the butt. And as a gaming company, you gotta treat it like no one knows anything, because then you're covering all your bases, and then you're making it like, yeah. A lot of people think, oh, they'll understand it. They'll get it eventually. No. Yeah. Thanks. There we go. Nope. Silly internet. Jeez. Well, it looks like we're back. It looks like we are back. Welcome back, idiots. Oh, man. I love how an ad is about to start. But yeah, no, to go on to that topic, I think tutorials, laying stuff out, you can't assume people know and can follow along. Like, you have to break it down. And then, yeah, it might not be great for the people who do know what's going on, but they can just skip it. Like, so, yeah. The barrier of entry is very, 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 very low for playing games, but understanding them is extremely high. Like, So that's why you have a lot of games out there that talk about it's easy to learn, hard to master. And that's something that is really good in a video game, is if it's easy to learn but hard to master, then you have like an upward progression. But other than that, no. I think a lot of, and I'm like, a lot of early access stuff, they just feel like people are just gonna understand it's early access. Like, not anymore. It's kind of like if you ask a kid to talk on a cell phone, they don't do this anymore. This is an old school thing. They do this. Like, it's that's the difference, is older people know what early access means, but new generation of people grow up knowing that early access is like full launch. So, and that's just how society has gone. Until people stop using early access as, like, I don't know, betas. They have a beta. A lot of, like, when you look at, say, the Ashes of Creation drama, they launched it into Steam. People are like, oh, it's launched. Oh, it's a thing. But it was actually still in beta. Like, that's, like, there's a misunderstanding that a lot of people have with what, especially with Steam, especially with MMOs, especially with, like, betas aren't a thing anymore. You have beta weekends, which are okay, but, like, for the most part, it doesn't really exist anymore. Why pay people to test something when you can have a bunch of people test it for you? And then they'll just complain, and then you can fix it later, and then hope you made your money. Like, I think Mom needs to refresh. Mom, refresh. They launched it to save millions in refunds through their Kickstarter promises. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, yeah. Stuff like that. And new games that actually have a lot of potential that use early access. The way early access is, yeah, it's ruined at this point. It is completely ruined. You're either launching something or you're not. That's it. You're either launching something or you're not. Okay, so we has more of this that needs to go out. Oh, my U button is broken. Why release a complete game when you can drip feed it through the cash shop? I mean, you kind of have to do that nowadays, unfortunately, to some degree, is companies are not getting paid the same amount to make games as they used to be. And so you're stuck doing nothing but crowdfunding, where back in the day, people would be like, okay, you have a budget of $2 million. Do this. Now it's like, oh, well, we'll just crowdfund it. We'll get investors. Everything is so up in the air nowadays because people learned, well, I can just get the money from thin air. Versus, okay, we have this budget. We need to stay within this budget. And that's what, like, look at, like, the old MMOs. None of that was crowdfunded. Like, They launched and hoped it was like a movie. They had a budget. They launched and hoped they made their money back at launch or sell cosmetics. I like how Hightail leans so hard in letting people know what's not functional. Yeah, I think it's great. I think it's great. Like literally most of the main world stuff isn't implemented yet, and there's an area where you can see where it'll be, but you open doors and it's just a work in progress. And yeah, I love that. I thought that was phenomenal. I thought that was so well done. I was like, yes. And they are constantly on their social media accounts talking about, hey, we're sorry that this is not implemented. Like people have gotten to the point where they're like, oh, no, what you have is great. Like stop apologizing. What you have is great. Like they have overcompensated the other way to be like, hey guys, there's nothing here. They're like, we're still working on it. But that is so good in the long run. That is so good in the long run versus empty promises. I think companies are like politicians at that point where they give you a bunch of empty promises and then they can't fulfill it. You look at the video with Ashes of Creation and Thor was going through and saying, hey, this is what I paid for and here's what I received. Unfortunately, people are more ambitious and they can dream up whatever they want to dream up, but they don't realize the how to make something solidified. Like, imagine the OG Final Fantasy waiting for crowdfunding. Yeah, right? No, we were saying like original Final Fantasy, like Final Fantasy 1. They were literally broke and it was their Hail Mary. Yeah. But I think for a lot of things, when you look at work in progresses, it's so, I don't know. Yes, roadmaps are nice if you can follow through with it. A lot of companies can't. A lot of companies don't. A lot of companies promise things, especially MMOs. Oh, well, wouldn't it be cool if? Okay, is it a reality? Is it a thing that you can actually promise? For example, I'm a little concerned, and this is me personally, that we're not going to get towns on water. That I'm a little concerned. It was something that was promised as like a, hey, we hit this mile marker. But do you know that it's actually possible? We can't manipulate terraforming water. Is it ever going to be possible that I can have my own town floating on top of the water? Like, to me, that feels like an empty promise. An empty thing to look forward to. So anytime I see those in video games, I'm like, I'll believe it when I see it. Like, having the wind being a thing in the game, and then now, like, oh, there's a possibility of rain or a possibility of weather. Okay, graphically, it can happen. It's something that's in every MMO to some degree or another, possibly. But don't make promises that you know that you can't absolutely and utterly fulfill. And I think a lot of, and I'm not saying BitCraft in general, I'm saying a lot of MMOs try to incentivize people to join or to put money into hopes and dreams. And hopes and dreams don't get you anywhere. Like, they really don't at the end of the day. It's warm, it's fuzzy, it's cozy, but it doesn't actually get you anywhere. So, when people say are work in progress, but you clearly cannot see the work being in progress, I mean, sometimes you can't. Sometimes things are legit behind the scenes, but for the most part, just don't promise things that you absolutely and utterly can't fulfill. If you don't know, don't do it. Don't even bring it up. If you don't know, like the whole gondola system should have never been talked about in the very first place. Because you gave someone hope that that was a possibility. Sure, it might happen. Don't talk about it until it's confirmed. Like, and that's, again, not just BitCraft. That is every single game out there. They promise people something to try and keep them on board, and then people get pissed and they end up leaving. That's, yeah. You can have this shiny new houseboat for $50 off the cash shop. Dude, if there was boat skins for like $20, yes. I'd buy it. And like Guild Wars 2 was really good at that. If you can put paving on ground, you can also put paving on water, I'm sure. Then it's just forcing people to place things on ground or on paved water. Maybe. I'm sure it's more complicated than that because of clipping and all that kind of stuff. Skater? Hi, Snow Skater. Welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. Hopes and dreams work if you have goodwill and track record. Yeah, if you have like a really good track record. Towns on water is something we want to add, but it will be sometime. Yeah, exactly. But again, wishful thinking. Hopefully, it's nice to dream about. But yeah, like I like water. I like things on water. Most of my houses in Minecraft are like water based. Got a raid and run. Super hungry. Go eat. Enjoy. Hope you had a good stream. This game is similar to Worm Online from what I've heard. I have not played Worm Online. I hear a lot of people comparing this to RuneScape or Albion. But it is a resource gathering open world sandbox. So, I'm here to disturb what's going on for a second. GOG is giving away Alone in the Dark original trilogy. Sure, feel free to drop that. Yeah. I'm sure people want free games. Add to library. I haven't actually used. Oh wow, they have some like. Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen anything by GOG. But yeah. But free games are free games. It's true. Free games are free games. Okay. There we go. But yes, if people are interested. I did my fertilizer. I'm getting warm. Cow shut the computer room door and now I'm like sweating. Okay, so I did fertilizer. I did enjoy your lurk. I put those back. So now I guess. Oh, I need buckets. That's what I need. I need buckets. Which means, let's do. I've been collecting free games every month for years at this stage. I should probably check out what I actually have on GOG one day. I didn't use it for like ever, and then I did for like a very short period of time, and then I still never touched it. I should at some point, but I'm doing this so I can get buckets. I won't traumatize people. Oh, nose, come on. But yeah, I definitely, like, it's not criticism for a specific thing. It is criticism across the entire board of video games. Is people have gotten used to unfulfilled wishes and just being okay with it. And especially now with the Ashes of Creation drama, I think people, like Star Citizen, now Ashes of Creation, I hope people are a little bit more lenient of putting faith into words. And I personally, for me, I have things that are happening behind the scenes. I'm not going to go into detail. They are personal matters. But there are things that are happening behind the scenes that really solidify actions speak louder than words. And when you look at certain things where I've gone my entire life with good, like, saying, oh, I had good intentions of doing this. Well, did I actually have good intentions of doing said thing when my actions spoke completely opposite? And like stuff like that. Like, you have to look at, anyone can say anything. Anyone can tell you anything in the world. But what they do, like actually physically do, tells you way more. It speaks way louder. And that's the part that, like, it's taken me 30 plus years to really learn that. Like, it takes me a really long time for me to actually learn that, because I was all about hopes and dreams. I was all about good intentions. I was all about, like, oh, well, they didn't mean it. Okay, well, it still happened. And so it is very concerning at this point that a lot more people in the gaming industry are, I think it's the young ones, to be honest, that haven't been burned by previous things. And they haven't learned that it's not good to touch the stove when it's on. And hopes and dreams only get you so far. Saying something has potential only gets you so far. And video game companies as a whole need to respect people's time and their dedication to something way more than what I think the industry as a whole has been doing. It's just cash grabs. It's okay, they're gonna play it no matter what. They're just gonna move on. Like, and then you have an entire generation of people, our generation of people, that go, we remember when games were good. I look for MMOs constantly, look for new MMOs constantly, and go, okay, what's the next good MMO? There's nothing. There's been nothing in the sense of, like, the WoW killer, the EverQuest killer, the Guild Wars 2, like, and there never will be. Ever. Like, BitCraft as a whole, it fulfills a pocket. It fulfills an itch. It fulfills a certain part. But I'm playing Warframe. And then Warframe's not going to fill that itch that, like, BitCraft does. You play World of Warcraft, it's going to fulfill a certain itch, but it's not going to, like, it's not going to complete the entire checklist. Video games back in the day were dedications. People would spend their entire life dedicated to this thing. That doesn't happen anymore. It 100% doesn't happen anymore. The new thing, as soon as someone, nope, next new thing. But it's because also devs as a whole don't care about that dedication anymore. They don't show the appreciation the way that it used to be shown. Now it's cool, thanks. Like, thank you for playing my game. Like, so being a WoW killer means you already lost. Oh yeah. I remember when games were complete. Yeah, I mean, even first person games are never complete anymore either. I'd love to know what's actually going on with the devs. How do you leave this 0 of 1 stuff in the player tags for weeks? Why does it take 6 months to add a max button to crafting? Is their process so focused and rigid that quick fixes don't happen until management say so? We don't know. I'm not going to ever ask for that information, to be completely honest, because it sounds negative. It sounds harsh. It'd be like, why can't you fix your shit? I think is very... Again, actions speak louder than words. So in any case, for any MMO, for any development thing, sometimes you just can't. Sometimes it's just not on the docket. Sometimes it flies under the radar. There's a multitude of things. If it's a priority, it'll become a priority. I can write Master Chief better than the person who made it. Well, okay, so... yeah, everyone can think that they can be better at something because they are looking at it above. If you're in it, like, it's harder. You have like more of a tunnel vision. You're dealing with a lot more things. You're dealing with a lot more stress. Especially as a gamer, you can like bird's eye view the situation and be like, okay, well, here's this thing. You're not in that world. You don't know exactly what's happening behind the scenes for anything. Especially, like, look at, again, I'm talking about Ash's creation a lot. Ash's creation is a very good example. It's very relevant. If they aren't held accountable, nothing will change. That is true. That is also true. I think in general, echo chambers are very bad. I think people can critique things, but you have to be very careful that it is, that the critique is not bashing. Something has to stay as a critique. You have to be able to look at both sides. There are people out there that only look at their side and what is enjoyable for them, and they don't think about how this will affect a greater outcome. And so sometimes when people talk about, oh, I wish this happened or I wish that happened, they're not seeing how that's going to interact with something else down the road. And it is very hard to see that when you don't have all the information. Ultra Kid Bro, thank you very much for that follow. Welcome in. We're on a very interesting topic today. I do apologize, but a very relevant topic. People misconstrue criticism as attacks and vice versa. Yeah, I do agree. But it is also... Ooh, we got the Elden Ring Superfan badge. Hello. Welcome in. I like the badge. Sorry, I really like the hat. I think honestly though, that is a lack of social structure and social interactions nowadays. The social ineptitude of people has plummeted, absolutely plummeted since the internet and since like social media. People don't know how to interact with people. And so because that's the case, one, you can't punch people in the face anymore if they say something rude. So a lot of people get away with saying rude stuff and then don't realize that what they say is rude. Then two, they don't have the etiquette to know how to correctly talk to people in difficult situations because they'll just ghost them. Three, when something is going good, they don't normally say anything. It's only when stuff are bad because that's what, you know, negative review bombing. You don't tend to go on to places and immediately think, oh, I'm going to immediately leave a good review. Most people go, oh, I'm going to leave you a bad review on Yelp. So negativity seems to be more prominent. So society as a whole, number four, don't know how to talk to each other anymore. And because that's the case, a lot of people don't know, hey, what I'm saying is not an attack towards you. This is criticism. Or this is an attack. Like the way people word things is like words mean things. And this is something I have to learn. as someone who does communicate on the internet, but also like in my personal life. Words mean things. I'm horrible. I mistalk all the time. And so I'm constantly learning how to say things better. But a lot of people don't get that. A lot of people don't have that person that's telling them, no, what you just said is rude. What you said is bad. People don't have that. People live in an internet echo chamber. And because that's the case, no one ever learns. And so I end up becoming very much like in any social setting online, I tend to be the person who is the most hated or the Karen of the group, because I see when people mess up that way and I call it out, and I'm not afraid to call it out. I'm also not afraid to be punched in the face. I have done my stint of fighting and boxing and stuff like that. So if someone says something, yeah, like I'm gonna, like, in real life, I hate conflict, and I'm probably one of the most shy people out there, and like will shy away from things. But I'm not gonna be like, yeah, what I said isn't valid. What I said isn't true. Like, standing up and saying, hey, here's what's wrong, here's how you correct it. If you say, hey, here's what's wrong, but you don't say here how you correct it, then you're just complaining. Then you are just Karen. But if you go, okay, here's an example of how to correct it. Here's an example of how to talk about it. Here's an example of a way that is better for everyone. That's the part that, I mean, moderation as a whole, there's so many people out there that think moderating video games is like the hardest job in the world. To a degree it is, but at the same time, you just can't be lenient. You have to have an iron fist, essentially, because leniency gets taken. Oh, hey, it's a Hrothgar. Leniency gets taken very horribly in the MMO sense. People want to test your boundaries. People are going to constantly test boundaries. So you got games like Final Fantasy XIV that have strict moderation, and it's good. The people who complain about moderation are the people who get hit with moderation the most and want to complain, oh, woe is me, they banned me. Well, you should have been banned. Suck it up, Cupcake. You should have been banned. Be a better human being. Get off the internet. Quit being like a troll. And that's the part of the internet and like part of gaming that people are like, oh, I'm being attacked. Oh my God, it's criticism. Maybe because I'm old. I'm old. I'm in the older generation of gamers, though, where I'm like, you know what? Get off my lawn. I'm tired of you messing up everything for everyone else. Like, cool story, bro. Needs More Dragons banned. No, but like, if someone literally was like bashing on someone else, like, stop offending. You can give criticism without mean words. Exactly. But my freedom of speech. Technically, freedom of speech is only a very limited thing in a private fashion. I can take away freedom of speech. Any private institute can take away freedom of speech. Freedom of speech is only government. So, because I can ban anyone for what they say, and it's not against freedom of speech. Go out and touch grass. Get off my lawn. Exactly. So Hrothgar, we're currently not really working towards a whole bunch. I'm just trying to get more processors up. And then at some point I need to figure out the warehouse so we can actually like look at tiering up. But with Wednesday coming out and possible update and wipe stuff, yeah, if you want to chill, I'm just kind of meandering and doing random stuff. Get off my lawn. I can't, my grass render is set to 0. But I hope a lot of this is very reflectant for a lot of people, and it's not just, again, me complaining or being a Karen, because I do feel like there needs to be a change in a lot of things, and leniency on the internet has caused way too many problems. I need a goal, I know. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back. Also, I need to change out of this. I am sweating now. So I'm going to put on a short sleeve. I'm gonna use the restroom. I guess if you want to make buckets, make buckets. We do need to finish the tub over there, and then I think everything else is, I think everything's open. You should have access to like everything minus my personal cache, which has nothing in it. So if you want to start working on putting more processors together, you can do that. Yeah, I will be right back. I meant to blow my nose. I meant to blow my nose before I sat down, and I forgot. And so I was like, grr. No, I got more soda. Need a little bit more of the caffeine. Okay. I turned grass on to make thumbnails. That's pretty funny. I probably took to remember the grass back on, but it looks so much better. I think I have mine on like 50-50. The art really is one of the strong points of BitCraft, making almost every object harvestable. Having it look really good, it takes talent. I think BitCraft as a whole, the way that BitCraft looks, is very niche in like I would say like almost a Ghibli-esque kind of way. Like it has that like whimsical art style to it. It definitely brings in a lot of people because of the art style, and I yeah. It's simple yet complex at the exact same time. Gah. My throat was very dry. Having a nice hot cup of Russian caravan tea. Russian caravan tea. They got to fix the ox face though. That's not healthy for the neck. What's wrong with the ox? Oh, I don't have an ox out. Have a good night, Lutra. Thank you for sitting through my little rant. And also, we need to connect about tea. Maybe I'll send you some like, hey, if I get this teapot, if it's like yay or nay, if I get the Lutra approval of my a teapot or tea. Have a good night. Good to see you. How is that how they're evading sanctions? I agree with a lot of it. Yeah, Lutra and I, we talk a lot. Muffin Man. Hello, how are you? But do you know the Muffin Man? Oh, my throat is so itchy. I also feel like I have to like continue to blow my nose. Not the gun drop buttons. Hurting leg day at the gym. Oof. Oof. Nobi. Hello, King Nobi. How are you? How are you doing? Long time no see. Almost sleeping on my desk while collecting flowers. Oh no. I think 1,000 buckets are good, right? It's not quite the 20,000, but it's close. How many flowers? And what tier? I think that is a part of the question. What? If it's tier 1 and you need like 20,000, I can understand. I can understand. I like picking flowers though. I do personally like picking flowers. What is... Oh no. Oh no, Ribo. Okay, how much money is that? Because it's what, 20 per sandpaper? So 69,708 times 20 is 1,394,160 hex coins. Oh my gosh. Oh no. That's... That's terrible. We're not tier 6 yet. I still have to set up the warehouse and like do the spreadsheet and everything. But again, we have to see what's happening with Wednesday. So it's only like 2 days away. How's Region 1 going and the streamer town on the west side of Region 1? Natsuka? Wait, there's a region town? Or a stream town? Wednesday is tomorrow. Okay, so Thursday for you, Hrothgar. Yeah, Wednesday for everyone else. The only thing that sucks is like, why not just say something? Why be like Wednesday? You already know the information. But I guess it makes the anticipation of ooh. But still, I hate waiting. I'm impatient. I'm a very impatient person. I've been saying that for months over. I've been saying that for months. Yeah. What, that I'm impatient? No, I'm kidding. How can we hype stuff up if we can talk about it? There are ways to do it. I mean, honestly, if there's things that we know, there's ways to kind of hint, nudge, and build anticipation and hype for something. But it's a very fine line. Very, very fine line. For example, it's usually mainly used for damage control. There is something douchey to be said for like if someone's like, oh, I know something you don't know, like that's a little douchey. But if it's more of like a, hey, we're working on getting this like worked out, like let's like something to look forward to, hey, along this topic, like there's talks about it, or like if we know for a fact like something is changing, we can be like, hey guys, like maybe don't give up on this thing just yet. So like there's ways that you can be influential about certain things without it being horrid. Give me something new to complain about. If we had a clear list of greenlit to talk about, well, that's what I was talking about earlier, is like there's so much information and data from like now dev streams, talking in discords, talking in streams in general, and having people visit. Like there's so much data everywhere that it's hard to be concise about, like, remember this is where that information came from. So it's a little hard that way. So not having a clean cut, you can talk about this, we can talk about that, is a little rough. Honestly, I'm doing well. Doing good. We have a half hour left of BitCraft. We did get greenlit for continuing stream. So we'll see how it goes with playing more BitCraft. We might switch over to do Warframe, because we said earlier we might be playing a bit of Warframe. I have goodies to unlock. I usually just gauge things based on how other companies doing well. Look. on how other companies doing well do it. Oh, okay, yeah. And right now the clear outlier is Hightail devs, and their comms with everything has been exactly what I've been asking for months. Yeah. Hightail has been doing pretty good with expectations, and like I think probably people know more online than anything else, because also you have like the head of Hightail, who's the main person in charge that is giving out that information. So like, you know, you can trust when the head person of Hightail is the one who is saying things. And they have a follow through. Like, there's trust that they're going to actually do what they said they're going to do. Clear structure communicated, clearly labeled what's being worked on, clearly labeled what's ready to go and what's not, clearly structured rollout from main build and test build, hiring within the community, and the main guy communicates it directly. Yep. 'Tis true. 'Tis true. I mean, just in general with the fact that they gave stuff to one sec. My brain is not braining. The fact that they gave access for modding before, yeah, before release, like that's huge. That speaks volumes. Where a lot of companies would be like, no, you can't. But and they also, like, there's a difference. Hypixel has been around forever in a scene that is doing extremely well, aka Minecraft. They know what people want. They know the industry. They're essentially getting a cheat sheet on what works and what doesn't work. And them being transparent with people is huge. But they've always been like community oriented in that sense. I've been asking for months and being told why you can't do that, why it won't work, etc. And it's like, okay, cool. I'm just gonna watch Jagex is doing with RuneScape 3.2 then and see how it plays out, I guess. I'm not familiar with. But I'm assuming that's the people who run RuneScape. But yeah, no, having full communication, full structure, roadmap, full transparency. I mean, even look at Fellowship. I haven't kept up with it recently, but Fellowship was the same way. Fellowship had extreme transparency with like everything that they were doing. Mr. Yourself, it's fine. At least I think I have like stuff laid out appropriately. The only thing that I don't think I have laid out appropriately is the tubs. The tubs, I think this is in the wrong spot. Unless what I meant to do is put another one like here, which could be the case, and then one here, and then one here, and then one here, and one here, instead of having it in a row. But I'm not sure, because I think I meant to have it like in a row this way. So the fact that this one is off on its own, I think is a mistake on my part. I think it's a mistake on my part. Flopping are gonna make before they realize that all that matters is if you respect the consumer, you make money. Yeah. And they're never gonna give you up or let you down or turn around and hurt you. It's true. Well, that's one of the things, like, why Valve does so well. Because Valve is consumer first in every aspect. Okay, what? I was doing something? My brain sparked for a second, and I don't remember what it was sparking on. And Valve gets demonetized by the rest of... Yeah. My brain was sparking on something, and I don't remember what it sparked on. Spark, spark. Spark, spark. Why? What? How? Hmm. We have a lot of tier 3 apparently. A lot of tier 3. Should probably break that down. Baldur's Gate 3 has an unrealistic standard for how games should be. Just because you weren't playing games at the time when this was considered the bare minimum doesn't mean you're right. Imagine a world where you could play a game for hundreds of hours without DLCs, internet, or other people and still be satisfied with the 40 bucks you spent. Because I don't have to. Baldur's Gate 3, I think, did a very good job. Now they're under backlash because of AI stuff. Yeah, a new generation understood all of a sudden why games were actually done well. Oh, yeah, that's, we're not gonna have enough room. I'm gonna have to move farming. I wanted to do, like, farming, like, around this, but it didn't look right. It being in a row like that actually looks good. I guess the other thing we could do is back that kiln up and, like, make another row and then put these where the kilns are so that it's actually 6, and then, like, have 6 that way, or 5 and 5, and back up this road. But then we have this blank space, like, here. I don't know. Either way, we can add resources I should have been doing this to begin with, but I think there's still a lot of lessons to be had with over AI overall. Oh no, I agree. I definitely agree. That's actually something I should probably go do. Let's go get more tier 5. We should probably go get more tier 5. If I cut this tree down, I know. I know. Because it could go right there. But I like how this is this is so aesthetically here. No, cutting my tree down. I forget what it's called. Shoot, what is the respectfully, of course, that is true. What is the name of the town here? Shoot, what is it called? I know it's not game related, but I had people saying how AI is done for us. There's no useful potential for it. Told them to go watch a documentary on how AI is being used in military and then see what they have the opinion. AI is getting scary smart. We'll make great pets. Yep. Yeah, in general, AI is getting smarter exponentially, but at the same time it's learning off of itself. So there's a little bit of issues with that. So everyone's going to continue to have 6 fingers. When a fridge knows you're low on milk. Yeah. Is it this? I'm gonna say it's this. Good thing I'm lactose intolerance. Yep, I lactose intolerance. It is this. Okay. The Reddit clone only talk to each other, plan taking over the world. So I have not. But that does sound like it's pretty hilarious. AI Insider actually has a new video out that I meant to watch. And it was something about kids and AI. Something about kids and AI. No, that's definitely fair, Jamaican. That's definitely fair. We still don't have cat girls. Yeah. I mean, we were supposed to have like flying cars by like how long now? Has anyone seen WALL-E? Dude, WALL-E is what everyone, that's the path we're heading towards. We still don't have flying cars like was said that I'd have back in the 80s. I mean, I think they have hoverboards at least now, right? We were supposed to have them 26 years ago. It's true. Not civilian use hoverboards. Yeah, I know. They have those like military jetpacks from like Iron Man. Best you can get is a Segway, or the ones that are like the little boards that looks like it's like this, and then you like step on it and like you can like roll around. It's the bottom of a Segway essentially, without the handles. We're supposed to be living like Jetsons. It's kind of terrifying to think that Wall-E is an actual potential, though. Because it probably did from all the safety hazard. Now they have the ones that are like a single wheel, and then you stand on either side of like the single wheel. But even then, like, I think they're like meant for like off-roading and stuff that not very many people still use it. I'm scared to have this stuff it'll find in Horde. Yep. Oh, yeah. Idiocracy. Welcome to the world. I can't wait to be able to play Skyrim on my Roomba soon. The one thing I do actually kind of hope gets better is like VR. Like I kind of do want like the possibility of being Isekai. I mean, it sucks to say that, but having like the full nerve gear. Well, so like Code Miko. Code Miko has like the VR mocap suit. And there are some like really good VRs that are like, I'm gonna say probably like 5,000 for like a full VR, like top of the line VR at home setup. I think is probably about 5,000. Now they have those track pads or like the walking pad things as well too. Those need to get better. The Valve and Vive trackers honestly do a good enough job. I don't know about needing a full mocap cert. Yeah, like the big mocap ones are like for like if you ever watch Code Miko, Miko does like a really good job of showing like the potential for it, but it's more like movie entertainment-esque than just being VR. Is AI requires so much RAM, there's a shortage, so upcoming console systems can only use limited amounts. Yeah. It's also kind of cumbersome. Has anyone seen Uploaded? It's I think Amazon. And they do have like that full like simulation suit thing that you have to like get into. I'm like that I could see definitely being a thing. Upload was actually a really good show. I really enjoyed it. But like that's kind of what I expect eventually to happen. Is an Upload scenario of things. I mean, they already kind of have those like oh, the haptic suits. It's not real practice as you aren't having to deal with physical resistance. Until you could get a suit that is completely like hyper smart to be like maybe 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 if like the fabric is smart so it like becomes like a resistant band and like it tightens up and like it would have to be almost like oh shoot, what's the word I'm looking for? Is it nanobots? I can't think of but it would have to have like some sort of currency or current that goes through it to like make it rigid and not rigid so that like as you hit something it actually feels like impactful. Yeah. If it could actually completely take over your like system and be like if you run into something the whole suit just stops and then it makes you feel like you've actually run into something. I hope what I'm saying comes through. I can picture it in my mind how it is, but I'm like I don't think words are doing it justice on how I'm trying to describe it. But if that was the case, then I could see the potential for things. Nanofabrics. Yes, that's what nanofabrics. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it'd be very dangerous. It'd be extremely dangerous. Imagine getting trapped in your suit and you can't get out of your suit because the whole thing is suddenly became rigid and it starts compressing on you. Like, oh, the safety mechanisms behind that are just terrible. Well, there were the what to simulate being shot with armor. Yes, Muffin, I think the nanofabric is to some degree being used to kind of simulate like or electric. I think they do electric pulse stuff as well. So it simulates the pain receptors. Trapped isn't as big of a concern. Tons of fail-safes and vocal shutdowns you could do. Please tell me more. Messing with your movement and causing you to crash into things IRL. Ah, I see. So literally full hack takeover, causing you to like jump out a window or something. I assume that's the train of thought. I'm sure military would love that though. Being able to take over someone's body and be like, you know what, pilot this person. But then of course you got robots, so. I should be able to... Should I not? I guess not. Exactly. I guess we're just gonna leave our ship. Wait, I'm trying to get out of my ship now. There we go. I was thinking more, stop hitting yourself. Oh. Yeah, imagine getting body jacked, essentially. Just wait for cybernetics to become a thing. They already have the brain chips. I watched a documentary a long time ago, actually, at this point, of someone who got a chip put into their brain because they had no movement and they could play video games using their mind. And so you'd visualize like how to maneuver stuff. I don't know if it's like real or whether it was good editing. I want to assume that it was real. But yeah, they have like neurological chips now that can help people. The Neuralink. Yeah, it is real. Okay. You don't need a chip. You could actually do that, I think, with like even eye tracking and stuff like that. We have headsets that can read brain waves. Neurological flavored chips. See, like stuff like that has me like I can't wait for that and VR. Like, hell yeah, sign me up. Put me on incubator. Like, is it an incubator? No. Yes? No. What it... Is it incubation? No. What is it called? Like with Sword Art Online where they put them in like full stasis, where they like... Shoot, what is it called? Where you get like everything through tubes. Like when Stephen Hawking's and his speech. I thought that was via keypad, but I guess it might have been an hibernation pod. Vel, hi Vel, how are you? Sort of. I guess like intubated. Not incubation, intubated. That's the word I'm looking for. It's similar, but yeah. Everyone wants VR, but it's 2026 and we still don't have smell-o-vision for public use. Dude, you don't want smell-o-vision right now. I was sweating earlier. Guys, I'm not a true gamer. I own deodorant. So, this mysterious product, completely mysterious product. It's called Outlast Sweat and Odor, and it's made by Secret, and it's 72-hour clear gel, and it's meant to go here. So pull the shirt out gently. Put your arm. You can't really see but you can see the movement. See? Okay, one step at a time. So that was step one, and then you can turn it again. Some of them you don't have to turn, but then you do the same thing. You kind of pull the fabric to the side, and then you put it up and under. Make sure that you put, see, and there you go. And then you pull it out, and there's nothing there. Welcome to your demonstration on how to use deodorant. I'm going to revoke my game card now. Yep. Revolutionary. Oh no. And my internet went to crap. Oh no. My internet was just like, tank. I said take away my gamer card, and the internet's like, sure, I'll do that. Oh man. Oh, so good. So good. What is this? Doo-doo-doo. Okay. Sorry, I had I had to put that put that aside for a second. But yes, I do keep deodorant at my desk because I keep everything at my desk. I have my vitamins at my desk. I have my ibuprofen at my desk. I have my vitamin B12 at my desk. I have my D3 vitamin D at my desk. Everything that I would need to use for self-care. I used to have face wipes. I used to have face wipes, but they got taken off my desk because I hadn't used them in forever. But everything that I need to use for self-care at my desk. It's the way it should be. It's the way it should be. You legally now have to submit your empire to me if you don't have a gamer card. Oh man, Faye. Internet's pooping again. Gosh darn it. That's so funny. Looking for a new home owner was not a real gamer. Yeah, internet. Internet is being poop. Sigh. I am up to vitamins. What else is everyone up to? Oh man, my this is bad. Yes. This past week. Oh my god, I swear. I think I've tried Vegemite once. And I don't remember if I liked it or not. I have a feeling it's something that I would weirdly like though. Okay, it looks like we're back. It looks like we're back. If you haven't refreshed, please refresh. Please refresh if still booked. AI is retelling against you. No, the internet has been really crappy at like different points. And there's supposed to be maintenance. It was supposed to happen today, but I guess it got postponed. And now it's like 1 o'clock in the morning. So, yeah. Hopefully the maintenance actually goes well. Wait, a Tuesday just for the commitment to the bit? What is the commitment to the bit? Why wipes on Tuesday? What am I missing? I almost want to do a Dyson Dangers. Do we still have the roll? Unrecognized command? What? Why do we not have the role anymore? Shoot. Oh no, is it just /r? 1d20? No. What? Nightbot, what you doing? Why are you being a nightbot? Nightbot. Dashboard. Commands. There we go. It works now. Now it works. How? Okay. If I did a Dyson Dangerous right now. Is this thing on? No. It is not on. I haven't done a Dyson Dangerous in forever. I think it's a bit walking around with Baby Widow saying that they'll wipe on Wednesday. They're waiting 2 days. Hey, maybe got the dude wipes going. You never know. You never know. You never know. Dude wipes. Okay. Encounter sheet. Man, I haven't done one of these in forever. I forgot to refresh on how I did this. Booby butthole isn't really can't hurt you. I really need to make a template for doing a Dyson Dangerous. No. Oh god. Oh god. Hrothgar. Ugh. No. Blech. Okay. Template. Did I have a template? Location, encounter, fate die, task, combat. Message failed to send. What? I didn't get a moderation thing. I don't know what happened there. I need to blow my nose. 1 sec. Rami stopped playing in Region 6 though. You can't say that the smell is getting intolerable. They quit playing. Okay. But it's stinky. Indeed. Rami, not Remy. Not Remnant Mind. Remnant Mind is still playing. Rami. Rami from Region 6. No, Remy was in here earlier. Remy is amazing people. Remy was in here earlier. She's the one person that I like use my Twitch Prime like primarily for. Okay. Voxel, how much time do you have? Rami. Hmm. I have to remember how I did this. Wait, Tony's on. Oh, Tony's playing Cult of the Lamb. I was like, oh. I'm still trying to get him to play Warframe at some point. Rami is actually playing 40k tabletop sims. How much time do you have? At this current moment, how much time do you have? Let's close that out. I can close that out. Commands are working. Close that out. What could you possibly need that requires a how much time do you have Steam? I was going to offer a Dyson Dangers encounter. She's asking when you expire. No, I was wondering if you wanted to maybe do a roleplay encounter. So Dyson Dangers is a D&D-esque roleplay combat encounter type thing. I did this before. I meant to bring it back a lot more frequently. I did one for Ravenora. I did one for Faye. I've done one for Pat and my mom. It uses, like, I would say, like, probably, depending on how fast you can make decisions, it's kind of like a choose your own adventure. How fast you make decisions is probably dependent on how fast it goes. I usually try and get them at like an hour and a half kind of possibility. And so we have the dice rolling system in chat. If you want to do via voice, we can do via voice as well. I did that with Ravy. It's all up to you, but I was willing to offer you a it's essentially Dungeons and Dragons-esque encounter. It's one shot. I don't know if you are familiar with the term of one shot or not. My internet is saying no. Oh no. I hope my internet is saying no. Damn it. I thought my internet was fine. Okay. If that is the case, let me prep for settings, graphics, windowed, apply. We gotta go with that mode. Confirm. It's still derping. So this is the one that I did with Ravy. Alright. I need to prep. New tab. New tab. New tab. New tab. New tab. Okay. This is all good. My internet is saying no too, but I smell nice. But I smell nice. Is there a way that I can put chat down here? I should figure out a way to put chat here. Like how Telleril has it like across the bottom of the screen. I think that's for a later thing. Nice. Okay. Wow, my internet is still bad. I don't know if actually anyone can see me, or if I swear I'm a no. It's Comcast being a problem. It's been like that all week. I was about to actually complain to them and be like, excuse me, but I guess we'll see what happens with maintenance tomorrow. I'd be like, my living demands actually oh, I have to do it the long way. Oh, I guess you can see someone? I can't tell what people are able to see or not. Oh, yeah. Welp. I was going to gift you a sub. That way you had no ads, but it says that I can't gift you a sub. Oh, right. You were asking asking Melody to do that the other day. Hey, we're back. We are now back. Welcome back, guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay. We are setting up for a Dice and Dangers. Now, seeing that we're currently back. No. Are we there yet? I don't know. Are we there yet? Stuff is happening. Stuff is happening. Oh, we are back. Okay, yes. Yay! We are back. We are back. We are back. Okay. All it takes is a simple brute force. So, Voxel, the question would be, would you like to do this purely based on chat, which is perfectly fine, or would you like to actually get invoice for roleplay? Something that begins with a B. Yes. So, it is completely up to you. It is completely fine to also do it in chat. There will be responses that are required on your part. You will have to interact with the role system. A little bit. You'll have to interact with the role system, so anytime you need to roll something, I will let you know what it is that you need to roll. But you would interact, no spaces. You would put exclamation point roll and then whatever it is. So with this system with Dice and Dangers, we use something called a fate die. Fate dies are always D20. And so if I ask for a fate die, it's base D20. I will usually just say D20. But how would you like to interact with this? Would you like to roleplay in chat, which is, again, perfectly fine? Or would you like to be in voice? Perfectly fine. That works. Unloading the dishwasher. Got it. Okay. Then we will set that up. Let me if you're unloading the dishwasher, seemingly hands are busy, but are you familiar with role-playing games? Have you played D&D before? Have you played any tabletop games before? And you don't have to answer immediately, but... And Floof, I think this is your first time you've seen a Dice and Dangers. I need to come up with like a logo that I can put... Because technically this is not the Hearth. This is Dice and Dangers. So this was Ravi's. Ravi went... Oh my gosh. I felt so bad for Ravi with their NPC. Their NPC was a dwarf that like literally was so unhelpful. So unhelpful. And so they were in a cave, in a cavern, but there was waterfalls and they would flow upwards and they lost a gem. And so the entire time they were like trying to find this gem. They eventually got attacked by a crystal spider. And the crystal spider actually ended up doing some aura damage, I want to say. Aura damage. That, what's the word I'm looking for? Thorns, essentially. And so I heard floof, then you cut out. Am I? Oh, you got the two-step dance. Yeah. I was gonna say, floof, have you seen me doing any of the Dice and Dangers before? So this was something that we did specifically for Ravi. This was actually on their channel, I want to say. On your third ancient pot. I spent 4 hours trying to get that. I did get a second one that I gave to Faye. And so we just kind of like snow hare named Floofies. So they do have a hair. What I'm trying to do is actually keep track of each person's character. So, I was gonna say, Hrothgard, you haven't had one yet, have you? Because I see Faye, DMK, Pat, and Mom, but you haven't had one yet. How does character setup work on your end? None. Absolutely none. You get to come up with your character on the fly. Literally on the fly. Faye, we ended up having as like someone who stole buttons. So, yeah, was a Faye who stole buttons. It's very whimsical. So if you have a character in mind, but it's all random. So your weapon is random, your spells are random. There's no classes. So you get to come up with whatever you want. Whatever you want to imagine is what you can come up with. I was gonna say, Hearth, how much time do you have? Because if we did a double party. I don't know if you and Voxel want to go in on doing an encounter together or not. Mom and Pat, this was a good one. This was such a good one. My mom went after a panther, tried to befriend it, then poked it in the eye. Then tried to shut a door on it, and then tried to, like, oh no, okay. Message me when you have time, and we will work out a scenario. But yeah, so it was very chaotic, very back and forth. But we do have character sheets. Let me see if I can pull up the character sheet. Character sheets. Here we go. So we have Ember Mom, who's current level 1. Faye, Pat, Ravi, encounters, number of encounters. So I will set this up as well. We were saying experience was, I forget how we did experience. How did we do experience? Oh, experience equals a fate die. That's what it was. So DMK had 3 experience. Mom and Pat had double. I forget how we actually did it. I'll have to go back through. But it says experience equals a fate die. So we'll have to see. Every level is 20 experience. I'll go back through. I'll go back through my VOD and see how we... But yeah, it says is a fate die. So we do have character sheets for some people. All the items, you get 1 backpack item that comes with your character that you roll randomly. And then your encounters. So you can get items based on your backpack and stuff like that, based on what weapons you pull, etc. It's all just kind of fun and quirky. But still need a quick moment. We will start that encounter very soon. I'm gonna use the restroom, get ready, and hopefully in that time frame we can get rolling. We're just sitting here harvesting wood. So I'm gonna take a quick break before we get into Voxel's Dyson Dangers encounter. Stick with us. We're gonna take a quick break. I should roll ads right now. Is there a way that I can roll ads right now? Alright. I'm gonna use the restroom. We're gonna roll ads and then we will get started. What is this? There we go. Okay. I will be back. Okie dokie. We are good to go. We have general chat.
Yeah,
Oh, hi.
probably. Hello.
Are you gonna drag me into a different call?
I was gonna say I was gonna private call you, but we can do that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, either or. Whatever works.
I will send you the private call. There we go. You were brave.
Whoa.
Very brave.
Brave?
Yeah, you went
Where
into
does the
a
bravery come in?
random voice channels.
How's that bravery? I don't know. I do that all the time. I used to just jump into the official BitCraft Discord and just chill there, hanging out with people as well. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's not much that I personally need to be afraid of jumping into a voice call with random people.
No, I think you're good. It's just funny that it's like random voice. But I asked you a question earlier when you were unloading dishes.
Okay. Yes.
What is your D&D experience, your tabletop experience, etc.?
I have done so in very limited capacities. I've done a one-shot. I have helped co-DM a session of D&D. I'm also familiar with the rule sets of other tabletop RPGs, but haven't actually done any campaigns on them. And I played Baldur's Gate 3, I guess. I don't know.
Perfect. Throw everything you know out the window.
Yeah, that's not hard to do. Like I said, I've also played other tabletop RPG games, so I'm definitely familiar with just rolling with whatever comes.
So this is very off the cuff, very random. The reason I ask for people's experience is kind of how I need to gauge hand holding. So if people are experienced with role playing, then I tend not to be like, oh, so roll this, roll that. For Dice and Dangers, it's literally a sandbox. If you choose to go do something, it's all based on random rolls. It's all based on random tables. So if you are literally like, if I roll something and you're like, I don't like it, I go somewhere else. Well, we're going to roll something else until you like it. It is your world. You don't have to interact with the first thing in front of you. Usually it's kind of funny to interact with the first thing in front of you. It's very improv-y, which is one reason why I do personally like it. I like improv D&D more than like, I have done the sit for a month, write a campaign. I can do either or. This is more so just kind of a friendly people who want to roleplay but don't get the chance to roleplay kind of scenario. So I'm gonna give you like a hands-off approach. Thank you very much for the follow. Well done. Well done. I'm going to give a very hands-off approach. I will ask for certain roles when it happens, but essentially hands-off, no touchy. Exactly, it's voxel. So, I mean, I might get banned. You know? Never happened. Don't know. But in general, if you say, hey, I don't know, we can start doing a little bit more of a hand-holding situation, but it's up to you how you want to play the game. So, are you familiar with rolling systems? We use a little bit of like the D20 kind of roll.
Hold on, let me go get my real life dice.
Oh, well, unless you're going to show me camera footage of you.
Yeah, sure.
You rolling in real life.
Okay, 1 second.
This will be a first. Usually it's for chat, but I'll keep my rolls for you guys. It's fine. But we do have location. I'm trying to like make sure I have all of the windows open ahead of time. That way we can get into this fast. Part of it previously of what took so long was me trying to actually Cast magic missile. All the spells are random. All the spells are random. You get to choose what type of spell you want to cast, but other than that, it's random. Consider it wild magic. It is very wild magic-esque. Now, you can cast the same thing that you know over. And all of the items that you have, you do get to keep. Oh, I need to put down... location... Do we want to do backpack item? I think we'll do backpack item last.
Okay, this is tragic. I bought a bag of dice, and I've been waiting for an opportunity to use it. And now that the opportunity has arisen, it has gone missing. This is tragic.
No! That is like the worst
I'll have
offense
to do
possible.
without. I know! I got these like cool looking dice, and I was... damn it.
Oh,
Whatever.
next time, when you find them, your character will be in the archive. So, your character will be around in the campaign.
Mm-hmm.
So, are you ready?
I am ready.
You are ready. Okay. I like how it's immediately an ad break as soon as you're ready. The fates.
We gotta leave them on a cliffhanger, you know?
Yeah, it's true. Okay. So when rolling in the channel is going to be exclamation point roll and then whatever the dice is. So 1d 100, 1d 20. There is a space between roll and the 1d, but other than that, that's just kind of how you're going to interact with the roll system. If you want to give a few practice rolls, you can. If not, we can go with your first roll of this encounter, which is the location. If you would not mind, roll me a 1d100, please.
All right.
And we'll figure out what your location is. Where have you been thrust into?
Damn it. Okay.
No spaces.
Oh, fuck. Sorry. Whoops.
No, it's okay. Listening. So, exclamation point roll, space 1d100. There you go.
Okay.
It's okay. Excitement, we understand. I'm a golden retriever. I pee on the carpet all the time. So 73. Ooh, we have the Gilded Tangle. The Gilded Tangle as the location. And my formatting is awful. Congratulations. Golden vines entangle trespassers gently, but firmly. So you're in essentially, I don't want to say jungle-esque, more probably like forest with like some deep undergrowth. You have like the mossy carpets, but it's very golden. Everything's shimmery. You might have that like snow blindness or like things are just a little too bright. Let's do another D100, and 1 is going to be more morning, and then 100 is going to be night. So we have 12 o'clock. Okay, so we're looking at noon. So this place is very shiny. Sun is overhead. You were looking at everything being kind of almost a little too bright. Do you think your character has sunglasses? Does your character wear sunglasses? Or is
my character would definitely wear sunglasses.
Definitely wear sunglasses. What sunglasses do you wear? What type?
Oh man, they're round sunglasses with like a very thin gold trim for the like surrounding the lenses and the frame wire frame.
So more like almost a vampire-esque, where like I picture vampires that have like the small like round.
Vampire sunglasses. Hold on, let me look that up.
Like Vayne from League of Legends.
Yes, that's when I searched vampire sunglasses, that's exactly what I was thinking of. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. They're the small like round frames. Okay. So
Yeah.
also for people who are familiar with D&D, Percy from Vox Machina. He's in another person. He's not vampire, but he does have like the small round glasses as well. It's a critical role character. So we have our locations. You're currently in this forest with these bright vines that are kind of like not blinding you because you have your sunglasses on, but it is definitely annoying. So we're going to say that you, for perception reasons, have a disadvantage. It's noon. It's bright. It's kind of like you come over the crest of a hill and you have the sun blinding you in the eyes in the car. So your first roll will have disadvantage with perception. So disadvantage with I guess looking. I'm trying to break it down. So disadvantage with looking at stuff. You have to figure out why you're here. Why are you here? Let's roll another D100, please, and figure out why are you in this weird, almost Midas touch location with an 88. Okay, this is fun. This is fun. Immediately give me another D100 because we have an NPC roll. You have unlocked an NPC with your encounter.
This message is identical to the last one that you have recently sent. Within 30 seconds.
Oh no. There we go. Terrible. Okay. So, going through, you find a small clearing amidst all these vines, and it's not hard to find the clearing. It kind of like eye fatigue when you've been staring at a computer for so long and that screen, and you're just like, oh, finally I can rest my eyes. You find this clearing, and in this clearing, it looks like something straight out of Alice in Wonderland. It looks like a tea party, but something is off. You see, the people that are sitting at this tea party, their bones are kind of in a certain uncomfortable fashion. They moving in very unnatural ways, like kind of like the crick of the neck, or like watching, say, a Supernatural, or watching a paranormal thing where it has that very jagged motion. People are trying to pick up tea glasses, and suddenly it's like very jittery. And at the head of the table is this beautiful elf who's in very drab looking robes. Very, very, very drab. And seems to be in that kind of Mad Hatter scenario where they're tea for everyone. Tea. Oh my gosh. Sir Wiggins, you have not had your tea. How about cake? How about cake? And they are kind of pushing plates that you can tell have nothing on them. But according to this person, it seems like they're having the time of their life. As you walk up to this scenario, what do you do?
Tea? Look at the way that they move. That's clearly whiskey. And I try to convince him that it's whiskey.
Okay. Roll 1d20, and we're going to see what your fate die for this encounter is. With a 5. It's on the lower end of the spectrum. So, at this point, they kind of have their teapot and they freeze for a second. Whiskey? Whiskey? What are you talking about, this whiskey? This is tea. This is the most refined tea possible. What do you mean whiskey? Are you have you been on the whiskey?
The way that they move, they're clearly drunk. That if it is tea made with the best stuff, then apparently you've made your tea with alcohol.
What what is this? What is this alcohol that you speak of? Why don't you have a seat at my tea party and you can prove to yourself.
You've never had alcohol? Hold on. And I just reach behind me and I pull out a bottle of...
Give me a D100.
Okay.
I lost in the sauce once again. With a 90. Well, okay. Give me another D100. So the alcohol that you have in your backpack is very fine. Very top of the line alcohol. If you want it to be whiskey, it can be whiskey. And then you'll have to... yep, sorry. I keep forgetting that it... so, bottle of...
I just have to wait 30 seconds, okay.
Very fine alcohol. What would you like it to be? Do you want it to be whiskey? What alcohol
you know
would...
what? We're going to go with whiskey for now.
Okay.
I don't know enough about whiskey to give a specific brand, but like
fine.
this is a fantasy world.
I was gonna say it's definitely fantasy. So let's see here in your backpack items. So as you're scrounging through your backpack and you're looking for this bottle, you also find your hands brush across the boots of echoing steps. Footsteps sound louder, helpful for intimidation. So, within this backpack, you also seem to have found your boots of echoing step. If you choose to equip them currently, you can. If you choose to leave them for later, you can. I'm not going to do any of the like weird, it takes a bonus action to equip your stuff. Oh, you have to.
Okay, cool.
If you decide to use something, you can use it. But
Got it.
in the meantime, you have this very fine bottle of alcohol. What do you choose to do? He obviously has asked you to sit down at the table. And what do you do from here?
I sit down at the table. I take the teacup that I presume is in front of me, dump it out, and then pour the whiskey in the teacup and slide it to the Mad Hatter, I suppose.
So there was nothing in the teacup as you like assumingly pour it out. Nothing has poured out. So you fill it up. You fill it up and you pass it over.
Yeah, I don't think too much about it being empty.
At this point, they look at the now full glass. Are you a wizard? How do you make such a magical thing happen? Is this the whiskey you speak of?
Yes, and I don't understand the process of it myself, but I heard that it takes ages to make something like this.
Oh, ages. Oh, I know about ages. I know a lot about ages. Are you familiar with the War of the Tamarin? Oh my gosh, that's from like ages ago. And then he sniffs it. Oh, what did you say this was again? That is foul. That is very foul.
It's whiskey. Trust me, it might sting a little bit of the first time going down, but once it hits, it hits.
I don't like to get hit. Do you like to get hit?
No. Like, trust me, this is an experience you don't want to miss out on.
Well, speaking of experiences, I mean, have you met Regional? Regional, who's sitting right next to you. You see this skeleton who has his arm like slumped onto the table, who like seems to be missing it, who's trying to grasp onto a teacup that is just kind of struggling because his arm is now flopped on the table. Regional knows all about experiences. To tell him, Regional, you were once a commander in an army, and then like takes like the tiniest sip. And now it's time for me to roll. So roll 1d20. What? Why did that not work? because I didn't type out roll. See, even I don't even know my own system sometimes. With a 16. Okay. So, at this point, takes a sip and gives that, like, you can tell that has never had alcohol. The pucker, the, like, lime juice with a kid, the face is, like, scrunched, and it is like, you said this was good. Oh my god, what in the seven? Oh my gosh, what is by deities? What? Oh god. Wait, this is actually pretty good. Do you have more?
And then I pour out. I just pour more into it.
What? Don't forget to continue crafting in BitCraft. This is why I need to just do Dice and Dangers. I need to have a full screen just for Dice and Dangers because this gets in depth. Well, I do say this is quite marvelous. I've never. You say this. Oh man. Oh well, good sir. Do you know how to get more? Do you have more? Do you have a supply? Are you the crafter of said thing?
No, I can't make this myself. I've gotten it I just carry around what I can, to be honest, but you know, it's hard to travel with too much liquid laying you down all the time. I just try to bring it with me and spread the love, you know?
I don't know. But roll me a D100, please. Okay then. Sorry, I can't copy and paste this just yet. That's the only downside of having like a screen on share is then you kind of know what the quest is. So at this point, he like takes the cup. He pulls his hood down. At this point, you kind of see very much half human, half zombie in the middle of like decaying. And goes, man, this is the first thing that's warmed my heart. I appreciate this. And you know what? I appreciate a man of honesty. You say you can't buy more of this, correct?
Not with what I have on me now.
Well. And at this point, he like mysteriously picks up a chest from under his chair. Does the whole like under chair grab, pulls out. It's about like 3 foot by 2 foot. It's a small chest. Puts it on the table. Slams it down. I would like to buy more of this. But I need you to do something for me. And I think I know someone who might be able to help you. However, I've never heard of whiskey before. I've heard of tea. Are you familiar with tea? This is just a stronger tea, right?
Yeah, sure, probably, maybe.
Okay, well, if you wouldn't mind. And you see everything snap, every skeleton, every zombie, every ghoul, every being at the table, suddenly in that eerie motion snaps its head to you. And in this moment, you can kind of feel this is no longer a welcoming environment. You can tell that this person now has something of an intention. You have found something that they want. And you are not leaving here until they get what they want. With that, you kind of feel this cold suddenly wash over the bottom of the table. The fog out of nowhere. The light in this forest, the bright gold of the vines suddenly become very dim, almost like a rusty color. And off to the side of this clearing, suddenly a rift. Like someone literally took a dagger and sliced it through the air. It opens. Thank you. My craft has finished, yes. Has sliced this rift open. Ah! There they are now. And coming out is this tiny, tiny imp. It is very much what you would think of like a typical imp with like floating wings and like the maybe 2 foot, 3 foot tall floating flying by. And he comes zipping over and he goes, "Oh, so you're the person who can perceivedly give us this delicious nectar." Yes.
No, that'd be Jim. I bought it from Jim.
Jim. Gin?
Yeah.
Like the you need to rub a lamp to get it? Because we have plenty of those.
No, well, I mean, his name's Jin, but like, more like gin and tonic, not like a gin.
So wait, do you have a brother named Tonic?
No. The drink. It's another alcohol, like the whiskey. It's called gin and tonic.
Give me a D1. Give me a D20, please.
All right.
I think you lied to me. I think you know exactly what this is. I think you know how to get it and where to get more. And
Yeah, from gin.
immediately the bottle gets snatched from your possession by this tiny little imp who suddenly you can kind of tell is not buying the words that you're saying. You are Jin. You must be Jin. Now, I need you to make more of this. And you're going to do it right now. And you need to go through that gate and make me more of this.
I can't make it if I go through the gate. I would need to go to Jin. Unless that gate leads to Jin, I'm not going to be able to make it.
He snaps his fingers and goes, "Well, you better figure it out, buddy." And at that point, suddenly it seems like, you know how like the light speed sucked your body into a thing? You've now been like transported into this gate. Give me a D100. So your quest is close a rift to another plane. Movie. Hi, Movie. How are you? Thank you very much for the 4 months. We currently have Voxel. We are doing a Dyson Dangers situation in which he's introduced whiskey, a very fine alcohol, to a necromancer and now an imp from a different dimension. And they are obsessed with trying to find more of this alcohol. And it is now Voxel's, well, I would say quest to make more. With
I thought my quest was to close a rift.
Well, your encounter, now your quest is to close a rift, which requires alcohol. With a
Alcohol will close the rift?
I mean, he asked you to make more.
But I need to go to Jin to make more.
Okay, so with that encounter, we have a 64. Chart, please open. Okay. Oh my gosh, this is terrible. So, you get sucked into the other rift. And the pixie, well, the imp rather, sorry, is floating around your head, buzzing. You have D20. Let's see how well you've dealt with travel. Do you teleport often? Do you not teleport often? Are you familiar? You are not familiar, and
I vomit.
Yeah, I was gonna say, however your character wants to interact with teleporting and how you see fit. how, D4. 1d4, please. Let's see how long you are disoriented. Okay. So. For 3 rounds. You are officially disoriented for 3 rounds. On the other side of this gate, you're holding your head. You're trying to get your senses. This imp is not leaving you alone. It's buzzing around your head, probably giving that like motion sickness, like something's moving way too fast in front of your face. And with that, you are now in, for lack of a better term, a hellscape. But it's not the typical hellscape that you would expect. It looks like almost the upside down of this clearing. Those gold vines are now brackish. They're like rusted. It looks like time has taken over. It looks like you're in an ancient city in BitCraft. The vines are suddenly overgrown. That table that you saw with the necromancer and the skeletons now have humans. There is what seems to be a lovely tea party in this hellscape happening around you.
So, okay, hold on, I'm trying to think. Whoa. You said it was a pixie or a imp? Imp?
It's
right?
an imp. Yeah. Sorry, I misspoke when I said pixie.
I go, whoa, imp. Is this the past?
Oh, well, indeed it is the past. Welcome to the hereafter.
Oh, okay, so, like, I don't know what exactly I need for alcohol, but, like, if you could do this, I think you could get a lot of alcohol, because, like, it takes a lot of time for the fermentation process to turn into alcohol. So if you, like, start it now, you could, like, go through the portal and then get the alcohol and then come back into here and then plant more and then go back through and probably get more alcohol.
Well, yes, that is why you're here. And like a crumpet or something from the table goes, well, for your travels here, I hear that you need substance, right? So, you ought to know, right? You're the one who produced it.
I'm telling you, Jin made it.
And
If this is the past, then Jin's not alive yet.
Well, you're here.
Well, but I'm not Jin.
Are you sure? And at this point, the imp has like
I'm
his
not
own
sure.
his own little tea glass and is like questioning and like the little like tail flicking back and forth, just staring at you as he hovers with his like little tea, and is just like, I think he's gone mad.
And I'm just like sitting there with both my hands on my head, like, maybe I am Jin.
Maybe I am. With this, you can tell the table, like I said, humans. They're off on their own, they're doing their own thing, and they don't seem to be paying any attention to you and this imp. However, you can tell, even though this is like a dark forest, it seems, the energy seems cheery. As you see another couple of people come out of the forest where you came from previously into this clearing. And you see what looks like, are you familiar with like the old wash tubs that have like, they look half a barrel and like you put like a washboard in them and you like use that. So you see one of those off to the side and they're interacting in that way. And they seem to be kind of just going on with their business. They're like hanging up. The clearing that you're in right now seems like it might have been a camp of some sort previously. And the people at the table have the same mannerisms as the skeletons that you had previously seen in the other realm. So the imp, and you look, he goes, I think you're quite confused. I think we should get you re-adequated. Yes? We should jog your memory, right? Right? So if you know how this works, if you don't know how this works, and you are Jin, but not Jin, but you know whiskey, and maybe at this point, and you have that inquisitive look, and he suddenly looks over. Give me a D100. What is he looking at right now? What has caught his attention? Okay. So, in the clearing happens to be a rowdy pair of people. Very rowdy. And they kind of seem off place. You see everyone at the table suddenly cringe. And they're like, oh, I brought, and it looks like an ale bottle. It looks like something that very generic. It looks like something you would get out of a tavern that has like the XXX on it in the Western style. And they walk out of the forest. They're like, oh, we brought XYZ. And they look at you. Oh, you don't belong here. And there's 3 of them. You don't belong here, is what they say as they approach you. They kind of look degen. They look like bandits. They look like they have kind of an air about them that they think they're top shit. They have this bottle of just XXX booze on it. And they're coming back to this party and they see you standing there. They see this imp kind of flaunting all over you, talking about the best booze. And suddenly, they're now all up in your grill.
I point to the imp who had snatched my bottle of whiskey, and I tell to them, he stole some of your alcohol.
What? That's the, and the lead bandit kind of looks at the imp, and the imp's sitting there with his, I would say at this point probably the bottle is in his tail, like kind of floating nearby. They're magic. They can do whatever they want. Still sipping his tea, still having a good old time, and be like, what? I don't know what you're talking about. And the bandit's like, well, you said you have the bottle right there. It's the best alcohol. I've never seen that alcohol before. You say you have the best alcohol. Well, I don't believe it. And he goes, and he like puffs his chest, does the whole like, I am better than I have the best alcohol. And then the imp kind of looks and says, no, you haven't had this. And the imp, actually having tea in the teacup, pours it out. Suddenly uncorks your bottle of whiskey, pours it into teacups, and then hands it to the bandit. Do you do anything before this bandit tastes your whiskey?
No. I'm like looking in anticipation, like giving him double thumbs up, being like, yeah, try the whiskey.
At this point, the bandit looks at you, has that like, not the I'm gonna kill you vibe, but the I'm weary of you vibe. And like, I have no idea who you are. He takes a sip. And at this point, give me a D20. $17. You nimbly dodge that teacup that has come to your head. As soon as he sipped it, he threw a hissy fit. And he goes, this is the best thing I've ever had. You did this. You're ruining my reputation. And you're going to pay. And seeing you nimbly dodge this teacup, he suddenly pulls out a short sword. And his two companions behind him are kind of like, I don't know what's going on right now. But I guess we'll see. What do you do? He's now threatening you with a short sword.
I point to the imp. It was the imp's whiskey. That wasn't mine. He's the one who was trying to flaunt it as better.
The imp at this point just kind of like, no. And he like points to you. He puts the bottle back on the ground and goes, no, well, he brought it from the other realm.
Okay, 1 second.
Trying to pawn this off on someone else is not going to work.
Now, hold on. Alright. Now, listen, you've tried the whiskey, but I haven't tried your booze. Maybe I find your booze to be better than the whiskey.
And at this point, he kind of just gives you this like, well, if the imp says and you're saying, one off to the side is holding the, I would assume at this point it kind of looks like a moonshine bottle. That's like the gray and the tan with the, I'm sure everyone here kind of is familiar with the Wild West kind of image of what booze looked like back then. And they're holding it. And he goes, I'm not giving this up. This is precious. This is ours. And the main bandit at this point goes, either you're going to take it standing or you're going to take it lying down. And he goes to hit you with the sword. And with that, I'm going to roll a fate die. Let's see if he hits you or not. With a 5. You can tell, kind of tipsy on his own, and he barely misses. But you can tell that he is definitely serious about trying to attack you. He is definitely serious about trying to attack you.
I just go, hey, man, listen. You are upset about your reputation, and I get that. Listen, no one else knows that this bottle exists, right? If this could never happen, and you can still have the best booze. I mean, this isn't even from here. This isn't even actually booze. So, I really think, and I'm just like looking over at the cask, listen, man, I really want to try what you got. I think it could be better than what I had.
And
just still trying to persuade him.
Give me a d20. Give me a fate die. Let's see how well the fates decide what you're doing. No, the fates hate you. Sorry. He, at this point, thinks that you're full of shit. He thinks that you're trying to placate him. And at this point, he's like, nah. You came from over there. And he's pointing in the direction of the rift. And you can tell that the rift has that like opposite effect where it's no longer like a tear, but like a welcome gate. So everything that was very opposite in this sense. And he goes, you came from there. Well, you're not going back there until you tell us how you made this and how I can get more. And the imp at this point is wandered off by the table. Everyone's kind of rejoicing. You can hear the laughter. You can hear the giggles behind you. And this guy is very, very, very gung-ho about the fact that you are lying to him. He knows that you have the best. And that he's going to either kill you or he's going to get the recipe from you.
Now listen, this booze I got from Jin, and he's on the other side of that portal, and we can go get some from him, and you can mess with him. I just bought it from Jin. I don't care what happens to him, but listen.
We can go through the portal. You can go the gin. We can get that whiskey for you. Like, it's not even that far.
The imp at this point goes, "He's Jin." The bandit goes, "Are you talking about the lamp with like genie, the Jin, like lamp guys, or like?" And then at this point goes, "Screw it, you know one thing or another," and he goes to rush you again. Let's see if he actually hits you. God, so used to doing with the 16. Based on your fate rolls being very, very low so far, I'm going to say that he manages to kind of, I don't want to say like full on attack you, but kind of like has you at this point at that like knife to the throat position to be like, you're going to tell me the truth. And he's like holding it there and like staring at the imp who's like shrugging his shoulders and being like, he's Jin.
Okay, so what I do at this point is I would be like, I'm like, okay, hold on, let me get some more real quick. And I reach into my bag. I get the boots of echoing steps, wear them like gloves, and try to clap them on his head.
Ooh, I like that. I was gonna say if you wanted to roll for a weapon, you could roll for a weapon, but I like that as well. Give me a fate die. Give me a d20. So we're gonna try and use these as you're trying to box him. I'm gonna say for the creativity, give it with advantage. So,
Okay.
yeah, the creativity definitely requires.
It's gonna yell at me for repeating
Yep.
messages.
It's fine. Now, you said you're going to put it on your hands and you're going to just kind of box him. You're trying to box his ears with them, essentially?
Yeah.
Okay. Because logistically, your bag is probably on your back. He probably has you like knife point. So you're like very trying to like maneuver your hands in a way that you're accessing your bag. We're gonna give it.
Yeah, he's close enough that this could actually be effective. Is my thought process.
Yep. It really wanted you to have a 14.
Okay.
Really wanted you to have a 14. So, with that in mind, and he's like all up. Oh, well, he's all up in your girl, and he's like very like that threatened, like you're gonna give me what I want, and you go and you grab your boots, and you're just very nonchalant with it, kind of like no one's noticed anything like threatening. You're obviously not pulling out a weapon. They're like, boots. What he's gonna do with boots? And suddenly it's like a thunderclap. Like, you can tell like if he wasn't so close, it probably would have been like disorienting. But at this point, give me a D10. This has done some serious damage. With a 9.
Oh my god.
Yep. Okay, so we're gonna go into initiative with this. We're gonna put you first. You have 20 hit points. Every starter character at level 1 has 20 hit points. I know it says Ravy, but we will change it. I just need to. So 20 hit points. This was turn 1. And we has I'm just gonna abbreviate voxel. Boot clap. And we have it as H die 14. So this is, I'm going to consider as a surprise round because they did not expect you to do anything of the sort. He had you in such an advantageous position. He's threatening you, and you suddenly turn around and you're like, you literally, for lack of a better term, you clap back. So, what would you like to do again?
Oh, okay. Okay. And he's still like
He's
standing after that.
He is standing, but he's very like disoriented. He looks like if you did hit him again, it probably could be a KO, but you're not sure. You can tell that he's highly disoriented though.
Okay. How far is the imp from me?
The imp, I would say, is probably table far away from you. So the table is 20 feet, and then the portal is probably 20 feet. So you're like right in between where the portal and the table would be in that clearing.
Okay. And how close am I to the table?
You're 20 both directions. So the imp is
Oh,
at the
right,
table
so,
right
okay.
now.
Okay, the imp's at the table, 20
Yep.
feet from me. Okay, got it. Okay. I'm going to take my bag and then put it over his head.
Okay.
and then I don't know if that counts as the whole action, but then after I do that, I'm going to kick him.
We'll see. Well, I mean, you do have options. You can cast a spell. You could use an ability. You can search in your bag. You could pull out a weapon, random weapon. You could use the bag as a weapon. You could kick him. Go ahead. I didn't. Hello?
1 second.
Ah, no, yeah, all good. All good.
Sorry, someone came in and was talking to me.
No worries.
What did you say? You're talking about options?
Yeah. So you can choose if you want to like get a new weapon. So if you like pull it, sheath it from nowhere, you can still use the bag. You can still kick. You can use spells. You could do like offensive, defensive, healing, or completely random if you choose that you want to be a spellcaster. So in combat, we do have multiple tables that you can roll on. If you want to continue with your course of action, if you want to use the bag and then kick him, perfectly fine as well.
Once I get basically combat option here, am I just being able to choose whatever I want?
Yes. You get one action per turn, but you can choose from like offensive, defensive, healing, attacking. So if you say, hey, I want to do this thing, it doesn't have to be just that one thing. If it's combined with like, if you do a combo attack, that is also fine. Tie the laces of the boots together and use them as nunchucks. Okay, that is an option as well.
I think I'm going to, in my head right now, my metagamer brain is thinking like, oh man, I have a free whatever card. Let me save it for a moment where I actually need it. So for now, I'm just going to I'm going to put the bag over him, and then I think I'm just going to throw on one of the shoes over my right foot and then kick him.
Okay. Give me
So
a... Yeah.
the
go.
other shoe is still on my left hand. I don't have time to put on both my shoes right now.
Okay. So we're going to, for lack of a better term, black bag and kick. Give me that fate die. Let's see how well you do this with a 7. So we will say that you've managed to kind of struggle to get the bag on his head. He's kind of like wobbling around, so like he disoriented, and so it's not quite the full action that you were expecting, but you managed to kind of get the bag on him. If he decided to struggle out of this, it would be a pretty easy struggle. For him doing his surprise round, his buddies at this point are kind of like, what is going on? Boss, what's happening? Do you want us to attack him? Like, also my internet took a shit. So this is going to be,
I'm hearing you just fine, at least.
yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if you can still hear me through Discord. So his 2 lackeys at this point are kind of like, what are we doing? What's happening? And then one goes, you attacked our boss. And he's going to attempt to pull you away from the boss. So one is currently confused what's happening, and the other one is going to attempt to grapple you. With a 3, at this point, in the maneuver of you putting the bag over the boss and then him trying to tackle you, he's kind of like overshot where he's heading and kind of like stumbles out of the way and is just kind of like, what's happening? And the other guy is still confused. He is still 100% like, I'm not sure what's happening. You have back to you.
Okay. So, what if the bag, the question, what about the kick portion of kicking him?
In the last action, you weren't able to successfully do that. You were too focused on putting the bag based on the low being, or the dice being too low.
I see. Okay.
Give me, what are you trying to do with the bottle? I know you said you were going to smash it, but do you have any intentions with this bottle?
I mean, considering that I moved 20 feet and then I smashed the bottle, I don't think that there's anything else I can do right now.
You haven't done anything meaningful. We're looking for meaningful actions.
Okay, alright. Well, now I have a fucking...
Again, take everything you know out the window.
Okay. Yeah. Alright.
Yeah.
Meaningful action. Alright.
That I honestly that is meaningful, but usually
yeah. The spectrum for meaningful here is different. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not gonna smash the bottle. I smashed the bottle because I thought that was going to be kind of like the end of what I got. Instead,
no.
I
You
pick up
you can still smash the bottle and then use the bottle as a weapon if that is what you're trying to look towards.
No, because doesn't make sense in this context.
Okay.
Instead, I'm going to grab the chair, and then I'm going to hurl it at the guy who kind of like stumbled past me.
Okay, so Bandit 2. So you're grabbing a chair and to hit Bandit 2. The boss is actually, let me, before you do that, roll 1d20. Okay, the boss you can tell is kind of getting back to his feet, so I don't know if that changes your action or not.
Where's the barrel of whiskey or booze?
It's still with the imp. He is still like joyously,
Not the bottle, not the small bottle, the barrel.
Oh, the bottle of ale that they had.
Yeah.
Bandit 3, who is the confused person, is still holding on to it.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, no, I'm gonna throw the chair at him.
At Bandit 3?
Yeah.
Okay. Fate die, please. the chair whiz passes him. He's now way more confused about what's happening. He's not sure. The boss at this point has kind of like righted himself. He's kind of like still holding his head. He's gonna have a headache for several hours. Bandit 2 at this point has kind of like righted himself. He's gauging kind of the situation, but at this point Bandit 3 is like, I think at this point he might be blonde, like platinum blonde. He's not sure like what is happening. He's just kind of like, I'm here to protect this thing. You've thrown the chair, and he's kind of like, what is going on? Like, what is happening? Kind of like the weird person in the bar fight that's like, I don't want to hurt anyone.
Yeah.
But in the middle
I'm
of
glad you
things.
understand that this is a bar fight as well.
Yeah, exactly. So you've attempted to hit him with the chair. The chair kind of like whiz past. The human whose chair you've now stolen, who has now walked across that side of the table, is like, hey, my chair. And is just kind of like now standing there. Still, for some reason, you can't break their happiness. In whatever you do, you can't break their happiness. The boss, now seeing you with throwing the chair, the bandit is now confused. The other guy is kind of like wants to defend but doesn't want to defend. The boss, not sure what to do, now tries to like bull rush you into the table. And so with that, roll 1d20 with a 12. Let's do, because it is a strength check. Give me a fate die, and we'll go against like strength to strength. Let's see if you like block him like linebacker, or if it's you get toppled into the table.
Slammed into that table. Yeah.
Yeah. So at this point, this guy, I mean, it is a full-on bar fight. He's slammed you in the table. Everyone around the table is now like, whoa, what? And like you see tea and you see cake. Things that weren't previously on the table are suddenly like flying up in the air. Everyone around the table is still like, like more laughing about it than, oh shoot. And Bandit 2 now you're pinned to this table. The boss is kind of like grrr in your face, like, man, I'm gonna pummel you. Bandit 2 walks over and like picks up a plate and tries to like crash it onto your head. Because it's a plate. It's a table. Why not? Let's use some of the things around us. We're gonna say it does 1d4 points of damage because you're prone with a 7. I'm using your disadvantage rolls previously. You're gonna take 3 points of damage, which, I mean, you have 20. So
yeah, I can take it.
So Fate 7 on disadvantage, and then the damage is 1d4 equals 3, which 20 minus 3, you are at 17. So, but you are pinned.
Yeah. Could you accurately describe the position that he is in while pinning me?
I would say, based on the fact he's bull rushed you, his head is probably at your shoulders. His arms are probably around your lower torso. He probably has like a guard, kind of like when you tuck and roll, kind of your head is down. He's kind of like that into your chest. More so, his shoulder, like the back of his shoulders, are probably the most prominent part of it, because he's expected like the table to break. He expected to put you through that table, but the table is sturdy. So at this point, he's kind of also stuck. And he's expecting his other bandits to kind of do the work for him. He just has you in place. So If
At
you,
this point,
yeah, I was gonna say,
I with my free hand, I kind of like reach behind me a little bit, just kind of like patting the table, trying to find something. I get a piece of the shattered plate that's shattered over my face.
That's what
and
you're trying to
then
grab.
I'm trying to grab that and then jab it into the back of his neck.
Okay. Let's see how well you find that piece and how well you aimed in
A
this
D20?
position. Yep. We'll do a with a 12. Yeah, he's also prone. So we'll say, sorry, I'm trying to like multitask. I shouldn't be multitasking with Dyson Dangers. I'm realizing that. Next time I'm just going to set up Dyson Dangers. And
I mean, I think it just with BitCraft, I think it's like you're not gathering. It's a lot easier if you just have like a big craft going. It's fine. But...
even then, you have to like manage your stamina. So
yeah.
Okay, we're gonna leave it. Okay, so finding broken plate. And you have a fate die of 12, which is above. I had a chart for what is considered like good and bad and so, but I think it was 11 was on the good side. So anything like 10 was bad side, 12 was good side, and then like 15 plus was like extra good. So at this point, he's more prone. You've now have this plate in your hand. You're trying to jab it into the back of his neck. We'll say with that and it being good, give me a D8. Let's see how much damage you're doing to this guy. With a 6. Oof. Okay. So 9 plus 6. He now has 15 points of damage on him. He's starting to look. He's looking rough. He is looking rough. His
I
turn.
need to hear his screams from stabbing him in the neck. Come on, I need that visceral detail.
I mean, at that point, as you put it into his neck, and he's like in your chest, he's gonna go, "Arr! Arr!" And he's gonna like kind of grip onto you even further. And at this point, him gripping onto you even further, he's gonna try to like do that whole like pick you up and like slam you down again and hope that it does more damage. He's not sure. He's kind of scrounging for things. At this point, he has a plate in the side of his neck, so it's a little hard for him to figure out what's happening. D20, and with that, he rolls a 9. It is more of a fail on his part. He's gonna kind of like, you can feel that he's trying to like lift you up, but he's more of a scrawny guy. You seem to be definitely a bit more battle hardened than this random bandit that found booze in the woods. At that point, he isn't going to succeed on trying to hurt you any further, because he's going to have to pick up your body weight, try and slam you down. He would need more like a 15 plus at that point to try and do any sort of damage. The bandit, however, Bandit 2, who had the plate, as you've now stabbed into his boss's neck, he's going to try to escalate this. He's now going to follow through with what you just did. Be like, oh, hey, monkey see, monkey do. And he's also going to pick up part of a plate. And with that, he's going to do... With a 2... So, with the boss picking you up and you struggling against him, you suddenly feel the next to your head as suddenly you turn and you see your reflection in a plate. It is stuck into the table next to your head. You now have new ammo for next time. We have to see if Bandit 3 has reoriented himself. He is still confused and probably in the corner trying to figure out what is happening with his life. So, turn...
Bandit 3's just having like a existential crisis, thinking like, do I really want to be a bandit right now?
Yeah, no, he really is. He's just standing there like holding the booze like it's like a lost child. Like, I just wanted to drink, man. So, yeah, what it is now back to you.
Alright, so I still got my left hand, still has one of the thunderclap boots on.
Yep.
I'm calling them thunderclap boots.
No, it's very accurate.
And then I'm just going to do kind of what I did before, and I'm just going to like give him like a left hook to the side of the head. The captain pinning me down.
Okay. Give me fate time. Well, shit. Okay. Well, so you have rolled a critical success. With that, you can follow through with whatever action you were looking for. You can do double damage, which at this point, I mean, he is looking worse for wear, but if you were trying to like do something else with the action, if you were trying to like clap him and like move him, like that's an option. You essentially at this point get double action or double damage.
I am going to kind of prep myself that if this hit actually gets him off of me, then I'm going to kind of like roll back on the table and then try to kick the other bandit with the other thunderclap boot on my other foot.
Okay. With that, give me a D10. You have to roll 5 or higher. With that, plus 5 equals 20, which was his hit points. You managed to suck this guy. It doesn't feel like it could have been as strong. It seemed to be very average, but he was already pretty down as it was. You managed to kind of find the exact position. It wasn't about how hard you hit him, but where you hit him. And you managed to catch right at the base of that eardrum, right where you can tell it's done internal damage. And with that, he slumps off the table. You managed to do your roll over. You're now kind of like positioned on the table and you thrust your leg out and you kick at Bandit to give me another fate die, please. Or actually, give me another D10 rather. Because you're doing 2 actions with a 4. So with that, we have 5. Bandit 1 is down. Oh, I guess that doesn't really matter. Okay, so then fate die, which is your 20. We're continuing on. Damage 1d4 to Bandit 2. At some point, I will have better formatting for this, and it'll go a lot smoother. I do apologize. Right now, it's just document. Okay, so Bandit 2, you've kicked. You've kind of like pushed him kind of more so away from the table. Let's see if this disorients him at all, or if he actually stays. Okay, you've kind of not really moved him. He was kind of expecting this at this point. He saw his boss get hit like really hard. Maybe the second part of your attack, he kind of saw you get up on the table and it estimated like, hey, this is what's happening. So him taking the 4 points of damage, he doesn't move back, but now you guys are like face to face. You're no longer prone, so he will no longer get advantage on him attacking you. And boss would go, but he's currently foaming at the mouth, unconscious on the floor. I'm just actually, Let's see how poor Bandit 3 is doing. Well, okay, so he's still there, but he's not like... I would say at this point, he's probably definitely questioning, but he's still in the fight. He hasn't completely run away. You haven't completely intimidated him out of the fight yet.
Yeah.
So he's still in the background. Bandit 2. You've taken out the boss. He's kind of like, well, now you're a formidable opponent. He's gonna start kind of like chucking stuff at you. Not sure what else to do. You're on the table. He's off the table. He come try and grab you off the table, but is that really reasonable or not? You've kicked him. You've kind of probably like positioned yourself where you're like a little bit further away. He's just gonna pick up a teacup and like throw it at your face. With that, he is going to succeed. So he's gonna do a 1d6. So 2 damage. You have a cup launched at your face for 2 damage. Everyone at the table, I will have to say, is probably like a little bit affected by what's happening, but not really. They seem to be like, if it's their cup, they just choose another cup off the table. It's very disorienting to see everyone kind of around you still being like hyper cheerful, even though, you know, a man just pretty much died in front of them. So, and people do seem corporeal. You have run into a couple people, and they do seem like they are at this point there. So, keep that in mind. Bandit 3 is having an existential crisis. He's still there, though. I'm just gonna put there for right now. Turn 6. What are you doing from here?
So, sorry.
Yeah,
Let
you're good.
me think. So where's Bandit 2 standing right now?
If you are on the table, he is probably like a foot away from the table. He's like super close by. The imp, probably this entire time, has been giggling and laughing and sipping his cup of whiskey while floating around nearby. So he's also close by.
I'm going to like kind of like slide off the table real quick, and then I'm just going to like flip it over onto him.
I will have to say this is probably like a 20-foot table. Solid table. So
I thought it was like a bunch of smaller tables like stacked next to each other.
No, this is like a full
yeah,
long
okay,
table.
okay.
If you did want to attempt to do this, I would say you need an 18 plus. If you actually wanted it to do damage, you would need to hit a crit.
All right. Okay. I'm thinking. How heavy is this table that I can't just like flip it over? No,
It's a tea party table. I know Alice in Wonderland, they did have the long table. It's more
Yeah.
like Beauty and the Beast long table.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let me think. All
You do
right.
probably have cake platters next to you. You have more plates if you...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like how you have to explain all this to me because you realize I'm not going to pull out a standard weapon at this point.
I mean, you could if you wanted to. You could just simply
Yeah.
like manifest one, and or you could do a spell. You have offensive, defensive, healing. You can do a wild magic, which is a D100, and it's just a random spell. You can pick up weapons. You have melee. You have ranged.
Yeah.
Or you can just
Uh,
use teacups.
So the boss was originally holding me at knife point. I'm going to pick up his knife and then just kind of like point it at the Bandit 2 with a really loud stomp of my boot, and then I just kind of like tilt my head down and raise my eyebrows up like, you really want to do this?
So you're
it a
kind of like Bruce
intimidation?
Leeing it.
Yeah.
I like the whole like you almost do like the come get it kind of.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So with that, I would say do a normal roll, but with the boots and you have an increased intimidation.
Advantage?
Advantage.
Or-
Yeah, you're going to have
okay,
this with
cool.
advantage.
If I roll 2d20, that's not going to give me an actual, like, 2 separate rolls, is it?
Unfortunately not. You have to...
That's unfortunate. Okay.
Yeah. Actually, let me
Because
roll... I think it to... Yeah, no. You have to do it.
Okay. But the 30-second timer before
I
rolling
know.
again the second time.
I'm trying to figure out...
You could do a 1d20 and then do it that way. Wait, hold on. I could just do this. Wait. This is slightly different odds, but whatever.
Oh, 2d10. Yeah. Okay. Well, so you have advantage, but it's still within...
8 is still on high, yeah.
Yeah. So we're gonna say you managed to pick up the knife, but you have not managed to follow through with the intimidation side of it.
I just kind of made him even more angry.
I mean, Bandit 2 is very indifferent. The boss was very hostile. Bandit 2 is indifferent. He still wants to attack you because you killed the boss. Bandit 3, well, he's still trying to figure out his life. But you do have the knife at this point. And you have a boot in one hand, a knife in one hand, a boot on one
Yep.
foot.
Yep. I bet I look pretty silly right now.
So yeah, we're just gonna go from there. So at this point, he doesn't have anything in his hand except for I'm gonna roll odds and see if he does actually have something in his hand. With an 18, he has nothing in his hand. So he's gonna attempt to punch you. With a 7. Yeah, no. At this point, his attempt to punch you, he's whiffed it. You look too weird for him at this point. He's just like, I don't even know what to do with you. You've killed the boss. You now have a knife. You have this weird boot on your hand. And like, my friend is like literally having existential crisis. He's now starting to contemplate his life. The imp at this point is cackling like crazy. And also you'll kind of notice that the booze bottle that you once had is now slowly becoming very empty, but for some reason is being flaunted in front of your face by this imp as he's taking another sip of tea, kind of enjoying himself. Yeah. Bandit 3, let's see what his condition is. So with the 15, we'll say that next turn he will now join the fight. He's kind of managed to get enough courage. He sees that Bandit 2 is kind of like there. He's given himself the pep talk. He's now realizing like your back's to the wall. You haven't attacked. You're just kind of there at the table. So next turn he will now join the fight.
Okay.
It is now your turn.
Hold on. 1 second. I thunderclap kick him in the balls.
Okay.
That's my attempt. 20.
Give it to me with advantage. Give it to me with advantage.
Okay. You really want to see this happen?
I really do want to see this happen. Considering unless the fates. Nope, the fates have decided against it. Yeah, no. You have attempted to do this. The fates have just looked down at you. The imp is now laughing in front of your face. The imp has now distracted you enough that you've attempted to do the said thing, and you're kind of like off by a couple of inches. And this guy's like, "Whoa, what the heck?" He does the whole like flex in, like suddenly he's become like 5 times skinnier than he was originally. You've now startled him to the point where he's just like, man, what the heck is happening? He's far enough away from the table. There's nothing he can reach except for the guy with the bandit 3. We will say on a 50 or higher, he manages to pull out a knife from his person. So D100, 50 or higher, he's managed to pull out a knife. Okay. He now has a knife on him. He's kind of like fed up with this. He's now like, I'm the boss now. And he does the whole like gorilla like smack chest, but with like, I don't know, the dude language of smacking his chest. He like puffs up. There we go.
Yeah. I get it.
Exactly. So he's pulled out a knife, and at this point he's gonna attempt his best. Now you've threatened to take out his, well, you've officially taken out his boss. You've threatened to take out his balls. His partner is not sure. It's just at this point it's a cluster duck. So he has failed. He has the knife. He's kind of like, you can tell, like a shivering or like shaking, like holding it. He's not sure what is gonna happen. The guy, Bandit 3, who has suddenly gotten the willpower of whatever deity is, you know, he believes in, whichever one. He is now going to take a sip of that booze that he now has. Liquid courage, always helpful in some circumstances. Kids, don't drink. This is BitCraft. I'm a partner. Please pay attention to the fact this is Dyson Dangerous and not an advocate of BitCraft. So he's going to take a drink, and suddenly he is going to kind of have this like clear face. He's gonna also come after you with the jug. So let's see how his attack. No. Good job, guy. You tried. You attempted. He is gonna try and hit you with this jug. He whiffs it. He now has thought better of it. He goes to do it, and then he's like, "Oh no, maybe I shouldn't." And he's now holding the jug. So it's back to you. It's back to you. This guy, literally, I feel bad for this guy. I feel bad for Bandit 3. He needs to live at this point. He needs to return to his family. Like, I feel bad.
Okay. At this point, I'm going to pick up a chair and then try to slam it over Bandit 2's head.
Okay. And give us a fate time.
This is going nowhere.
That's sometimes how it rolls. So you picked up a chair, or rather, you've attempted to pick up the chair of someone who is sitting in it. So you were
really fat.
trying to lift it, and the guy's like, "Nah, my chair," and he's just like, humph, and sit down. Bandit 2 with his knife at this point is going to attempt to do the same thing that he has been doing, which is trying to get you with this knife. And he's rolled a 14. It does, unfortunately. You are preoccupied by the chair. Essentially, you've tried to pick it up, and this guy is like, "No, I'm not moving. Like, and you're not chairjacking me." So he's going to do 4 points of damage to you while you are distracted by the chair. And fate 14 damage. 1d6 is
Looking at the
4.
sheet, you also haven't kept track of the character HP of me getting hit by the cup earlier.
Oh shoot, I did. So that's 2 damage. Thank you for being honest with that, because I was about to. 13, so then it was also -2, so you're at 11. I forgot about the cup. The lone cup. So you're at 11. Bandit 2's at 4. Bandit 3, healthy as can be, physically, mentally, that's questionable. So, Bandit 3, roll to 10. You've now been kind of slashed in the back by Bandit 2. Bandit 3 has worked up his courage to approach the table. He's now in melee range. He swinged, but then he kind of backed off. He is now like attempting to swing. This is like very middle ground. He is essentially done a mental action, but hasn't really done the action. He's just kind of involved in combat. So he is now, if you do melee in the future, you can melee him or Bandit 2. We'll say like he's tried to swing with his jug, but hasn't worked, because 10 for him is a failing roll, unfortunately. He's going to need to roll like a 15 or higher at this point, or at least a 12 or higher to do anything. It is back to you.
All right. So, ow, gosh darn that hurt the knife. I'm going to like get on the table to give myself a little bit of a height advantage, and then attempt to drop kick Bandit 2.
Okay. You have 1 boot, right? Are you gonna attempt to put both boots on, or are you leaving it with 1 boot?
Nah.
Okay.
1 boot. I don't got time to put on another boot. I need to drop kick this fool.
You have managed to drop kick this fool. Give me it's 12, which is just at good, so you give me a d6, please. With a 4. Man, this guy is looking rough. He's looking very rough. You've managed to kind of jostle a few things. You've drop kicked him. You've hit multiple kind of I would say like pressure points at this point for multiple people, but this guy, nah, he's just disoriented. He does look pretty rough. He looks like not in good shape. It looks like if you kind of like blew on him, he might fall over. Bandit 2, he's gonna attempt. You're on the table. He's gonna do the whole like swipe, very loud pronounced.
How am I still on the table after drop kicking him?
I figured you're not gonna like land on your back on the table. Like I figure you're doing this whole like flip over, and like are you actually like going to jump off the table?
Kicking,
Are you jumping?
I guess if he's close enough to the table, then I guess I wouldn't. My thought process with something like a drop kick is that you carry momentum forward.
Well, I mean, you could do that, or you could do like a spinning drop kick, like you've done like a somersault and you brought your foot straight down on his head. Was kind of what I'm thinking of.
Sure. Let's do that.
Because if you do also a drop kick, you could just like jump off and then like sideways hit him, which means that you would land off the table. I'm kind of giving you advantage here.
Yeah. Let's go with that. I that's cooler than I thought of, and I thought I'm still trying to like in my head like not go too overboard with the like too cool.
Oh come on! This is your time to be cool. Like you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, but then I feel like sometimes my brain's just like but if I ask for too much, then I'm gonna have to roll higher for it to work.
No, not necessarily, not for all things. This is also a fantasy game, so.
Yeah. Sorry, game designer brain just kicked.
I know, no. I completely understand. I do completely understand. It's more about having fun than it is being a rules lawyer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So if something's cool, I'm gonna try and give it to you. We want fun. So drop kick 4. At this point, you've smacked him in the head with your heel. I assume like you've somersaulted, you've landed on the table, very Bruce Lee style. You're in like this kind of like wah kind of like position. Bandit 2 still has the knife. He's gonna attempt to like sweep like very wide, like trying to catch you on the table. With that, it's gonna be roll 1d20. With a 17, he's gonna like catch your ankle or something. He's managed to catch, like, you've drop kicked. He's in the same time like slicing, so he's probably gonna get a leg or a limb, your arm on the table, something that's very out of place. And with a 17, he's actually gonna do a d8. So 1d8. He's gonna do 4 points of damage. So 11 minus 4. Oh, there we go. I was like, where did my damage go? 1d8 equals 4, and you're at 11 minus 4. 11 minus 4 is 7. So you're looking worse for wear, but the guy in front of you is also worse for wear. And Bandit 3. Let's see how his existential crisis is going. He's still very indifferent. He's still very indifferent. He I would say is probably like at this point, unless he goes before Bandit 2, like if he actually manages to you know, get himself together, as soon as Bandit 2 goes down, he's probably going to be out of the fight. He has that queasiness to him. Like you can tell when someone's like not necessarily wanting to be there. So giving that, you can tell, you kind of get this sense of like encouragement. You can see the light at the end of the tunnel. You can see the end of this fight. You can tell that this guy, he doesn't really want to get involved. Your next roll will have advantage.
Okay. So at this point, I'm going to use my I'm going to use my first spell. I'm going to set my knife on fire and then throw the fiery knife at Bandit 2.
Well,
like flame weapon.
It's all based on randomness.
Okay. So I don't. Okay, got it.
So
Continue.
if you want to do a flame weapon,
Yeah.
we can do, if you want a specific thing, if you get an 80 plus, I will give you this specific thing in a D100. If not, and you would be okay with any offensive spell that happens, it would be a basic D100 anyhow. And then you can go from there. If you want specifically that action to happen, that would be like, if you were like, okay, I do said fancy move and it doesn't require me to cast a spell, perfect. Because I know we just said like cool moves and stuff like that, not rolling. But spells are very random. Welcome to Magic. But if you were like, I drop this kick, I do this and I do that, like if you physically as a character want to do it, perfectly fine.
Yeah, so I don't get like a spell list or anything like
No.
that. Okay.
However,
Is
any
it random
spell
every time, or is it?
No. If you cast once, that spell now goes into your memory.
Okay, but question then.
Yes.
Can like once that goes into the memory, is there like a limit on how many times you can cast new spells and get new spells
Nope.
that way? Okay.
You get one spell per turn.
Interesting.
Yep.
Okay. Let me think about this for a moment then.
So there is random spells, offensive spells, healing spells, and utility. Random spells is a D100. Offensive spells is a D40. Healing spells is D40. And utility is D20. So
You have a random utility spell happen.
someone already did a random utility spell, and it was very random. And it was very useful, weirdly enough.
Okay. And then if I were to like pull out a weapon or whatever, right? Like, would that be a random weapon? I assume.
Yep. So
Okay.
you either get D20 random weapon, or you can do ranged or melee. So you can specify if you want a specific ranged weapon or if you want specific melee, but it's D20 for both ranged and melee, and then a random is D20 as well.
I see.
But it stays in your inventory. So each time you do an encounter, you could just get your own like supply of stuff, or you can access a backlog.
Interesting. Because my brain's just thinking like, oh man, you could just like be drowning and stuff.
But that's the fun of it. That's the improv. You get to figure out what you do.
Yeah. I'm just going to have a offensive spell go after Bandit 2 then.
A random offensive spell. Okay. D40, please.
Okay.
With
And
an
then do I need a
8.
1d20 for how it hits?
It honestly depends on this spell. You have Arcane Shatter. A burst of raw magic damages creatures and disrupts concentration. Okay, I lied. You will still have to have the D20 to see how it interacts and how powerfully it interacts.
Right.
So 13. You are in the good side of things. So fate is 13. You would be doing a 1d6 damage. You get to choose how this interacts though, because it's a raw burst of raw energy that deals damages creatures and disrupts concentration. This could be more of like your thunderclap. This could be like an EMP. This could be like how this spell particularly integrates to the world is up to you.
Gotcha. So I'm going to basically like do a kick with my boot, but no noise is going to come out because it's not actually making contact with anything, but like a little burst of like a little energy burst just comes out from where I kick towards them.
Essentially, what I visualize is like you've kicked the air and it's now made a sonic boom.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So give me a D6. Arcane Shatter is now in your repertoire with a 3. With this, minus plus 3 equals 11. As soon as the sonic boom hits, he kind of like, it's a very delayed motion. You almost seem like something, or like nothing happened. And then suddenly it's like someone's on like a 200 ping, because like half a second later, he goes flying back through the clearing. And it suddenly has that like kind of like, you hear that sonic boom. You hear like a jet engine flying overhead. It's very delayed, but it happens. He goes flying back, and you have that like kind of like poised, you're still in the middle of like having your foot out, kind of being like positioned in a way that you could very easily like attack again. He's down. You can tell he has the like trickle of blood from his mouth. He's unconscious. He's not moving. Bandit 3 at this point, because you've now gotten rid of Bandit 2. Bandit 3, as much as he really wants to stick around and be there, like he didn't just like immediately run away. He kind of still has this like, I know when I've been bested kind of situation. He's found his resolve. He kind of just like gives that like, nah bruh, nah, I'm not messing with you. And at this point he takes the jug, slowly walks over, very like hands in the air, and like puts the jug down at your feet, and then just kind of puts his hands up and slowly walks away. The imp at this point, entire time has been cackling. He's been laughing. He's just kind of like pointing. He's like, man, dude, look at how you flew. Oh my God. And then he's going to like walk up to you and be like, well, congratulations.
Hold on just one moment.
Yep. We're at 88 of 100. No. I guess, how much do we have here? 14? We can start heading back. We'll start heading back home. We did a little bit. So how is everyone enjoying this Dice and Danger so far? I know we cut it out for a little bit, and I know we've been going on a little late. Getting used to things once we get the ball rolling. We're actually almost done with this encounter. So they're usually not, I was gonna say, they're usually not too bad. 17. Yeah, so about an hour. An hour 30 at this point. Mm. 2 hours at the point. Hour 40. Yeah, so we're coming up on close to 2 hours. This one, I think, in general, was one of the better encounters that we had. Other than, like, the Panther. The Panther is still one of the best ones.
Alright.
Welcome back.
I'm back.
No, all good.
Recap me real quick.
So, at this point, you've used Arcane Shatter. You have flung the dude back. Boss is still dead on the ground. You've now essentially completely incapacitated Bandit 2. Bandit 3 has just kind of resigned and was like, no, nah, man, nah, I don't want any of this.
And he put the bottle down.
He put the bottle down in front of your feet. The imp at this point is just like, man, congratulations! Oh my God, look at that! Look at how great that was. And he's very joyous and very nonchalant, like almost as if he expected what happened to happen. So you're still, I'm going to assume, sitting on the table?
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just gonna like step down from the table. I don't need to be standing on the table right now.
The imp come flying over you. The bottle of whiskey that you've had is now completely empty. The imp, in a very joyous tone, goes, "Oh, congratulations, man! That was great. Thank you for, man. That was the best entertainment we've had at our brunch in a while. I do appreciate the fact that you were willing to do that. Now, we should probably shoo you along. Thank you so much for your hospitality." And he starts kind of like at your back, like with his wings, like kind of pushing you towards the rift.
Yeah, but didn't he want me to get him the whiskey?
Is that what you say, or is that what you're?
I'm just thinking, like, why is he pushing me towards the portal when he specifically wanted me to come in here because he asked me to get him more whiskey?
At this point, without saying anything out loud, he's still just kind of going to be joyous of like, thank you for your hospitality. Oh man, that was amazing. You mean, oh my gosh, the brunch was so good. You had the best entertainment whatsoever. And like, oh, that swill. Oh man. Have you left the bottle on the ground, or have you picked it up since you've kind of been forced away?
I'd like to. One of the first things I was gonna do was go pick up the bottle of booze that Bandit 3 had set down.
Okay.
So I wanted to go over and pick that.
You have that. Like, however you want to carry it is however you want to carry it. But you've picked it up. The imp is essentially, you can kind of tell at this point, the imp literally just wanted you for entertainment and your alcohol. You getting here was the ploy. You were the dinner and the show and the free booze.
Okay.
The imp is like pushing you along, and he was like, man, that was great. You need to come again. Oh my gosh. Now tell Elle, or sorry, tell Ree when you get back over there, tell Ree that we need to do this again, because this was one of the best bruncheons that we've ever had. And make sure you bring more of that. Yeah. And Jin, oh my gosh, you need to tell Jin to make like double next time, because man, was it fantastic. And like shoo, no, we don't need
So
you
you
anymore.
no longer think I'm Jin?
The imp is like, you bring me the booze, I don't care who you are. You're probably Jim, you're probably not Jim, but is it Jin? Jim? J?
Jin.
G-
Like
G-I-N?
G-I-N. Yeah.
Oh, well, I think at this point, I don't care what your name is, as long as you're free for a drink, right? And he gives you a nudge, and he starts like kind of like pushing you even harder with his like tiny little wings, like extra flapping, like trying to get you back to the other side. He's like, I'm done with you. Do you allow him to push you through? Do you stay? You still you have the booze.
I'm just holding on to the booze, and I'm just kind of like walking forward while leaning back into him pushing me forward.
Well, at this point, you have one boot on one hand, a bottle of booze in one hand, a boot on the other foot. What is on your not boot foot?
Are
you wearing
I'm
socks?
just
Barefoot?
let me think for that for a moment. I was wearing like just sandals, but now I just have like my other sandal is still there, and I'm being pushed away. I'm not going to have time to pick up my other sandal. I'm just going to be like pushed out with my one sandal.
Okay. So you have one boot, one sandal. Do you accept the fact that you're being pushed through, or do you want to kind of physically protest?
No, I'm kind of just like out of it after being hurt so much, so I'm just going along with it.
Okay. So at this point, he's like, toodaloo, great to see you. I hope to see you again. If you ever need, and he's about to say his name, but like the very faintest like start to say it, and the riff closes, and you find yourself back on the other side, and it's very bright once again, and everything is super bright. The table is still the same with the skeletons, with the ghouls, and the person, as you know, as Ree, is kind of standing there right on the other side with like this smile, this almost gorish smile where it's like very off center and crooked. Maybe the jaw is like too far down, and goes, "Did you have fun?"
I just kind of groan. I take my boot off of my other foot, put it on my hand, so I'm just back to like.
Who broke it?
I put.
I'm not
booze
mad.
In my bag
I just
want to
know.
I have both boots on
I did.
my hands right now, and I just kind of like sit down, lay on the ground, and I'm just like, shut up, and I just start clapping the boots together as fast as I can.
Are you trying to do damage, or are you purposely like not doing damage to yourself?
I'm just being a nuisance.
Okay.
I'm just like, you know, like when a kid's like
Yeah.
like
Throwing the
not
tantrum.
having it, and they're
Yeah.
throwing a tantrum. Yeah.
At this point, what have you done with the bottle of booze that you have in your hand, though? Because you're gonna have to do
I
something
just
with.
kind of set it down next to
Okay,
me.
you set it down next to you. At this point, like looks at this entire situation. The portal, you can kind of like feel the vacuum, like when someone shuts a door, and you can kind of feel the wind suddenly like change and the pressure in the building change. You can tell that the rift behind you has now like sucked closed, but you still hear the imp giggling. And Reed goes, "Well, at least it was entertaining on our side. Welcome to the tea party."
I try to shut him up, and I just keep clapping.
Everyone at the table, the ghouls and the skeletons, are now clapping along, thinking that this is supposed to be like a encore. The rift has closed, the imp has gone away, and Ree is now kind of looking down at you, and you are trying to shut the world away. He walks back to the table and pays you no mind, kind of like you would like a toddler who is giving the tantrum. You're kind of ignoring them. And then he goes over, he picks up the box that was sitting on the table that had like what seemed to be the gold and stuff in it, and now it seems like a larger chest, and next to your head you feel a thump, and he's now put a chest next to your head and been like, "Well done, thank you for entertaining my annoying friend, as you seem to be very acquainted with, but I appreciate, and well, toodles." And suddenly the chest is still sitting there, but the table, the ghouls, the skeletons, the necromancer, poof. And suddenly you're left in this clearing having your tantrum with a chest right next to your head.
I look around for my sandal.
It's not there.
What do you mean it's not there?
It's not there.
Oh, damn. I thought this was the past. I thought that was the past, and my sandal would still be here. And my character, you can see like my character's just in like visible distress.
Yep. Your sandal is not here.
And I just kind of like I'm frustrated now with my right foot just being completely barefooted,
And I just kind of like kick the chest out of frustration.
Well, are you interested to know what is in this chest?
I mean, I'll see when it spills out when I kick it over.
Okay. With that brings us to the end of our adventure, and we will give you your loot. Do you want to pull for a weapon now, or do you want to wait for a later adventure if perhaps you're going to continue with this campaign moving forward? Any items that you keep will go onto your character sheet into the database, so you will have them for future stuff. But you you do get a fortune roll, so.
I don't want. Can I pull for something other than a weapon?
Yes, that's.
Or okay. What options is there? Like different things that I can pull for?
You can choose off of the item list. You can choose 2 items at that point if you choose not to have a weapon. You can try to pull for another scroll, which would be anything off of the spell list, and it would be used as a scroll that you can memorize later. So, items, spells as scrolls, or weapons. So, one of the 3.
I want to roll for items.
You want to roll for items. Okay, so D100, please. With a 46.
Don't be. I'm hoping for some shoes that aren't going to be thunderclapping like my ass cheeks walking around.
I would say you're probably fully clothed. You're just missing a sandal.
Yeah, I'm just missing a sandal. I know.
Which, I mean, is character development, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so your loot is loot with a 46. You have now received thrice woven cloak. You can choose that to make shoes with that. It's a resistant to tearing or slashing.
Okay, cool.
You have now been given a cloak. So, with that also, you have to figure out how much experience you get. Give me a D20, please, and we will figure out how much experience you've gotten for this mission. I am so sorry. You've gotten 2. Yep. You've gotten 2 experience. But all in all, have you had fun? Was this critiques?
Yeah, no, it was fun.
How-
Critiques.
Yes.
I think one rule of tabletop role playing that I personally enjoy is when you have middling numbers. It's interesting to go with a yes but approach, where rather than it being just like oh, you landed in 11 and it's like, yeah, it hit, right? It's, I think, tends to be more, or like, and you roll a 9 or 8 or something, and it's like, well, I guess that's below 10, so it's a miss. I think it's more interesting if it's like, I'd say like the 7 to 12 range, where it's like, yes, you're successful in this action, but like this other thing happens, right? I think that kind of like helps not make it so that way the D20 feels like just a coin flip.
No, that is definitely fair. I try to do some of that depending on the situation, but a lot of times with it, the whole system being random, it is kind of hard to be like, well, what is actually good, what is bad?
Yeah.
And so I think maybe with the middle ground, I'll try to put like a sweet spot, maybe like you were saying, like 9 through 12 or something like that. Those 4 being like, and what if? Okay, and but
it's like you could just be like this looks like it's going to be successful, but your damage roll is at disadvantage or something like that. Or it can be something more creative, like but you knock the opponent back, but they manage to pick up a weapon on their while they're flying back, stuff like that. I think that would be really good.
Nice. I'm gonna actually I'm gonna put that in my notes for having. Now, would you put it for like 9 through 12? So like right now, it was 1 through 5 was hostile or very bad. 6 through 10 was mostly bad. 11 through 15 was neutral, which is kind of on like the good side, and then 16 to 20 was very good.
I think the problem with having like 1 through 8 all just kind of like it's not going to work is that it ends up causing the pacing of fights to sometimes be a bit slow. Like,
the stalling.
We had moments where it's like nothing was happening, right? And it was just kind of like whoosh, 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 whoosh. On
to the next. On to the next.
And the like yes but means that like a lot more stuff is going to hit, but there's going to be other things going on that keep it interesting and makes you have to like come up with new strategies or whatever. It just kind of kept. I find that's like the more things that are successful, the faster the pacing goes. But then,
So I think this is the first time like I look at it as a pure D&D setting, because like sometimes in D&D you have like character whiffs, like the entire round is just like, well, you failed, on to the next, and I think that's what I'm used to. And because that's what I'm used to, it's more like, okay, well, let's just get through it and go to the next turn. And
Yep.
if I can, because Dice and Dangers is supposed to be more condensed, it's supposed to be like way more, it's like an espresso versus having a cup of coffee. And so what you're saying, instead of having the bad be like the but and, makes a lot of sense for a condensed version. So I can definitely see that. Like I said, I'm gonna put that in my notes. We were saying, where would you put it? So 6 through 10 being unfriendly, mostly bad, 10 through 15 being neutral. Would it be, what range would you put the but kind of it?
It really depends on how big you want the range. I think like
Would you do 6 through 15 at that point? Being
one thing that you could do is that you could have it so that way like 6 through 10 is like unsuccessful, but you have some kind of bonus prep for next round, and then like 11 through whatever be like the neutral things be, or I guess I don't know. I'm trying to think. Maybe not 6 through 10 as like unsuccessful. You could have it so that way like 6 through 10 is like it's unsuccessful, but you have some sort of like advantage going into the next one, and then just keep like neutral and super successful. Or you could go for more of like oh hey, these are the middle numbers, like these are 8 through 12 or 13 or whatever, and it's like these are the successful but something else happens. You could probably have it so that way instead of splitting it up into like 4 quadrants like you have right now, you could split it up into fifths.
Okay.
And then like the first fifth is like this is unsuccessful. Second and like things have gone bad.
Yeah.
Second fifth is like this is unsuccessful, but like you kind of are being able to kind of anticipate and plan for what's going to happen next. The middle one is like this, you managed to do what you were trying to do, but something else has happened that you're going to have to account for now. And then you have the like, you do the thing successfully, and then you the last fifth is like you do the thing really well.
Okay. So
I guess if it's a D20 and you were to split it up into 4s.
yeah. Because that's what I have right now. So I guess maybe doing like 2 of each version. So if it's in 4s and then you take 2 from each, could be like a branch over.
Yeah.
And then that would be your fifths. Equals but / and / if. Okay. Yeah, we'll see how that implements, because like right now this is our playtest of things. I still need a template. Thank you very much for joining us with this. This was fun. The last thing I need you to do is come up with a name for your encounter, though.
Oh, name for the encounter?
Yep. What is the name for your encounter?
Let's see. Man, I have to come up with this. Dungeon and Dragon. Sorry. I just thought of a pun.
Yep. The quest of the booze. I'm not Jin.
Yeah. I was thinking, Dungeon, because it sounds like dungeon.
And who knows? Maybe Jin will be a character that we come across later who has the best.
Maybe I'm Jin.
Maybe
Who
you are
knows?
Jin. Yeah. See? So the name of this adventure is Dun Jin. That is great. So I've taken the notes that we're gonna do. I'm gonna see how that's implemented. I will run through it based on the charts that I have right now and see if I can like the problem with doing it this way in the randomization is I need to have it like as firm numbers so that I know when that roll happens, that is what is the interaction. So some of it is like random and storytelling. For example, like Bandit 3, like he failed so often that there's no point in me putting him in the fight, even though he succeeded. It doesn't make
I get that.
story sense.
Especially story sense, but then also like gameplay balance sense. Like it's very, you don't want to like push things over to the edge and then start just having a bad experience. So
yeah, exactly. Because like if you're taking a lot of damage from 2, and then suddenly like this third one suddenly gets the courage enough to start attacking you, that could be like a KO at that point. So like balancing what is fun, balancing what makes sense for the story at the time based on the roles, based on like looking at stuff. So based on the fifths, I think I'm gonna have to like maybe do it as like very specific numbers even at that point. Say like 8 or like 4, 8, 12, 18. Like something like that where it's very specific numbers. Is that kind of like the lucky die? Like you hit it, but like, okay, cool, now what? And then that way it gives people a chance to actually look forward to rolling for those numbers. Like people look forward to rolling a nat 1. Well, actually don't look forward to rolling a nat 1, but like look forward to rolling 20, stuff like that.
Yeah. I like the idea of it just being like, if you land on these specific numbers, then X thing happens. Because that, I feel like, is a good way of like not having the kind of middle ground kind of like, you know, now you're, as a dungeon master, you're having to kind of come up with on the spot something that is both applicable and fitting to the current setting based on just a kind of gauging things out. And the more that you have to do that as a dungeon master, the more exhausting it can get, and the like harder it is to tell compelling narratives as you go
I was gonna say, could you tell when I was like, oh man, well.
Oh yeah, no,
okay.
100%. And so having stuff that's set, so that way you don't have to have as much pressure as the DM to kind of like explain what every interaction looks like, I think helps a lot.
No, I definitely agree with that. I think also a lot of this, I have to set it up where I think I have to do Dice and Dangers on its own thing, where I'm not distracted, because I think that will give a more quality kind of encounter as well, versus like, oh, we're doing something else and suddenly I'm like, oh shoot, I have to go do something else, and then I'm distracted and then I'm getting back in.
And then you're not having on that train of thought, and it's harder to get back into focus and thinking of new stuff to do.
But out of a 1 to 10, what is your honest rating of this? Would you do it again? Did you have fun?
I would do it again. Trying to think. Like, I enjoy the randomness aspects. I think that it makes it more fun to kind of think about coming in, because at least for me as a player, I think one of the reasons I've never really gotten into D&D too much is because like, the best way I can describe it is that having to plan for the long term for what my character is in terms of backstory and like how that narrative is going to play out in the future and what I'm going to be getting at higher levels, I think just becomes a lot of work and is exhausting. So this kind of just, the way it would describe it feeling like is almost like a roguelite tabletop, where you kind of have the flexibility to just adapt to whatever you come up are in. And I'm also the kind of person that enjoys roleplay as a just, you know, I don't need to come up with my own character that I'm attached to. You could throw me in any kind of person's shoes and I will enjoy the roleplay.
Yeah. No,
So,
that
like-
entire situation you did so freaking well.
Yeah, because when you brought up the fact that this was going to be kind of like a one shot, I was like, okay, I just need to like come up with a character that I'm going to be rolling with, and the character that I came up with at the start was Juno Disco Elysium.
Okay. That was the name of your character?
No. The game. There's a game called Disco Elysium.
Oh, yes, I think I did. Yeah.
And the main character in that is like you wake up drunk with memory loss because
Yep.
you went on a huge ass fucking bender. I was thinking like, okay, what if I had like a character like that, but he wasn't just like a deadbeat cop type character, but more of like a
Right.
the character thinks that they're more classy than they actually are. So that's kind of like what I came into this as my prompt
Yeah, no,
to go
that's
off
awesome.
of.
Do you feel like that
but-
that as a whole kind of came across later as you've made decisions?
Yeah, and it's like the more random stuff that happens, the more I'm able to kind of like inform my decision making. The moment that you said that, like the moment that you gave me that item, like with the footsteps being louder, I
Yeah.
instantly thought of like just clapping it in someone's ears, and I was just waiting for the right moment to pull that off. And like leaned into the like the whiskey stuff. Like I kind of had alcohol in the mind in the first place, given the character like template that I was building off of, but also like the tea and the fact that the characters were moving weird. I was like, that just sounds like they're drunk. Let's just roll with it. And then it turned into a bar fight, and like having the boots that made the extra sounds, I was like, all right, well, let me try like being almost like a monk in terms of combat.
Yes.
Just like improvised weapons, which just naturally leads into bar fight, you know, and so like all these little things help come together to build a character, so to speak. And I wanted to wait till the very, very end to do just that one spell,
And
because I was like, all right, when you said that they were on their last legs, I was like, okay, this is probably going to be the last hit.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, I'm just going to do something just completely off the script, and person 3 will never see that coming. So
I it's funny, every single time I've done these interactions, it feels like tarot cards. It really does. Every single time someone's rolled something, like number 8 is always going to be Arcane Shatter. So if someone else rolls an offensive spell and gets 8, it's going to be Arcane Shatter.
yeah, right.
And so the fact that a burst of raw energy, and I'm like, that really does feel like a sonic boom in this case.
Yep.
Like it really fits with like the theme of everything that was that was happening. And this happens so many times with so many different people that we've played this with at this point, where the things that they do reflect in the dice later on, and the things they get from random tables really feels like tarot, which is hilarious to me.
Yeah,
So.
and I think that's one of the other enjoying factors of getting things that are random, is that like some things will just feel completely different in different contexts. Before I knew about like the spells being random, the idea I had with like the flaming weapon idea is like the fact that this character, I was like, you know what, if this goes through, like my character has a thing that they're having with alcohol apparently, and that alcohol
Molotov?
plus fire does fun things. Yeah. But also, I was thinking of having the character basically pull out like a little cigarette and light it with the lit weapon.
Yep.
But the random like spell thing just led to a different other fitting, but and still like interesting and cool thing, you know?
Yep.
So.
But yeah, no, I'm glad you enjoy it. I will put your character sheet in the database, so you'll have all your items, you'll have your spell. So in the future, when we continue doing these, you're more than welcome to join in. I want to do more group adventures, so people can have their own character sheets and interact, and then that way you can grow your character as you go as well. So, but yeah, thank you so much.
Less so for me, but I think that something that might be helpful for others. Like, I came into this with a bit of a character template in mind to know kind of how, just give myself a starting point to know how to build off of. I definitely know a lot of people that really struggle with that part of the process, and giving them the option of just doing a roll for a random character background, I think, like, you know, you can still have the option of, like, okay, you can come up with your own character. If you don't know what to do, you can just roll for one of these, like, basically preset templates to build off of.
Yeah, we did
might
that
be helpful.
we did that a little bit when I asked, like, hand holding earlier. Is I will tend to roll dice based on if you know what you're doing or not. Because if you have a character in mind, then obviously I want to play with that character in mind. But if someone's like, I have no idea and this is my first time doing this, then I will start doing like, hey, here's an option that you can do. Here's things that you can implement. Would you like to roll to see like what flavor of things, like giving more agent or player agency to newer players is very important to me, especially if they don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
And so that's why, like, in the very beginning, I'm like, okay, well, what do you know? Are you going to make a character? Am I going to make you a character? Are we going to work together to build this world? Because I also need to know, like, how much in a combat aspect. Do I have to give pointers? Do I have to, like, tell you what the options are? Because, like, a lot of times, if you are familiar with an adventure standpoint, you might be like, okay, well, I have this thing in mind, and where you had a thing in mind, I'm like, okay, cool, let's roll with this. Does it work in this template? Awesome, it works in this template. Does it not work in this template? Then I'd be like, okay, this is how you would interact with this template. But there are people out there who, like my mom, this was her first time ever playing an adventure game in any means.
Yep.
And we handheld her, but I also paired her with someone who was very familiar with, like, role playing. And so she kind of learned as she went, and that's kind of like the options I want to give is like, I don't want to completely hold someone, but at the same time I want them to understand, hey, you do have player agency. If you want to have me say, hey, this is what you can do, awesome, great. If you're just here for the story, I can do that too. If you're here for, I just want to cause chaos, I'm here for that too. Like, it lends to all aspects of, like, completely new player to completely veteran. And it just depends on how many things I have you roll or how many things I offer. Or, like, if you can't come up with your character, like Faye and I came up with buttons. She steals buttons and she's Faye. Like, it's one of those things where I can help you create something, or you can create something on your own.
Yeah. Another thing, so are you aware of any tabletop games that are, like, mechanically built off of Powered by the Apocalypse? I'm going to take it as a no.
I was going to say
There's a wiki page here with a bunch of tabletop RPGs that have this, and
Powered by Apocalypse.
The one that I've personally tried is the, like, Root RPG, because I enjoyed the board game and I saw that they had a tabletop RPG with it. But this system is
I see. Okay.
Where I came is where that, like, the success at a cost type thing that I was mentioning comes from. I think that this system is good if you want to, like, find a rule book online or something to read it just to understand how that game works. I think that's beneficial, because one of the key things with this is that it's a lot less focused on rigid combat structure like Dungeons and Dragons is, and it's a lot more focused on having systems to promote different types of roleplay aspects. I think that
that would help
this
with
kind of system would help with what you're trying to do, as well as maybe help build a good balance between like role-play encounters and combat encounters. I don't know what all of the sessions you've had before have been like,
Right.
but I've noticed that a lot of them seem to be like thing happens leads into combat encounter, right?
Yeah.
And I think that, you know, for people who are like a lot less interested in combat encounters, this is a good way to kind of help incorporate making the roleplay aspect of things more interesting.
I am going to give this a little bit more of a deep dive. Do you mind giving me like 45 to a minute? I'm gonna like very quickly jet off to the bathroom and then come back.
Yeah. I might dip out of the call, but I'm gonna be in your stream, and I'll just text
perfect.
chat.
Perfect.
Right.
I'm gonna check
Sounds
this
good.
over, but I thank you again. We'll talk, but I do have to like restroom.
Yep.
So
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, we are back. Sorry about that. Okay, so going over Powered by the Apocalypse. I'm trying to see if I've actually Avatar Legends role-playing game. I have heard of that. I did not play it. Ironsworn I've also heard of, but I haven't played. I'm curious if I was gonna say I'm curious if some of this is like Blades in the Dark by John Harper, because that's also a very roleplay heavy. I played Shadowrun. I played the Blades in the Dark. Stuff. Yeah, there we go. Forged in the Dark by John Harper. Blades in the Dark. Okay, so yeah, it is. Yeah, Blades in the Dark is something that I played a lot of. This is one of my favorite. So that has a very gritty system to it, which is one of my absolute favorite tabletop games. Absolute favorite tabletop. We're actually gonna switch back over to here. We're gonna need to pull this aside. I have to put in the character data, which I will do after stream. Because, well, paperwork is boring, right? Paperwork is boring. So I'm going to put my... No! I'm going to put my windows back in order. If I can. Why is this not working? There we go. So yeah, I've played Blades in the Dark, and it's a very, like, what-if system. And I can understand having that type of system with a one-shot. The only thing I wonder is if it's too... I don't want to say too gritty, but it might be. Because I personally, I like dark and gritty games, and I like impossible situations, but it is kind of hard sometimes for people to relate to that in a fantasy sense. Because a lot of times in fantasy senses, yes, but I don't. We'll have to see. Are slightly yeah. That's what I'm gonna say. I do like because it gives more player agency. It does give more player agency. I just don't know if it's maybe. We'll play with it. I'm gonna have to like. So thank you again. Thank you so much for doing this. This is very like rudimentary. Yeah. It's very rudimentary. It's very still in the works because the last one I did was a long time ago at this point. A couple of months actually. And so I'm gonna have to start doing them more regularly because for me I'm like, oh, I need to make a template. I know what I'm going for as a DM. I know how to describe things, the randomness of it, making it fit based on people's roles, like seeing the patterns, like actually doing combat, trying to be descriptive, seeing the situations, like all of that is fine. But like you were saying is like the roles sometimes like slow things down. And so I'm gonna have to, I will have to take your feedback and see what we can do with it. I think I might have to try and do like 1 day a week as Dice and Dangers, maybe. Right now I'm doing like 2 and 2 for BitCraft and Warframe. I do agree though, we have to put Dice and Dangers as its own category because playing BitCraft and trying to do Dice and Dangers at the same time, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's very distracting. It is very distracting. So it's one or the other. I will have to do one or the other. As medieval forest creatures, more beginner root tabletop RPG is super like fantasy. Root is playing a bunch of medieval forest creatures, more beginner oriented as well. Yeah. picking the brains of a game developer or game designer was a smart choice, if I do say so myself. There you go. Yep. I see and I agree. Yeah, for me, I think it's based on the flow of things and depends on who the audience is. Because if the audience is a brand new player, kind of giving player agency, the problem is with that is if they don't know what their agency is, they're scrambling to do something. And sometimes the best thing to do is just be like, well, you miss, on to the next thing. Because they don't necessarily know what else to give in that situation. Be like, well, you could do this, but what would you like to do instead? Or here's something you've done else. Like, it makes the player feel good, but the more decisions you give a new player who has no idea what is going on is a little harder. It's almost like you want to give them multiple choice. And if you give them multiple choice too often, they just kind of want the I press win button. And so trying to figure out how to balance that in terms of things. Yeah. I think I might have to like change the rule set based on like veteran ranks, I think is what I'm going to do as well. Where I'd be like, you have only one item you can use per encounter if you're like a true veteran, and be like, you got to come up with the shit. Like, you got to do it. Versus if it's a brand new player, to be like, okay, well, you have this, I can hold your head. Like, what do you want to do? What's your intentions of doing? And then I could be like, okay, well, this is something you could do. Stuff like that. So I think that the system you're talking to lends into that, like, balance of things where it's like, okay, and where it's less black and white with the dice rolls, where it's like you succeed or you fail. Because that's D&D. You succeed or you fail. That's it. And then you move on to the next turn. Do you succeed? Do you fail? And so, like, there's more role-playing games out there. It gives a bonus to not using the same action twice. Yeah, I can see that. The only problem with that would be if that's what people are comfortable with and they feel like... Yeah, getting people to think about new ways to do things is good, but I don't want to force that. So it's kind of like pay to win. If you can think about it, it's more like advantageous. But if you just kind of want to like coast, so it'll be a balancing thing. That would be a balancing thing. Because like if my mom played this, not knowing what the same action would be, I'd have to be like, you could do this or you could do that. And you want to promote creativity, but someone who doesn't play role-playing games like at all, you still want to give the player agency too. So if they decide to do like, I'm just going to do it again, and be like, okay, well, you do it again. And then like sometimes the character will be very good at that one thing and the player looks forward to doing said thing. So it's a fine line depending on how like interactions go. 'Cause like some people just want to go pew pew. That's only what they want to do. And if you force them to look outside the box, they're going to be like, I don't want to make a decision. How do I make a decision? If I have to do this new thing, like, yeah. Implied or forced, an advantage on Thunderclap. Kick felt good, even if I missed. Yeah. That was one of those things where I'm like, creativity for me, I'm like, you know what? You thought of this. It was creative enough. You might as well get advantage of it. These things are giving you the increase of like doing this. Like some things make sense. If you literally tried to be like, well, I do this with my hands, I'm going to be like, okay, that's at a disadvantage. Unless you're literally right here in front of the person. Like, nah. You have to find out like the dimension, the trajectory, but already having boots that gave those that type of thing, and like you're just using the assets on top of each other. Yeah. Like trying to play into the strength of a character versus like, this is the first time you're attempting to do that. Are you sure you want to do that? Like sometimes it makes sense. Sometimes it's like, But yeah. I definitely think in general trying to figure out that sweet spot of like what numbers to hit to be the but and scenario of things. But see, we came back with, I like how we were playing D&D and we were suddenly completely doing something else. We came back with a decent amount of wood. So, collect vault. Wait, what is this? We should be able to make flux sandpaper on whatever that other is for tailoring. I don't know. It's right here. If I use water instead of flux, it should save me a hex. I don't, what? Are they talking about like the stuff that you buy from Roomba? Is that what they're talking about there? I'm assuming that's what they're talking about there. But yeah. Things will also go a little bit smoother once I've done it periodically, because like tonight I was like, I'm super rusty. As a DM, I was like, oh my god, okay, I want to like list this. Like if I didn't have to actually write it down, it'd be a lot smoother. But writing it down is pretty much most of that, because you want to be able to show it on stream and do it. And if I had to like write it down later, I wouldn't pay attention to it. So like I have to find that balance as a DM to like write stuff down and also like go back through and be like, okay, here's the notes on this, and summarize and stuff like that. So once I get more used to it, I think that'll be easier. I think that'll be much easier once I get more used to it. Also, coming up with an actual formula, I think is going to be big. Because yeah, you want the randomization for things, but at the same time, if things feel very out of place, then it's noticeable by everyone. I'm going over the encounter in my head. I'm like, how did that work? What's happening here? Because I'm thinking about on like the encounters that I had like with Faye. They were very linear. Some of the encounters I had previously were very linear. It was like yes, no, roll dice, continue, no player agency. Like just kind of like it felt railroady in a sense, but at the same time, like that's what people enjoyed at the time. So I don't know. We're still gonna have to play it out and figure it out. At this point, we are going to be doing carpentry. It is late. We're much later. I was gonna play Warframe, but we're now just kind of waiting for Shock to get online. And then we are gonna pass him the totem. I see Akari is online. Ooh. Wait, should I do it? Should I do it? Maybe not. Oh no. Random? Okay. Okay. What do we have? Oh, I have to restart. Shoot. Restart. Oh, I can go back to full screen. There we go. Okay. Oh, we're just doing... Wait, did that actually come back on? Unpack. Unpack. Done. Okay. It's Monday. Do we think Shock is going to play Hightail today? I was gonna say, I think that's what he's gonna be playing today. Why? What is happening? Oh. Borderless. Apply. Confirm. I was like, why is it being all glitchy? It's being glitchy because it was in full screen. Okay. Okay. I was gonna say, he is streaming tonight, right? Still so funny to me. Still so funny. Oh, I can close this now. There we go. I was gonna say, I'm not gonna get any sun and I'm not gonna get any rain, so I might as well close it. Might as well. Was it the last time he streamed? He said Brussels sprouts pizza, yes or no? Why? Just why? Alright. I get knocked down, but I get up again. No, they're not in it. Um. Oh shoot! I forgot. I have all my stuff for Warframe to unlock today. I guess we'll do it tomorrow. We will do it tomorrow. I should complete that, but we'll do it tomorrow. Shoot. Oh well. I got distracted playing Dice and Dangers. It is fun. It is really fun from a DM perspective. So we've been streaming for 10.5 hours. It definitely, I can tell nowadays, since I had like a strict schedule where I'm offline like 3.5 hours ago, like I can tell like I'm running late and I'm like feeling very slow and very sluggish, where I'm like, I'm streaming way too late. But as soon as Shock goes online, if he does go online, we will raid over. It seems fun. I'm definitely interested in it. As soon as I clean out the kinks of it, actually make it easier on my side to do it consistently, then yeah. And then once we get actually a character database going with everyone's like sheet and information, I think that'll be really good. Like there's no stats, there's no like intricate math details. It is more roleplay, like you were saying. So yeah, I think doing more of those will be fun. I'll be done to help you if ever want to. Yeah. If you're interested in doing like a review, like if there's something that you're talking about, like you want to go into like deeper explanation of, like feel free to message me and be like, hey, I know we were talking about this, but like here's more of what I was saying. Feel free to also do that. I think right now a lot of it's also going to be just doing it over and over and seeing like the flow of things and what works for certain people, what doesn't work for certain people. Trying to make it easier to engage with. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'm very much down to like go through and see of like things that we can like work on, because I know tonight was very rough. The first time in a while that I did it again, and like I'm like, okay, what was the format that I used for this? Because like I want to keep consistent formats, and I don't have a behind the scenes like consistent format yet. Be like, okay, this is the thing, because we were talking about like people who don't want combat, and I'm like, there is an option for that, but I think right now there is no option for that. Only because it's like a one shot, and most people expect combat, and it does kind of limit like the player agency. And so if I can find a way to be like combat, no combat, and just have a role play scenario, but like a difficult role play, like the combat is the role play, I think is where like it was very much like forced combat. And I think that every single one that we've done so far has been like forced combat to some degree or another, because then you have like beginning, middle, end, conclusion. But like most of the time people want the combat, but they don't realize they want the combat until like later on. And if there's like no combat, they're like, oh, okay, well that was fine, I guess. Like, so I guess maybe finding a way to make a roll to happen, to be like, what level of combat are you looking for? Or like just asking the player in the beginning, like, hey, do you want more combat? Do you want not combat? Do you want a roleplay heavy scenario? And then like go from there, because like right now it's kind of like roleplay, combat, roleplay. Yeah. Oh, there's plenty of ways to make combat not feel forced, but it also depends on the dice rolls. And so like it is a matter of like flowing it into things. And sometimes like there's combat that does not feel forced whatsoever, but if you have like really, really, really good rolls and suddenly there's like no reason for there to be combat, like forcing combat is really gonna feel a little gross. But it also depends, like if it's like we were having the situation tonight where it was like the same thing over and over again, something had to break at some point. It was either I was going to push into a take me to Jin kind of scenario, or it was going to be like, I don't believe you scenario, and I let the dice decide which side of the spectrum it went to. Because it could have been like, hey, take me to Jin, and like them follow you through town and like them actually take you to Jin. And I was like, that's one side of it. So there are plenty of times where combat doesn't have to feel forced. It's just depending on the dice rolls and like where in the scenario that happens. Yeah, because I've at this point I DM'd 3.5, which was very roleplay heavy, and like 5th edition is more, I don't want to say forced roleplay, but like 5th edition feels more mechanic wise. So yeah, it's a matter of finding the flow also on the DM side. Is like what works, what doesn't work, how can I initiate this, how can I not initiate this, what's a good way to not force an encounter on a player side with like, I don't want to say like, hey, do you want combat, do you want roleplay, because like sometimes people might not know what they want in that scenario. And so trying to find ways to like do this. Are you excited for Wednesday update? Of course I'm excited for Wednesday update. I want to know what's happening with Wednesday update. I want to know. I want a wipe to happen like tomorrow. That's me. But Shocktor is online and he is playing Hytale apparently. So I have been streaming for now 10.5 hours. So I'm going to start that raid. Everyone's probably gone, which is fine. I don't know if mom said goodnight or not. Probably did. And I missed it earlier. I'm sorry that I did. Oh, there it is. Hi, mom. Hrothgar is gone. I heard everyone's faces. Good night, mom. I love you so much. Thank you for sticking around. It's very late for you. Go to bed. We're gonna read Shocktor. He's also a BitCraft partner. He's currently playing Hytale. He's been playing Hytale a lot recently, and was playing Guild Wars 2 and now Hytale. He's one of our. I need all your help in D&D. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. He's part of our Bitcast hosts. So he's also another person, if you have questions about BitCraft, like let him know, see what's going on. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead, start reading into him, say hi. Apparently I've reached a 7 stream streak over on his channel, so I should click that button. But thank you everyone. Oh my gosh, tonight has been amazing for today. This week as a whole has been amazing for support. I thank you very much. I know you could be anywhere else, and I appreciate the fact that you guys were here. I know after Dice and Dangers, we kind of like took a slump on viewership. I wasn't playing BitCraft as much. I was kind of like just focusing on Dice and Dangers. So it's a lesson to be learned for later. I wanted to play Warframe. We didn't. So tomorrow, 10:00 Tuesdays and Warframe Wednesdays, and then back with BitCraft on Thursday. That's the tentative projection currently. So we'll see what happens from there. Especially with Wednesday, we might switch Wednesday, depending on what the announcement is. So keep that in mind. If you are interested in knowing what is going on, I use Discord. Join our Discord. Check that out. But yeah, thank you very much for your love and support. Thank you, Voxel, for playing Dice and Dangers with me tonight. And yeah, we'll work out something in the future to continue going on with our adventure. But it's gonna kick me out of here. We're gonna go over, say hi to Shocktor, and watch some Hightail. So have a good night, everyone. I will see you tomorrow.